Good morning. Good morning. Hi in the back. Good morning. It's kind of low. This is sort of low. There's that. Okay. Morning. How? Yeah. Julie's like, oh no, I got to sit down. Good morning. Hi, everybody. How are you? Everybody good? Everybody getting all settled in? Yes? Okay. Very nice. Welcome. Welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Jody. All right. So as usual, this is a conference for realtors, which means that a lot of us are late. So I know that we are waiting for some other ladies to join, and they're just going to be filing in as it goes, and that's going to be okay. Can you guys hear me okay back there in the back? Yes? Thumbs up back there? Okay, awesome. Thank you. So we're going to get started first with, hold on. Nope, wrong way. Yes, there we are. Okay, so we're going to get started with a couple of housekeeping things, right? Because we like to keep it on a schedule here, and we want to make sure that we make the most efficient use of our time and our day. And then I have some opening remarks for us, and then we're just going to, jump right in. I'm sorry, I know it's cold in here, but I'm hot. So Thank you, Michelle. So we've turned down the air significantly. So hopefully you guys won't be too chilled today. So a couple of housekeeping things. Do you love this stage? Right? So we said to Diane Buckley of Stage Envy, who is our stage sponsor, by the way. Diane, raise your hand. There she is. So we said to Diane, we wanted it to look like a living room. And I would say that she pretty much delivered on this. Yeah. And then also, right. And then a big thank you also to Sheila Mackey on my team. Where's Sheila? Sheila, raise your hand or stand up. She's very small. Where are you? Where is Sheila? I don't know where she is. Sheila made all of these flowers. So all of the flower arrangements that you see were made by Sheila. So, and could they not have done this better, right? With the purple and the green. So that's all really good. Okay, so let's talk about our format for today. What's our plan for today? How are we going to do this? So our day is separated into 4 segments. So we've got health, wealth, business, and family. Following each of our segments, we're going to be doing a implementation exercise in our workbooks to help us to stay on track and to actually make the use of the things that we are learning today. So you want to make sure that you have your workbook that came in at 11 p.m. last night and gave us all a heart attack. You want to make sure that you have this handy because we're going to be referencing this consistently throughout our day. We are also going to be doing some introductions today with some of our premier sponsors. So I'm very excited to be welcoming them to the stage for a little brief introductions as we go. We do have a hashtag. So if you are taking pictures and sharing on social media today, maybe you'll tag me because I don't have time to take pictures. So that'd be great. But also if you could use our hashtag, which is EWRE Mastering the Juggle 2022. So that would be awesome. The Wi-Fi here is open because I know Sarah Herrera is back there working on a contract. She had her laptop out. So if you need to use the Wi-Fi, it's totally open. You don't have to have a password or anything like that. For the restrooms today, we have commandeered the men's restroom too. So there's a sign, right? So no line. So we have, there's a sign on the door. So feel free to use whatever you need to use today. There is a QR code on your table. That is for some very special offers that are special only for our conference attendees. So one of those is for our happy hour. So if you do not already have a happy hour ticket for today and you want to attend today's happy hour, then make sure that you scan the QR code and you can take care of that. And then you can see one of our staff members at the back to get your ticket. Oh, headshots also. So Aaliyah Destor is here. Who got a picture taken this morning? Who did a photo? Yeah. So she's also doing some headshots as well during the lunchtime. And I think she has some slots left. And lunch is going to be a buffet and we're going to have over an hour. So it's okay to take some time to get your picture taken if you want to. So make sure you check in with her if you want to get a headshot taken today. We have Joella Bowden is back there. She's doing makeup touch-ups, so we've got you covered on all of the things. We have some giveaways that we're going to be sprinkling throughout the day. And so we want to give a really special thank you to our giveaway sponsors. Our giveaway with Checkmark Homes, Home Inspection Services. Susan Bixby with Closing Thoughts. Susan is here, I think. Susan, raise your hand. There she is. Look, way in the corner. Why are you back there? All right, thank you, Susan. And then 123 Junk is also one of our giveaway sponsors. So we've got some nice giveaways for you for snacks, which are available all day long. So we've got a station that's set up in the hallway. We have stuff in the back. There might be something outside, or I think there's going to be something outside just because it's so beautiful today. So help yourself, whatever you need throughout the day. I do want to thank our very special hospitality sponsors for making sure that we have everything we need today. So that's Universal Title. I saw Teresa and Sarah's back there. There you are. Raise your hands. And the Leo Anzialaga group of Drover and Kramer Mortgage, My Guys Moving. I think Terry's going to stop by at some point. And then Ace Handyman Services are our hospitality sponsors. So thank you guys so much for that. And then I want to give a big shout out and thank you to our premier sponsors who are actually what, is allowing this whole thing to happen today. So our overall sponsor is Jackie Fields with Atlantic Coast Mortgage. Where's Jackie? There she is. And our health segment sponsor is Lisa Rigoni with the Organizing Mentors. Where's Lisa? There she is. And I think we also have a special local giveaway that Lisa has provided. So if you live local to us, she has something and that you can just drop your business card out there in the hallway. Our wealth segment is Platinum Group Real Estate Team. Yes. And our business segment today is sponsored by McInerney Associates. I know we've got a big McInerney table back there, over there. There they are. Our family segment today is sponsored by Carrie Fincham with Fairway Independent Mortgage. Is Carrie here yet? There she is. And our lunch sponsor today is Champion Title. And happy hour is Real Advantage Transaction Management. I know I saw some of the ladies over there. Yes. And last night, our VIP dinner was sponsored by Junk Luggers of Gainesville. So I know Mark is going to be here if he's not already. So you're going to hear very briefly from our premier sponsors at some point today. We talked about the photos. Stacy's giving me the 10-minute mark already. We talked about lunch. We do have a very special conference attendee special for the Inner Circle. So if you're interested in the Empowering Women in Real Estate Inner Circle, there's a code back there on the table to scan. You can also talk to Maddie if you're interested in doing that. So questions about housekeeping? Yeah? No? Okay, good. All right. So let's get into some opening remarks. So, we started planning this conference back in May. And when we had one of our first brainstorming sessions, we were trying to decide what should be our topic. What should we focus on for today's conference? And the thing that kept coming back to us again and again are the consistent struggles that we hear from ourselves, the women in our group, the women on our team, about the difficulties that we have balancing all the things, right? And so we knew that that was something that we wanted to talk about today. Our health. We tend to put ourselves last. Who puts themselves last? Yeah, if you're even on the list. And, Vicky and I have this conversation all the time. Our bodies hurt. Our joints ache. Who gets the twitchy eye when you're feeling stressed? Yep. Okay. We all have the twitchy eye. Anxiety keeps us up at night. Yeah. And, we know that we need to do better for ourselves, but we rarely take the time to do it. And so today, everything we do today is going to be very tactical. We have a lot of really good information that we're going to be sharing with you on that specifically. Let's talk about wealth. Real estate is a hamster wheel. And, the minute you stop going, the minute you stop selling, the minute you stop prospecting, it stops. And the crazy thing is that building wealth is what we do for our clients every single day. But how many of us actually take the time to build wealth ourselves through real estate, which is what we know, right? So I am super excited about our wealth panel today. We're going to be hearing from some amazing women who do just that. We're going to be talking about business. Our clients tend to get the very best of us, but what about our actual business? When do you actually spend time working on your business? And for a lot of us, we don't really treat it as a business. We expect to do all of the things by ourselves, but yet we make income levels. We are professionals just like our doctors, our, dentists, our, whatever. And would you expect to see your doctor being the one making the appointment for you? Or are they the one like doing the billing and telling you what you owe? Or, you would not expect any of those things. Yet we, who are on a very similar income level, we expect to do them all by ourselves. So that's going to change today. And Christy Grossman is going to have a lot of great information for us about that too. And then we're going to talk about family. So, if you're sitting in this room today, or if you're watching our live stream, so we actually have a lot of folks who are, who are watching our live stream today. Chances are your time is spread too thin. And so, I'm going to guess that there are a number of you today that at some point probably questioned whether or not you had the time to even be here in this room today. And there are probably some of you who are local who are thinking, can I fit in a showing during lunch? Yes? Anybody thinking about that? So, I'm willing to bet that everything that you do is in service of others. And so we want to really help you to make sure that you can learn to master your time, use it most efficiently so that you can take care of the people that you want to do the most. So enter mastering the juggle because it is absolutely a juggle. It is literally all the things. And Vicky would want me to tell you that the name was her idea. So yes, so it was. So that is our mission for today. I want to give a huge, 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 huge thank you to our support team. Who is in the room? Stand up, please. They're all probably, there they are. Yeah. So Jenny Harmon is our marketing and events coordinator who literally made everything that you see happen. And then Maddie Harmon is our program manager for Empowering Women in Real Estate. She was responsible for that awesome playlist. I was getting many compliments on the playlist today. And then so many members of my team are also out there. Dee Simmons, she created like these incredible workbooks that you have. And Sharon and Debbie, and I mean, they're all out there. So yes, 5 minutes, Stacy and Stacy. So I cannot thank them enough. And I'm so happy to have them here to support. So we are going to get kicked off. There she is. With who's ready for that? Yes, indeed. All right. So I would like to introduce to you time friend, Melinda Rhoads, who is going to talk to you about your health. Melinda has been working with me for quite a few months. It's really a lot of it's been a game changer, and she's going to talk to us about things that we can do tactically to take care of ourselves better. So join me in welcoming Melinda to the stage.
Good morning. Thank you to Karen and everyone for having me, and hello to all of our live stream guests as well. Karen hit everything on the topics we're going to cover, so that's awesome. So yes, there's lots of pieces here. All right, so we're going to go through ways we can help make wellness a priority for you. I know you guys, like Karen said, somebody wants to run out and do a showing, like you're on the go, go, go all the time. How do we focus on our business? But if we don't focus on our wellness, when we finish with that business and hit retirement, we really have nothing to focus on. So we're going to make that a priority. So mastering your wellness plan while you're mastering the juggle of life is our goal here. So your health is an investment. It certainly can become an expense if we do not make it a priority now and take care of it. So for a lot of people there, and I don't have the money to go take time for myself, or I don't have the money to make that visit happen, or go for that exam, or buy those supplements, or take time off work for 2 days to just go and let myself have a day of nothing. And in the end, that's going to cost us a lot more than if we make it a priority to just do something each day that's going to help your overall wellness. So keep that in mind when you question, do I really have the time or money to do this? The answer should always be yes. All right, so one of my favorite books about stress, because you're going to see as we go through this topic, that's really what we're going to focus on. In this room ever experiences stress? Probably nothing this morning, nothing every day in the world of Loudoun County where we live in the go, go, go all of the time. But Sean Talbot, who's the author of Cortisol Connection, one of my favorite books, Define stress as when we feel like life's demands exceed our ability to meet those demands. Anybody feel like that on a daily basis? Yeah. So pretty much every day we're on this go. We never turn off. We're checking our email the moment we wake up and open our eyes. We're checking email 5 minutes before we go to bed, or if we hear it in the middle of the night. We are always on. And especially in your line of work, where I'm sure the clients don't understand, like, hey, I had a doctor's appointment for myself. Sorry, it took me an hour to get back to you. We are in this immediate need of an answer, gratification, instead of like, let's just take a step back. And maybe that's 30 minutes that they take for a reply. So day-to-day triggers of stress. Well, often when we think of stress, we think of physical, emotional, the things that are like top of the list. We tend to forget that those stressors can be things like family obligations, right? You've got to get kids to something before you have a showing, or you have to get kids to a sporting event in the evening, but you have a meeting. There's always something somebody needs from you. And like Karen mentioned, we typically take ourselves from the top of that list and take us to the very bottom or completely off the list. And then we hit the point of like, I am burnt out. I'm done. I don't know what else to do, because we've been in the give, give, give instead of receive mode for a long time. Children, a lot of you are probably in that phase where you're caring for children and caring for your aging parents. So we're in this double parenting stage, which can be physically exhausting and mentally exhausting. Finances, I'm sure a lot of your clients you get the stress of their stress from finances as well. Big thing we're going to talk about today. Relationship, health, sleep. So we are going to talk about sleep a lot. Sleep is the foundation of your wellness. So when you want to crank out till 1 a.m. on all those contracts and things you have to get done by, make up for that sleep you lost last night. Whether you sleep in, you're never going to be able to replace that. And just as a strong foundation when you build that house, sleep is the foundation of your wellness. So if taking yourself off the list, the next thing is don't take sleep off of your list. It's super important. We'll go in great detail of that. Lack of movement, we'll go through that. It doesn't have to be more. It can be a 5-minute window. Changes in diet as far as I don't have time to eat, I'm going to skip a meal. Multitasking, I'm sure no one's going to do that today while you're sitting here for your conference. And then social media. If I could take that and put like the own little toxic folder on your phone away from all things, it brings us some positivity, but creates a lot of stress for many. So the two hormones that affect us every day related to stress, the first one's called cortisol. So cortisol is the hormone that's excreted from these two little glands on the top of your kidneys. That is a normal response. So you get startled by something, cortisol gets released. You have an illness and your body's stressed, it gets released. That's normal. That's a very common response to have. It also helps maintain your metabolism, your blood sugar, our moods, and then your immune system. So think about all those three little things there as we get further in. When people say I'm stressed and I have blank symptom, think of what's happening with that cortisol excretion. It normally is at rest in our sleep window, and then around 4:30 to 5 a.m. starts to go up. Body's natural wake cycle, and then about an hour after you wake, it hits its highest point, and then you should have this nice gradual decline, and then that like 9 p.m. window when your body says, I'm tired and ready to go to bed, we should all listen to that instead of saying, no, it's my only quiet time of the day. I'm going to crank out everything I didn't get done today. That's not good. DHEA, some of you may have heard of that as a female hormone. So DHEA is the hormone that eventually leads to testosterone production and to estrogen production. So when we get to the conversation on changes on your period and libido and all those things, that's what's happening with DHEA and stress. And a lot of people who have PCOS or polycystic ovarian syndrome have an excess amount. So some people may have known of that term from that. Stages of stress. So I know when I talked to Karen's group a couple of weeks ago, this was a big piece to a lot of through 3 phases of stress. So phase 1 is acute. You're sick, you have something, an injury, something that's acute, happens a couple days. Your body says, okay, I'm going to adjust to this. I'm going to go into that fight or flight mode. I'm going to make it happen and crank through. That's normal. Then we go to the stage where we adapt to stress. And this is where it's becoming an everyday thing. And the body says, okay, like I have to get through this. We're going to do it. It's fine. I'm going to crank out more and more of that cortisol. I'm on the hamster wheel, go, 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 go all the time. Your body's going to keep cranking that cortisol to keep you going in that moment, right? And then it's going to slowly start decreasing your DHEA, which remember is going to start affecting your hormones. And then we go through phase 3, which is the exhaustion phase. And that's when your body says, I'm done. I've given you everything I could give you for months to a year. I've given you signs along the way that I can't do this anymore. And now I'm physically exhausted. I'm super depressed. I don't even know what to do every single day. So most people I see in the office are between phase 2 and 3. They're having panic attacks. They're depressed at times. People are annoying them for no reason. They want to bite your head off. And then they're like, I don't even know why that annoyed me, but it did. And then so what we want to do is prevent 2 to 3 from happening. A big priority. And I say to patients, like, what kind of stress are you under? Do you feel stress? How are you handling your stress? These are all the things your body is going to show you when you're stressed that you probably don't even realize are related to stress. So I get women every day, my hair is falling out. I'm exhausted. When my alarm goes off in the morning, I am pulling myself out of bed like a bowling ball is attached to me, even though I slept 8 hours last night. And then I get up and I get going, and then I lose complete focus in the middle of my day. 3:00 happens. I crash. I need caffeine. So I get a cup of coffee. I skipped lunch, so I'm starving. So I grab something quick and salty that satisfies that craving. And then I get to bedtime and I'm absolutely exhausted and I can't fall asleep. Every single one of those symptoms I just mentioned is your body saying, I'm super stressed and I need some help here. So we want to catch those early on. So hair loss, mood changes, again, that irritability. When you find yourself snapping at things that should not typically annoy you, and if we could have a whole nother conversation on your menstrual cycle, we'd get there on where we go through that through the month. But in stress, when you find like, God, that never would have annoyed me, but that just really set me over the edge. Your body has been saying, hey, cortisol has been going just to keep you going through your daily stressors. I don't even know how to help you deal with that plate getting dropped on the floor and shattering that would have never annoyed you before. Insomnia, because again, your body is like, I'm revved up. I got to go. I can't rest at all. The wired and tired. Brain fog. How many people have that? Like, I can't remember anything. If I don't put a reminder on my phone or a sticky note in my car that reminds me, it's never going to get done. Even if it was an hour before that you said you had to make this meeting happen or whatever it was, your brain is overwhelmed. It is literally in that fight or flight response all the time. Joint pain, Karen mentioned that, like our bodies hurt. Our bodies hurt because they're inflamed all the time from that stress response. So joint pain is not a normal thing. When you're having that, your body's saying there's inflammation from something. Is that inflammation coming from chronic stress, or maybe it's another concern we have? But for women especially, we hold all of our tension in the shoulder and neck region. So women who come in with like jaw issues, they're grinding their teeth, they have sleep apnea, their neck hurts, their shoulders hurt, then their back's hurting, then their hips are hurting. That's all that stress and tension we're holding in, which is not normal or good for our aging. GI changes, skin changes, eczema is a big one we see in women. They start getting chronic issues with recurrent areas on their hands or arms that start breaking out. That's usually the body's way of saying, hey, I'm trying to get rid of something, but because I'm overwhelmed, I can't. Again, fatigue, that's the biggest one. People come in, they're like, I'm so exhausted. Why are you exhausted? It's because your body is literally going all day long. Increased blood pressure and heart palpitations, that's just all. And they say, my cycle was really short. It was 21 days instead of 28 days. It was super heavy, more cramping. It lasted longer. Or I'm in menopause and hot flashes are raging and my mood is off. Those are all signs that there is some type of stressor, because when our body is under stress, DHEA, and one of those hormones known as progesterone, regulate our cycle, how often it happens, hormone goes in the toilet, because the hormones that keep us revved up are going to increase to keep us going. So when I hear from women like my cycle was different or I'm having symptoms, and I say, have you had an increase in stress? It may not even have been, was it increased this last month? It may have been the last 6 months or last year. But that's one of the first things to ask yourself. Not normal to have those changes in feelings. Common, which I'll say all the time, it may be common, but it doesn't mean it's normal. And then premenstrual symptoms, not normal to be raging before your period and not sleeping and headaches. Again, we think they're normal because we've heard that since we were 15, right? But it's not. And then decreased libido, that always gets everybody's attention. It's not just because you're exhausted from having the stress of clients all day. It's because testosterone starts to decline. If there's anything in this room that probably would motivate people to decrease stress, be like, oh, my testosterone's decreasing. So there's a big piece. So we can't always remove our stressors, right? Sometimes we want to run away and escape from them, and it would be great if we could, but chances are when we come back, they're still going to be there. So if we can't remove them, how can we deal with them on a daily basis? So different things we can use from daily movement, our diet, making sure that's well balanced, relaxation tools. We're going to talk about different types of those because it doesn't have to be at the day at the spa to help you with that. Restful sleep, expressing your emotions, setting boundaries, and most importantly, time for you. Okay. Have to make that a priority. So when we think of movement, it's the first thing we take off of our list when our day is full, right? We're like, I don't have time to go to the gym. I don't have time to do a workout. It is the best tool for most women when it comes to coping with stress. It's the best form of therapy. In the gym, it could be outside walking, it could be hiking, it could be going for a stretch session, it could be yoga. It just needs to be some type of movement for your body. When we look at that, stress is reduced when we have exercise because of how it affects adrenaline. And then any form of that helps to then calm hormone responses as well. So goals for you guys, you're all in the same profession, find an accountability partner, someone that you can say, hold me accountable, that I can move 15, 20 minutes a day, go on a walk, go outside and hike with a friend, do something. It does not have to be a heavy form of intense exercise. Sometimes less is better when it comes to exercise. About your body already being revved up in this go, 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 go. And then we throw in like, I have to go to the gym. I have to do that hour-long HIIT class, or I have to go to CrossFit. That's great for some people. But if you're under high stress, be a natural stressor. So cortisol naturally releases. But if we're already overstimulated and then we're chronically overstimulating by exercise that's intense, really, sometimes we got to take a step back and say, hey, maybe watching or just having a 15-minute walk with a friend today is the best form. But you know what? It was 15-minute movement that helped. So find a partner that can hold you accountable. And just like you would put that meeting with a client on your calendar, every single day, put it on your calendar, whether it's 15 minutes in the morning, 15 minutes at lunch, or 15 minutes in the evening. It's on your calendar. Don't just hit delete because it's not something that's important with a client or another type of meeting from there. Dietary tools, Allison's going to have great tips. But the biggest thing I heard from a lot of patients in the past who are realtors, you're busy, you skip your meal, you run out the door in the morning without breakfast, you're running all day long, you hit that afternoon crash where you're like, I need salt and I need sweets, because your body's telling you that because it's like, hey, your fuel tank completely empty and I need quick fuel right now. So we have to listen to our body's needs and follow those needs throughout the day. I know you guys are always on the go, and having that like emergency stash of like, hey, I have a snack, I have something that if I can't make it to have something to keep me going. And Allison will give you a bunch of great tips on that. And hydration, so important. So I always body weight per day, something with a straw, but always have it with you. The best way to get it in each day. So relaxation, when we think of that, women often say, well, I don't have time to meditate, or I don't have time to go to a yoga class. It could be a gratitude journal. That's the notebook you have tomorrow morning. You pull out and you write 5 things down that you're grateful for. It does not need to be a class that you go and sit in that you're paying for. It doesn't have to be 15 minutes of meditation. I was listening to a great podcast this weekend, and if we were to do 13 minutes of meditation, our brain comes and goes throughout that meditation, because who in this room can probably sit for 15 minutes and not think about anything else? Pretty slim pickings of those people. So even I can't sit and do that. And I preach it to patients every day, but it's normal that, okay, you're 2 minutes into that meditation. Now I'm better. I'm back onto my breathing. I'm focusing on that. That's a normal response. But the goal would be, if we're doing 15 minutes of that, hopefully we're getting 5 meditation at the end. So something that's for you, first thing in the morning, it's quiet. You start your day in that calm state. Remember that cortisol increases in your first hour. We want that to be a calm state. We don't want it to be roll over, open your phone, check your email. Oh gosh, that contract didn't go through. Something's wrong. Now your cortisol just went through the roof. And now you're going to spend the rest of the day trying to control it, because then when it crashes, you're going like this the rest of your day. Your mood's going to follow that same response for the rest of your day. Deep breathing, as we go through tips later on, just have a reminder every hour, like 9:50, 10:50, 11:50 on your phone that goes off every day that says, take 5 minutes and walk away. 5 to 10 deep cleansing breaths. You will be amazed at how it resets that next hour. and how much more of a focus you have on the task you're actually working on. If you sit and stare at something for 3 hours, no one can maintain their focus for that. So that's a really important piece to keep in mind. Can be yoga, reading, journaling. That journaling could be gratitude journaling. It could just be your emotions. It doesn't have to be anything specific. It may be different than what your friend's doing. A lot of people do art as a way of releasing that stress. It's really what works best for you. It doesn't have to be self-care where we're going and getting a massage or a pedicure or spending money from there. If there's one thing you take away other than how important your time is, it's how important your sleep is. So again, I know your schedules are crazy and it's like I can crank that workout at midnight when everybody else is asleep because I have to have it done by tomorrow. You've now just told your body, instead of calming that cortisol at 9:30 to 10 o'clock for rest, you can rev back up now. So when you stay up and you work till 1 o'clock, chances are when you try to go to bed at 1 o'clock, you are wired and you're not able to fall asleep for another hour, because at 9:30 to 10, when your cortisol was down and telling you to go to bed, at 11:30 when you were still up, your cortisol is cranking back up. So now we're going back up. And when you try to go to sleep, your cortisol has to take an hour to come back down to put you in that restful state. So then most people can probably say, so then when my alarm goes off at 6 o'clock, it is like pulling myself out of bed attached to something heavy. I cannot do it. I'm so exhausted because your body thinks it should still be in that deep sleep pattern. So we have to make sleep routines a priority. You're all going to think I'm crazy for some of these things of how can that happen, but make it a routine with a goal of getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep in the end. You're probably all laughing and thinking, how is that possible right now? But it will get better. And make it a goal. If you go to bed at 11:30 right now, bump it back to 11 next week. Bump it back to 10:30 the next week with a goal of somewhere between 9:30 and 10:30. You are in bed, not staring at your computer or your phone or your tablet device doing contracts, but in bed, reading or relaxing, listening to something. Headspace is a great app. Calm is a great app of a nighttime meditation routine, but something that turns your brain off so that you can get into that sleep regimen. And then if you do wake during the night, people say, well, I have to get up and go to the bathroom, or a kid wakes me up, just avoid stimulants. Have little night lights on, but don't look at your phone. Don't look at the clock. Don't flick on a light. As soon as you do that, cortisol spikes. And so your ability to go back to sleep is going to be affected by that. And then a big piece is then when we wake, think of following that circadian rhythm. When we wake is getting sunlight first thing in the morning. So within that first 20 to 30 minutes of waking, if you can walk outside to let the dogs out or do something that's fresh air and sunlight stimulating, it is amazing how that affects your overall stress response throughout the day. So I know it's getting cold and that really won't be that exciting, but even if it's 5 minutes outside. And then the one that no one likes me for is avoiding alcohol, because for women, alcohol, especially wine, I'm really sorry, but I won't be here for happy hours. But wine is a pretty high histamine reaction for most women. So women will call and they're having hot flashes and they're not sleeping and they're panicking during the night. They're raging with anxiety in the morning. And I'll say, are you drinking alcohol in the evening? Specifically, are you drinking wine? Because it is a really high histamine response for a lot of women. I'm not encouraging you to move to liquor, but clear liquor is a much better option for you, like a gin and tonic, than a glass of red wine that's going to stimulate your body's response with hormones. So, and many women are like, gosh, yeah, I tracked it and wow, huge difference. So just keep that in mind. You don't have to hate me for it, but I promise it'll make a difference. Emotions. So many women, we take it all in. We hold it all in. We take everybody else's stuff, right? They're stressed. We're going to take on that stress. Our kids are stressed, our parents' stuff, whatever it is. A client's contract didn't go through, whatever is going on, you're going to take that and hold it inside. Who do you use, or what tool do you use to express that emotion? Whether that's therapy and you're sitting down and talking to somebody every week, I think everyone should go to therapy, but especially in your line of work where you're taking so much in, you have to have a way to express that. If you're holding it all in, it's going to destroy you over the period of time. So therapy, positive self-talk, whether that's something you write on your wall, a reminder every day that you see, it's something in your car, it's a reminder that goes off on your phone, it's a friend that can hold you accountable and send you those positive self-talk moments. We use a lot of negative, like, oh, I didn't meet that goal, or I failed. Putting 1 or 2 things on our to-do list, we put 20 things on our to-do list, and most people can't make that happen in a day. Cry when you need to cry. Our body detoxes everything else, right? Medications, supplements, environmental toxins, emotion. So it's okay to cry. We have to get those sources out of our body. So a box of tissues in my office lasts about 2 days because it's like a little therapy session, but we have to get it out. We cannot hold all of those things in. Laugh daily. It's one of the best forms of therapy for everybody. So find a fun podcast or something that makes you laugh to do every day. And establish a good support network. There's a lot of women in this room who all do the same thing. Find that one accountability partner or a team of people who can say, what are you doing for yourself? Did you move today? Did you skip your meals today? And how are you doing with your emotions and stress? It's easy to find 1 or 2 people that can help you with that. Set boundaries, the hardest thing probably to do, right? Whether that's friends and family that create more stress for you and you're like, how do I set boundaries with my mom or my mother-in-law? Maybe your husband or partner, but there has to be boundaries of some sort, because if not, again, we're letting everybody kind of give us their stress and walk over us, but then we don't have tools to help us work through that. So those boundaries are going to be a little different when it comes to boundaries related to your sleep and related to your exercise pattern and such. But you have to find a pattern that works for you. And if you go through a list of what your stressors are and think, gosh, these are really things I don't need to deal with every day, start checking those things off your list. What are things or people that you could get rid of on every day? I wouldn't say family is the easiest thing, but as you come across those stressors, how can you either, what's the tool you're going to use to deal with it? Or is it something that you really need to have in your life that you can get rid of from there? The work-home balance is hard because I know you guys, most of you are not in an office, right? You're working from home. You don't have a 9-to-5 job. Clients are emailing you with things at all hours of the day and night. So it's hard to say, I'm only going to work 9 to 5. I'm only going to answer my emails and questions during this window of time. But you do have to set some boundaries, because if not, when they email you at 1 a.m. and you're on your phone and you reply back of the day and night. So if you wake at 5:30, set a goal of like, hey, I'm not going to look at my email until 6:30, so that you have that first hour to get up, let your body adjust to your day. Don't start it with a high stress. If it was a great, happy, positive email that said, have a great day and do something for you, that's different than what most of your emails probably consist of. So just kind of work on little goals like that of how can I set a boundary? Same thing in the evening. If you say, okay, I'm going to do dinner, and then before dinner, I check back in. But I have at least a window that says, like, this is my family time. I'm with my kids, whatever it may be. I'm not available. Then they know those things. And again, I know in your line of work, it's a little challenging because you can't just ignore things. I can't really do that either, but you can at least have some set of boundaries there. Set small goals. A lot of people make this list of goals and then it's really like, 30 or 40 things, and they accomplish one of those in a short period of time, and then they failed at what they were doing. Be realistic in that if you have 20 goals this month, what are your goals this week? What are your goals between now and Friday? What are your goals today? And what are your goals this morning? Because if you break it down into smaller segments, the stress of like, oh my gosh, I have so much to get done and don't know where to start. That whole multitasking brain fog when we're under stress tells your body to just get revved up and not stay focused on those tools. So set small goals, and remember, it's okay to say no. If somebody approaches you about an event or a meeting or something and you're like, yeah, I'd really love to go to that. I should go because I need to go, but I don't have the time. It's going to add more stress. Just say no. No, thank you. I'll come to the next one. That's the thing a lot of women struggle with, is like, I can't go to that. But it's really helpful and healthy to say, no, I can't attend. So this piece is not to be medical advice, first of all, because you have to have an individual approach when it comes to wellness. So when I have patients that come in and they give me a list of like 30 different supplements they're taking, or they're following this diet plan, I always say like, okay, where did you get this information? Instagram, Facebook, some influencer that probably has 0 medical degree is providing them with this great tool that worked for them. Chances are, so think of it as, you wouldn't go and just buy a prescription medication some people would online and start it, but same, not everybody needs them. They interact with medications. You don't just want to go out and start taking a bunch of things. And there's so many different forms of each thing. For instance, magnesium, there's 8 different forms of magnesium. So when most people come in to see me, it's helping their gut, but it's doing nothing for their hormones. And the supplement industry is one of those, like, there's billions of dollars out there that have been spent, and quality is important. 95% of my patients leave with a supplement recommendation, but it's because we've looked at what are their symptoms, where are their hormones, what medications are taking, and what are they doing with their dietary plan? Because a lot of it is their body's deficient in something, whether that's time for themselves, stress management tools, overall dietary intake throughout the day. There's usually something that's missing that we can work on first instead of starting a huge regimen. So these are just some basic things when it comes to stress management: magnesium, B vitamins, which B vitamins you have to be careful with because some people don't react well to certain forms of B vitamins. Vitamin C, there, the ashwagandha and rhodiola, those are herbs. And so again, not recommended to just see these and go home and start taking them, because depending on where your hormones are and depending on what medications and such you take, they can interact with many of them. But they are two of the most common ones you hear when we hear of stress, or you're listening to podcasts or things online, because they do help to calm that cortisol response. But important to look at baseline labs before you do that, and then follow up 3 to 6 months after that regimen to see, is it really making a difference? Because if it's not making a difference, why continue to take something that's not helping your body from there? All right, so helpful tips for you guys. I tried to make this specific to realtors because I know what I tell my patients who do have a 9-to-5 job is very different, but walk outside first thing in the morning, get that sunlight exposure. Avoid the phone or computer or any type of device that has your email or other forms of contact from clients for that first hour of your morning. And then set times during the day that your phone is silenced, which that, like, palpitations start for people when I say that. But in my line of work, I'm taking care of people and their health, right? There are times when if I don't respond to them, it is an emergent need and they do need emergency care. But I always say, would someone die if I minutes? And if the answer is yes, of course, it's going to happen right then, right? That's my line of work that I do. But chances are, if you say 30 minutes or an hour that my phone is, it's an hour of your day. It could be 30 minutes in the morning and 30 minutes in the afternoon. It could be 15, 15, 15, and 15, whatever you need. But windows that are for you, that work and clients are not draining you all day long. Because chances are at 5 o'clock when you walk in the door, or your kids or family walk in the door, you have no tolerance for them. Everything they do annoys you. You're physically exhausted. Whereas if we set those little windows through the day, you'll notice that, okay, like, I'm feeling better at the end of the day. I don't have that crash and burn window. It's adding up from the whole day when the fuel tank's empty, that there is nothing left to give anyone or even yourself at 5 o'clock. Which is another important thing. If you say, well, I'm going to save my gratitude journaling or my meditation or my me time for 7, 8, 9 p.m., probably not going to happen, because you're so exhausted at that window that you're like, I'm just going to go to bed, which is great because you need sleep, or I just don't have the energy. I'm going to do something else for myself or for someone else right now. Find your account. It's easy to find one person, if not more, that hold accountable to at least 1 or 2 of these recommendations. Set your alarm for every hour. Walk away from the computer, client, phone, whatever it is, and just veg out for 10 minutes. Take 5 to 10 deep cleansing breaths. Do a meditation. Listen to something funny. Do nothing. Just stare into space. Some women say, like, that's my relaxation tool, as I don't have to think about anything. I'm not responsible for someone. It is just time to be me and be quiet. Watching Netflix. That's, people always say, like, watching Netflix is my downtime. Perfect. Because you don't have to think, right? Your brain's not going on what you have to do or what the outcome is. And then put movement on your calendar. I'm sure your calendars are full of meetings and you wouldn't just delete it because you don't have the energy for it. But I bet you would delete movement if it was there as just I need to do that. But if it's on your calendar, make it a priority. It not only benefits you now, but as we age and our hormones and our bone health, it will make a huge difference for you. I'm just as guilty as wanting to take it off, but it's one of our top forms of therapy. So remember, small steps lead to bigger results. You're not going to do all of those changes that we just discussed. But if you set yourself a goal of, in the next month, I'm going to work on 2 of these goals, and then next month, more goals. Hopefully by the new year, you'll to accomplish that are for you. And as you start your new year, goals for you, not just your business and growth and your family, but what's something that you want to make as a priority for the new year as we go into that window of time. A lot of people leave like, I'm going to go do it all. And about a month later, they're not doing any of it because it was so overwhelming to try to add all of that to your list that's already really full. Just take small steps. In the end, it's going to pay off significantly. It's kind of like when I got messages from Karen after it last time I spoke, like the next day, like somebody made one small change. That is awesome. So, and remember, we're not trying to add stress. So when we talk about these tools, some people are like, that just adds more stress. I don't have time for that. So don't make it more stressful. The goal is to reduce those stressors that we can't take away. And the biggest takeaway is what will you do for you today and every day. So every day you wake up, every night before you go to bed, what are you going to do and what did you do for yourself that makes yourself a priority? All right. Questions? Mike? Two?
I just had a question. When you said drink water throughout the day, you said to use a straw. And I just wanted to like,
so it
I'm like,
actually will increase your intake, which seems silly, but like if you're drinking through this, you're getting multiple sips versus one sip of a water bottle. So you will double your water intake. It's a silly little trick.
No, I need more water.
But it works really well.
I was like, I'm not drinking enough. I have one more, but I'll go.
You're good.
What do you have any recommended brands for supplements? Because I know that a lot of them it's saturated and some of them are better than others. So.
Yeah. So her question was brands for supplements, which is so important because you could certainly go to Walgreens or CVS this afternoon and buy magnesium and all of those things, but the quality of that is a huge piece. I tend to stick with Thorne, Pure Encapsulations, Integrative Therapeutics are my top 3 that I tend to go with. Yeah.
I've heard of Thorne.
Yeah, Thorne's great, reasonably priced. That's the thing too, is I don't want patients to spend a ton of money on something. And the biggest thing with supplements is think of plugging your cell phone in. You're recharging it, right? It's dead, it's exhausted. Your body's the same way. You're gonna have moments where diet would be the goal, is that we're getting everything through that. But for most women, 95% of women cannot get enough magnesium and vitamin D3. Even if you're sitting outside every day in the sunlight, and they're 2 of our most important nutrient factors. So purity is a huge piece of it. So those are the top 3, but there's lots of other brands out there. You just get into the priciness of them. And our goal is to use it short term until we bring back where your body's like, okay, I'm not under high stress. I'm replacing what I need. Yep. Great question. Yeah. Pure Encapsulations, Thorne, and Integrative Therapeutics are 3 of my top.
Do you recommend melatonin before going to sleep?
Oh, that's a hard topic to say yes or no to. It depends on the individual. A lot of people, when they're taking melatonin over the counter, are taking really high doses, which is not the goal. And when we're giving our body something that it naturally is making, which the longer, like when we get into winter and we have longer, darker days, we're making more melatonin naturally. Our goal would be to figure out, why is your melatonin low? Why are you not sleeping well? Which is more likely to be a magnesium deficiency, or more importantly, a blood sugar imbalance throughout your day that's contributing to your sleep issues. So the root cause is what we're looking for. And then if we find like, hey, the individual based on testing does need to supplement, we would stay at really, really low doses of it instead of the high dose over the counters. And then hopefully use it for short term if we're using it.
And you mentioned that to get sunlight, within the first hour. Now that we're going to be going into, falling back, the times, what do you recommend? Because I've noticed I'm waking up before, like probably an hour before the sun even like starts creeping up.
Yeah.
So what do you recommend in that situation?
Yeah, if you can, even once the sun is up, if you can get outside even for 15 or 20 minutes at that window. I'm also a big fan of red light therapy, which again, the product that you're using is important to look at quality factors, but there's a lot of new research behind red light therapy as far as mood disorders, winter depression that a lot of people go through, hormone detoxification. So if we can't get it naturally, or there's also vitamin D3 lights that a lot of people use through the winter. But outside natural light would be the best, even if it's later in the day.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. Yes.
I had a question about magnesium. You said there were so many kinds. If we're just going to get an over-the-counter type, what type should we get?
Yeah, so depending on what the patient's symptoms are that they're presenting with, the form of magnesium will vary. So like someone presenting with GI issues versus someone that's presenting with hormone imbalance that we find on lab work. Citrate is the form that typically is over the counter that everybody's going to for gut issues. Your gut is like sleep, the foundation of your wellness. We need things to be removing on a daily basis. And that's the one a lot of people hear of, Natural Calm. It's the over-the-counter, help you sleep and calm. It will help you with your stools, but it will not help you with your depletion of magnesium. So then we typically use magnesium glycinate is that form. And then the dose varies depending on what we're treating the patient for. Yes, absolutely. The plan is always individualized. Some people don't need supplements at all, and other people do. So I wouldn't just start anything just because you're. Absolutely, you can overdose on any supplement for sure. Yes. Good questions. Anything else? All right, awesome. I'll turn it over to Miss Allison.
Melinda, so we, even though I live near you, we did all of our stuff online. So can you treat women who are outside of Loudoun as well?
Yeah, so as long as you're in the state of Virginia, throughout COVID, that opened up where we could be in different states. If you have a license in all the surrounding states, that varies depending on the provider. But for my practice, if someone's in Virginia, we can do it virtually. If they're outside Virginia, we do have to meet in office from there.
Fair enough. Thank you. All right, so our next speaker today is Allison Tepper, and Allison is with Tepper Nutrition. And one of the things that I talked to Allison about when we were putting this together is, how many of you are in your car all day long, and so you are rushing from place to place. You don't have time to get something good to eat. So who's hitting a drive-through? Yep. So because we're busy and we don't have time and we don't plan, or maybe we don't know what things to pack. So Allison is going to give us a little insights on what we should do. You will also notice that some of the snacks that are Allison approved are what we are serving today. So we're doing good there. So Allison.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me today. Karen, this is great. And Melinda, wonderful job and great segue into what we're going to be talking about today with food. So my name is Allison Tepper, and today we are going to be talking about how to eat balanced on the go as much as possible. And I just want to say that, the goal is not perfection, and it's really about getting a balance. I know that there's a lot out there, of course. I'm sure you guys have seen some things out there about food and nutrition and diet. There can be a lot of confusion, maybe some misinformation. Maybe it's a lot of work even to do the things that are recommended. And so our goal is really going to be to take it down a notch and keep it simple, keep it basic, so that, as Melinda was saying, it feels realistic, it's doable. We want this to be sustainable, lifelong. And my goal too is to make sure that when you are going out and when you're meeting with clients and when you're on the road, you're feeling energized, you're feeling nourished. I've had clients tell me that they've gone all day without eating and then almost got into a car accident because they felt lightheaded. So we definitely want to make sure that let your cup be the best version of yourself for your clients. Okay. So the goal will be to be eating regularly, balancing meals and snacks, and honoring your best cues. I know similarly, there's a lot out there too about length of time between meals, when you should first eat during the day. Again, really, we want to make sure that you are feeling energized and feeling that nourishment throughout the day so that you can be your best self. I don't know if anyone has experienced hunger. You don't want to be around me when I'm feeling hungry. And especially too, when I'm talking to clients all day about food, I get hungry talking about it. So definitely wanting to make sure that we are eating regularly, getting in everything that we need so that we can be well, for me, I can be nice to everyone that I come across. This will increase your energy and concentration. It reduces the hunger and hanger that I just mentioned, and improves your overall well-being. We can't get the nutrients that we need if we're not eating regularly throughout the day. So speaking of that hunger, and depending on your schedule, so kind of based off of sharing what I talked about with Karen, a lot of eating in the car, maybe going a long amount of time without eating, coffee with some milk in it, give up in some ways, but not going to give you all the nutrients that you need throughout yourself. So this is a hunger and fullness scale. Has anyone heard of this before? A few people? Okay. So when we get to this 0 to 1 on the hunger scale, has anyone experienced that before? Okay. So this can mean that we are feeling really, really hungry. This is when the hanger is setting in. Maybe you feel irritable, you're nauseous, lightheaded. These are all things that are signaling like, okay, we have to eat now. Now, I don't know if anyone's also experienced that when you get to this 0 or 1, you're more likely then to get to the 9 or a 10. Maybe you skipped breakfast. Maybe you've skipped lunch even. It's later in the day. You're starving. You go through a drive-through. You pick up something and it's like, I'm going to need 2 of those now. So the 0 to 9 to the 10, and then we might feel uncomfortable, overly full, groggy, weighed down. So really, again, performance, when we're thinking of when you're out meeting your clients, when you are doing the work that you need to do, it's almost a performance in a sense too. You have to be able to perform to the best of your ability. And eating will help with that, and kind of just reducing some of these swings that we might notice will help as well. So we want to try to eat around the 3 to a 4, and then stop around the 6 to a 7, 7.5, where you're feeling comfortably full. And then there is the 5. Sometimes when people are noticing they want food, that's signaling other things to us that would be other conversation, maybe like some emotional eating, or if you haven't eaten earlier in the day, you eat something, you still want more, even if you're not necessarily hungry. So eating regularly really helps to keep things where they need to be. So 3 to a 4, 6 to a 7, and 7.5 is kind of what we're aiming for to keep blood sugar stable and to keep you feeling fueled throughout the day. And then I like to use this as just a guide. Your plate doesn't always have to look like this, but when we're thinking about the different meal options that I have as examples, are we getting in a balance of nutrients? Melinda did a basic kind of, we want to make sure we have the carbs, protein, fat throughout the day, because each of these food groups plays such a different role in the body. So carbohydrates, I know there's a lot out there about carbohydrates, but they are so, so essential to our overall health. Carbohydrates are the body and the brain's main source of energy. And again, we are looking for energy to make sure that we are feeling good throughout the day. So we want to make sure we have our carbohydrates. Protein, of course, is going to help us feel full for a longer period of time. It helps with satisfaction. And getting that balance of protein and carbohydrates also helps to keep our blood sugar stable throughout the day. So we talked a little bit about mood and energy and irritability and things like that. Having that balance of the protein and the carbohydrate keeps the blood sugars, which also can help with mood as well. And of course, fruits and vegetables going to give us a really good balance of fiber, nutrients. And again, plate doesn't have to look like this, but okay, do I have my carbohydrates for energy? Do I have the protein to help me feel full? Do I have fiber to keep my GI feeling good? That also helps with fullness and making sure we just have this balance so that we're feeling good long term. So if we're kind of thinking of the plate and the different options we have throughout the day and things that can kind of hit all those different marks, I have listed some examples, but of course, what's most important is that you are finding things that work for you and that are enjoyable to you. The asterisks are options that can maybe be handheld or you can bring in your car with you. But I just want to put out there, I'm not, be careful when you're driving and eating, not liable if anything happens. But that's definitely a piece of it too, maybe pull over, but also things like having a smoothie with a couple different of these food groups in it can be a good option. It's handheld. You can drive and drink it as you're going. So something like oatmeal, we want to make sure, so oatmeal would be the carbohydrate. The milk would provide you some protein, maybe adding some fruit, some nut butter. That's going to give you a really good foundation to start your day. even things that we want to make sure that we're doing that are quick too. So I know that in the mornings, maybe it's hard to get something in. What is simple for you? Maybe it is toast with peanut butter and banana. Something is better than nothing. Something small can really make a huge, huge difference in your overall day. If we are skipping breakfast, sometimes people will notice that they have cravings later in the day. Has anyone noticed that before? Breakfast, lunch, what we eat earlier in the day can impact that. So really getting and setting the stage for the day can be really helpful by incorporating breakfast. So we have the toast with peanut butter and banana, maybe some eggs with toast and vegetables, whole grain cereal. Cereal can be a good option. There are cereals out there that have a good balance of protein and fiber, and I know it's quick and it's easy. Have some cereal, run out the door. A Greek yogurt parfait kind of can be a similar type of easy thing, the smoothie, but adding some different components to it. If we eat only carbohydrates in the morning, so say we only have like a piece of toast with butter and a piece of fruit, our blood sugars can go up. But if we only eat something like protein, the blood sugars can be impacted and go down as well. So having that combination of both, again, is really going to make the biggest difference. So lunch on the go, would you say that it's lunch that is typically so you've had your breakfast, make sure that we are incorporating a balanced lunch. So definitely one of my biggest things I do, and in Northern Virginia area, we are always seeing people like longer commutes. Maybe you're in your car for a while. Maybe it's a commute that you weren't even prepared for because it's taking longer. So being as prepared as possible is really key. So thinking ahead a little bit about what could be easy for you, even if you're prepping something the night before, you can throw into your car for the day. So maybe it's just a pre-made sandwich. A lot of places too will even sell like the pinwheel sandwiches already made. If there's something that's already paired and that's going to be helpful for you, again, something is going to be better than nothing. Have something available. For the bento box, so I know these are pretty hip right now. The bento boxes can be a great option. Just getting the different components in there. Doing a pre-made salad with vegetables and protein, making sure you have that balance in there as well. Even a cold pasta salad, a cold grain bowl, something that, again, that you can make the night before that you can bring with you. And similar to Melinda, I cannot have this conversation without mentioning water. And a lot of times too, we can confuse hunger and thirst. And so if we make sure that we have that to eat. So also where to eat. So in the Northern Virginia area, we have Cava, Sweet Green, Panera, the True Food Kitchen. Locally to us too, we have Green Heart, Let Us Be Loco. If anyone's familiar with some of these other options, Naked Lunch, which is in Herndon, where we can maybe find some of these better options that might feel good to you. So again, the goal is not perfection. I am someone who believes that all foods definitely fit to whatever is convenient for you. But if we really want to feel that benefit from the food that we're eating, to feel that nourishment, these can be options that can be really beneficial. And again, we're kind of looking to balance that lean protein, carbohydrate, and fiber when we're eating. Snacks. So very important part of this puzzle as well. So, and this is a great option too, to be able to kind of throw these things into your car, just having them available at all times, which is always nice. So again, we want to get that balance of the protein and fruit with nuts, or you can do a trail mix. If you're doing fruit, maybe with a cheese. And when we're thinking of ways to keep food cold also, so you might be saying like, okay, I'm going to bring these things, but I don't want to eat something if it's going to go bad. So something like, I brought my lunchbox. We are never too old for lunchboxes. And actually 2 lucky people will also get this lunchbox. But it's great. This is something that you throw in the freezer, and they say it lasts like 10 to 11 hours. I err on the side of caution, maybe closer to like 6 or 7 hours in the car, but it's amazing. So throwing your food in for the day and then being able to have it later on. So if you are doing something that is perishable, you can have this good option. So something like the cheese can go in here, the sandwiches, other snack options, pita chips and hummus, the roasted chickpeas. Has anyone seen those? They come in the bag. They're roasted. They're a great option too. Homemade energy balls. There's a lot of good recipes out there for that. You could do the yogurt again. And then the granola bars are always a good option, going to give you some protein and fiber. Preventative eating is definitely something too that that might happen, and something that I do recommend, if you are maybe not necessarily hungry, but you know that you're going into a couple hours of meetings and you're not going to have time to eat, you're like, okay, I might be in there and get hungry. Having a little something before you go never hurts. So definitely can be and the tools that we're looking for throughout the day. So definitely the water bottle, again, with the hydration, it might mean more bathroom trips, but definitely worth it. Having napkins and reusable utensils in your car. So the utensils that I use, they are reusable, take them out, wash them, or definitely having some of those plastic utensils in your car can be beneficial. The lunchbox, and then just having food. My friends always make fun of me. I always have food on me at all times, but I say that this is a way that I'm protecting our friendship so that we can still be friends. So you're welcome. And that's all I have for you today. Just want to do some basics, but thank you so much for having me. Oh,
Okay, there we go. Oh, sorry.
Hi.
hello.
What are your thoughts about intermittent fasting, both from a hormonal standpoint and also weight loss for some of us who are really trying to focus on that?
Yeah. So there is going to be something that is for everyone in terms of what works for them. The way that I approach nutrition, though, is to really focus on that regularity around eating so that we can feel energized. For some, they might do intermittent fasting and feel like it really is beneficial. But I have a lot of clients who do come in and they say, I'm doing intermittent fasting and I'm hungry. My energy is low. I can't focus. And that is definitely, something that we're going to say like, well, someone who benefits from eating regularly and having breakfast and things like that. It is something where I am of the mindset of like, we want to jumpstart a metabolism. Metabolism is a really, it's to fuel the metabolism. It's kind of like the same thing as a fire. To fuel the fire, we need to keep adding things to it, similar to our metabolism. To keep it going strong, we need to add nutrients to it in a way, of course, that's balanced and thought out. But that is kind of the more of the approach that I take with just fueling and making sure that everyone has the energy and the nutrients that they need. And I am someone who kind of does not really do more like the trends or anything that's out there at the moment. So that would be my stance on it.
That was your question? Okay. Anybody else have a question for Allison? Here's the mic, Martha.
Okay.
Here, does that work?
In regards to the intermittent fasting, aren't there some foods though that will keep you sated longer, like more protein or fats even?
Yeah,
right?
so protein and fat, absolutely. And so when we're thinking about how we want to balance our nutrients, those are definitely the foods that will keep us feeling full for a longer period of time. And then we still need that balance of the carbohydrates as well for the other roles that it plays in terms of energy and things like that. And in terms too, I know that part of the question too is around weight loss. There is a healthy way, to manage weight while eating regularly and still getting the nutrients in, which is kind of the best of both worlds. But yes, there are the foods that can help with satiety. And that's why we want to make sure we have that combination so that it holds us over for a long enough period of time, but that we are still eating regularly because our nutrients get depleted throughout the day. And so we do need to restock.
We do have a question from one of our live stream participants, which is multivitamin suggestions. Are they necessary?
So I think kind of similar to Melinda's presentation, it depends on the person. So definitely, of course, if someone is missing a food group, then we will suggest some vitamin. Multivitamins can definitely be helpful too if someone has a certain medical condition, or if maybe they're a picky eater, if they're not getting in all the nutrients that they need. Maybe if someone's a vegan or vegetarian, we're looking at different things that can be beneficial, but it would be something where would look at the lab values, look at their diet. The recommendation that I always go by is food first. And then if we need additional supplementation, then it can be beneficial, but potentially not required. When we do get to a certain age, though, definitely vitamin intake can be beneficial. So we're kind of looking at a lot of different factors.
Hi, thank you for being here, both you and Melinda. Where is your practice at? The reason I ask is I have successfully lost 34 pounds since last December.
Awesome.
and doing real estate, which is amazing.
Yeah.
I've had breast cancer twice, so that caused me a heart condition.
Mm.
So I knew that I need to do it. But could you tell me where your practice is? Because I would like to come and see you.
Yeah. Well, thank you for asking. And yeah, thank you. So for our location, so in Loudon, our location is in downtown Leesburg, across from King Street Coffee. And then we also have locations in Alexandria and DC, and then can meet with clients virtually as well.
Any other questions for Allison?
All right. Thank you so much.
Think about it. There must be a higher love down in the heart or hidden in the stars above. Without it, life is a wasted time. Look inside your heart and I look inside mine.
Testing.
Things look so bad everywhere.
Team building events, we do things like that where we can arrange different sort of activities. Like she does birthday parties and things like that. So that could be something that, yeah.
Okay, are we learning things? I see everybody's bringing out the Sherpa coats, and I hear that Natasha's toes are freezing. Yes. So we are working on it. It is going to be slightly warmer. So if you see me sweating, it's your fault. So, okay. So what was I going to say? Okay, we talked about that. Okay, next up, here we go. Next up, I have my friend, Tiffany Coombs here. And, you know, we all talk about branding, right? Branding is very important to us in real estate. And Tiffany is so on brand because she has this amazing cat, Peter, yes, and her yoga practice is called Buddha Cat Yoga. But if you're local to Leesburg, she now does, you've heard of like yoga with goats. She does yoga with cats at one of the cat cafes, which is like the cutest thing ever. So what I wanted Tiffany to do for us today, she's going to spend about 15 minutes with us today, is, you know, we spend so much time either sitting in our cars or sitting at our desk, right? I sit at my desk for hours on end, and then I get the crank in my neck. And so what I wanted Tiffany to do for us today is show us some easy stretches, moves, things that we can do when we're in the car or at our desk, just to kind of help to keep things moving a little bit. So I'm excited to welcome Tiffany. Let's get a chair for you.
All right. Can everybody hear me? Good? Good. Okay, cool. Can everybody see me okay? Can you see my feet okay? That might be a little bit iffy. Well, we'll do our best. So, I'm thankful to be here. Thanks, Karen, for inviting me. This is a really cool thing to do. I very much like you, I'm on the go. I have an 8-year-old. I run my own business. I'm a mobile massage therapist. So I'm always doing something out and about. And also because of COVID, a lot of my business has moved onto my computer, which is something I've never really had to do before, like sitting behind a desk and editing videos and all this kind of stuff. So I understand the plight of driving and on the go and sitting at a desk doing computer stuff. So I just wanted to share some stuff that I find helpful for me, and hopefully it will be helpful for you too. So the first thing, we're just going to start like from the ground up and just kind of go through all our body parts and things that we can just do easy peasy at the desk, here where you're sitting. You can take off your shoes if you want to, anything you need to do. I give you permission to remove your shoes. So that is one big thing, is if you're in your office or you're at home and you tend to wear like really pointy high heels or high heels in general, or just shoes in general, if you have a chance, just take them off and like wiggle your toes. It's the easiest thing you can do, but it makes such a big difference. Just taking your shoes off, wiggling your toes. Maybe you like go on the ball of your foot. Maybe you go on your heel. You could lift your knee up and make little circles with your ankle. It's really good for circulation. As we sit here for a long time, circulation starts to go awry. So it's good to move around in the lower body. Same thing, just make sure you do both feet. Circles feel so good. You get those little creaks and cracks out of your ankles that I know we all have. So just those little movements in your feet and your ankles are so helpful. And then moving up your legs. Oh, one more thing with your feet. At the end of the day, while you're watching Netflix or while you're in bed about to go to sleep, you could take some lotion and give yourself a nice little foot massage. Isn't that so sweet? It takes like 1 minute. You do like a little bit on your foot here, maybe you're like your toes, and then you do the other one. And then you're using your time wisely, both like enjoying a TV show that makes you laugh and giving yourself a little bit of self-care at the same time. Because as it's been mentioned before, we think I have no time for self-care. You kind of do. Like when you're making your coffee in the morning, what else are you doing? You could stretch your arms up. You could do some little movement just to fill in that gap while you're doing something else. So anyway, we've got the feet. Now your hips and your legs, your knees. While you're sitting at your desk, you can just bend and straighten your knee. It's so simple. It sounds so silly, but it feels good if you've been sitting for a while. And it's something easy you can do. You don't have to go to a yoga studio. You don't have to invite me to come to your house and teach you yoga. You just sit there and you straighten and bend your knee. And it's really nice. You can bring your knee up. If you're wearing a short skirt, maybe not, but if you have pants, if you have a longer skirt, you can just pick your knee up. And here too, you can make those little circles with your ankle, do some things with your feet, that kind of stuff. You could also, again, maybe not, depending on what you're wearing, just kind of move your hip, open and close. This isn't like the coolest thing to do on stage, but like just opening and closing, it feels good. Maybe in like your private, like little, I don't know, desk. So then you just do the other side, just picking up your knee, because then you get a really nice stretch for your lower back. You just get a little movement in your hip, just putting your body in a different position. It's really helpful. And it's so important to move and position your body in different ways, especially when we do sit like this. We sit like this, we drive like this. It's really important to kind of get out of that plane a little bit, like going like this. So that's the legs. If you, again, are dressed appropriately, you can also cross your foot over your thigh, so you get a little hip stretch while you're sitting there. This is something you could do while you're talking on the phone, while you're typing. If it feels good, you can lean forward. Maybe you can type like this or like this, So it's kind of using your time to stretch while you're doing something else. Because multitasking, while it's not like the preferred method, sometimes we have to do it. So just getting some stretching and movement in wherever you can be really helpful. And then, of course, you would do the other side. All right, so moving on to kind of your torso, your upper body, your shoulders, kind of all in one sort of piece here. You can just raise your arms up and lower them down. How nice. It feels good. Raise your arms up and lower them down. See how good it is? And it's so easy. It's so simple. Feels good. And then you could raise your arms up and interlace your fingers and stretch up. You could like lift your chest up a little bit. Sometimes I like to go like this. Wiggle around a little bit. So yeah, and then you can like You can lower your arms back down. You can do rolls with your shoulders. This one, it's so simple. I don't know why we forget to do it, but it feels so good. Just make those rolls with your circles. And you could go the other way too. It feels kind of weird to go the other way. You could make like figure eights with your shoulders if you're feeling ambitious. It's like a weird game. I don't know. And then you can raise one arm. You can stretch over to the side. That feels good. I always think it feels really good to stretch my waist, stretch my side. And then you can do the other way. Oh my God, that feels so good. I haven't done any yoga yet today myself, so this feels really good. You can do a little twist. So you would just take an opposite hand to your opposite knee, depending on your chair. You could wrap the other arm around the back of your chair. You can look back as much as you can. And then you can do the other side. Make sure you do both sides of things so that you're symmetrical if you're able. Let's see, we did the shoulders. How about your neck? Who has neck pain? Yeah. So lots of things you can do with your neck. And these are great when you're driving because you're just sitting in the car. You can move your neck around. You can't really do this in the car, unfortunately, but like you can do some things with your neck. So one thing that's really simple is to lower one ear to one shoulder. And you want to see if you can relax your shoulders. Yeah, and you can turn your nose down to a shoulder. You get a little different stretch there. You could turn your ear to your shoulder, and like your nose is on an axis, you could start to turn your nose up. Yeah, and a little different stretch. This one's a little harder to do while you're driving or in the car. Like, ooh, a bird. That's not so good, but this one you could do pretty easily if you're at a light. You can see when the light changes. You can look over your shoulder as far as you can. This one too, maybe not when you're driving, but it's helpful for driving because if you can't turn your head very much, it's hard to do this. And a lot of people I work with have trouble doing that because they've got tense shoulders, they've got neck pain. I've worked with a lot of clients and they're just like, I can't turn my head for driving. Well, okay, let's work on that. So just simple movements, simple stretches with your neck can be really helpful. Dropping your chin to your chest, that one feels really good. You can roll. I don't advise doing those head circles, like we're taught a lot of times. Just kind of rocking from one side to the other side feels really good. And you try to get really lazy with your neck. And then you could look up. And then just look straight ahead. So again, these shoulder rolls, I just wanted to do these again after I did that. These shoulder rolls are really great. So yeah, these are just some really simple things that you can do anywhere. When you're standing in line, you can practice your deep breathing because the line's really long and you're getting impatient, or your kid is there like, Mom, can I have this? Can I have that? And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to block all that out and take a few deep breaths instead. You can work on how you stand because a lot of times we stand like this, at least I do, or like we hold a purse and our shoulder is lopsided. So if you're standing in line, I must look stupid at the store, but standing in line like, oh, how am I standing? What am I doing with my body? Because a lot of yoga is all about awareness. And you notice what your body's doing, you can be more, you're more likely to adjust it instead of just constantly being one position, you don't even realize it. So you start to pay attention to how you're holding your body. Like, oh, I'm kind of lopsided. Maybe I could straighten myself out. Ooh, that feels better. Suddenly you're in maybe a better mood just because of how you're standing. You might just feel a little bit differently mentally and physically, which is just magical. You're just changing your position and you feel better. Things like that. Same thing. You can just kind of roll your shoulders around discreetly while you're standing there. Maybe you reach to get a candy bar. And you I won't lie. I'm a little bit like, sometimes I want a little candy bar. So yeah, even when you're standing in line at the store, there are things you can do. When you're cooking, I'm making mac and cheese for my daughter. I stand there, the water's boiling, and I'm doing something like putting my hands on the counter and doing something like this. Like if you know down dog, you're doing something like that on the counter, and that feels really good. A little tree pose, test your balance while you're washing dishes. There's so many different things. I have my daughter doing this now. She's like, Mama, look what I'm doing. I can do it too. That's so great. That's so great. So just making sure that you switch sides when you're doing it. Is really helpful. Yeah, and then you can do all that same stuff that we did sitting down while you're standing up. One day I was messing around, just doing this dumb photo shoot one day and folding my laundry. Like reaching up high. My laundry was on my couch and like reaching for my laundry. I'm sitting on the floor in a stretching position, folding it, so you can put these stretches anywhere throughout your day just so that you can feel a little bit better in your body. So, does anyone have any questions?
What's your stance on standing desks?
I feel like standing desks are great. I don't have a lot of experience with them, but I think they're great because you're not sitting in one position. If you're standing, you have more of a chance and you're more likely to move around while you're doing what you're doing. At least I would be. I'm a little bit fidgety, so if I had a standing desk, I'd be like, yeah, I'm working. So that's what I would probably do, but I think they're great.
Is the key like movement though? Because I have also heard that, the con of a standing desk is that it can really put, a lot of pressure and stiffness on your back.
Yeah.
Standing all day on your feet all day.
Yeah, and in that case, noticing how you're standing, because like I mentioned before, if I work like this while I'm standing, I'm like, oh my God, why does my hip hurt? Oh, it's because of how I'm standing or the type of shoes you're wearing. If you're wearing shoes that don't have good support and you're standing all day, that's not going to feel so good either. So I think there's pros and cons to anything, however you're working at your desk. So yeah. Yes.
Hello. I have a similar question off of hers. What about sitting on the medicine balls?
Oh, yeah, those are great too. Medicine ball, those are nice because you aren't standing all day and putting potential pressure on your back. It's good for your core to sit on those medicine balls. So you're sitting there. You have to hold yourself up a little bit more on your own than you would in a chair. So you're developing core muscles without even consciously working out. So that's pretty good. So I think they're great. Yeah. They're really good. You could practice sitting cross-leg on there and find your balance. There's lots of things you could do. Exactly. Hear thuds all around the office. Yeah. Usually, technically between 30 seconds to a minute can be very beneficial, but even if it's like 10 seconds, that's fantastic. Because as everyone else has mentioned, less is more. If you do a little bit every day, it's better than doing a lot a couple of times during the week or like during the month. So if you feel like I don't have time to hold this stretch for 30 seconds or a minute, but I do have time to take a quick stretch here, it can make a big difference, even if it's for just a short period of time. Yeah. Cool.
I've never taken yoga. What is the goal? Muscle building, stretching, weight loss? What do you accomplish when you do yoga?
There are a lot of answers to that question. So that's okay. So a lot of times people get what they need out of yoga or what they want out of yoga. You know, some people look at it as mindful practice for the most part, where they're focusing more on developing awareness, a meditation practice, sometimes a spiritual component if that's something that you're interested in. But there are other people who find a lot of benefit in strength building, with like a low impact strength building exercise, relaxation exercise, depending on the style of yoga that you take. People find it helpful for building flexibility in a helpful way. So there are a lot of goals that you might be searching for in yoga. It just depends on who you are and what you're after, and who your teacher is, what they might be focusing on. Yeah.
Any other questions? So if you're new to yoga, there are all these different types of yoga, right?
Yeah.
So that's a barrier to me. So if you're new to yoga, what do you recommend in terms of what type?
Sure. It depends. Again, it depends. So the most common yoga that you'll find is called vinyasa. Vinyasa yoga, you tend to flow from one pose to another. Sometimes it can be faster paced, sometimes it's slower. It just depends on the teacher. But if you're looking for something with a little bit more stillness involved, a little bit more relaxing, you might look for a class that's called, you might look for a gentle yoga class. You might look for a restorative yoga class. You might look for sometimes there's like a basics class that you may. So it's helpful to, when you first start, is kind of poke around online and see what studios are out there. Look at their schedule and see what class type seems to speak to you. There's a lot out there. I know. Great.
Any other questions for Tiffany? All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
I'll see you at the Cat Cafe.
Yes, please come. It will be so much fun.
All right, did we learn some things during our health segment? Okay, so now what we're going to do, where is my little clicker? Here it is, clicking. Okay, so we are going to do our first takeaway exercise of the day. So inside your goodie bag, you have a highlighter. So what we're going to do, so if you would turn to page 24 in your workbook, here's the idea. Has anybody ever gone to a class, a training, a conference? You are flooded with ideas, right? Vicky goes and she texts me nonstop with things and we can't keep track of what the things are. You're flooded with ideas. You come home, you are fired up, you are excited, and then within a week, you do nothing. Yes? Who's gone to things and done nothing? Because it's overwhelming. It's overwhelming to do. So we're going to try to help you today to kind of focus a little bit. Also, I heard that it is a little bit hard to hear in the back of the room. So we are working on improving that. So hopefully you guys are doing okay back there. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 5 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes. You're going to take this worksheet. It's page 24 in your workbook. I want you to go back through your notes from each of our 3 presentations we've had during our health segment. And I want you to highlight what were your biggest takeaways. And then you're going to decide what are the top 1 to 3 takeaways that are things that you really want to implement in your life. Okay? Does that make sense? So go through, highlight, you could circle, whatever makes sense for you. But you're going to be picking the top 1 to 3 things. Doesn't have to be 3. It could be 1. And you're going to write them on this worksheet. And you got about 4 minutes to do that. Okay? Okay.
tides are turning, and we're just hanging on, facing our fear and standing out there alone. I yearning, yeah, and it's real to me. There must be someone who's feeling for me. Things look so bad everywhere in this whole world. What is fair? We walk the line and try to see falling behind. And what could bring me a higher love? I'm all up. Bring me a higher love. Oh, oh, bring me a higher love. My love, it's that higher love. I keep thinking
Okay, I can tell when it starts getting loud that everyone has done their homework. Did everybody jot down some takeaways? Does anybody want to share a takeaway that they're going to focus on? You can just kind of yell. Anybody? Anything you want to share? Yes, over there. Yeah, Alicia. Yep. Yes. So Alicia wants to focus on sleep. Yep, absolutely. Anybody else want to share a takeaway you're going to focus on? Yeah. Marcia. Getting outside, getting some sun in the morning. Yeah, that's a good one. Amy, do you have one? Okay. Oh. Sorry. Adding back carbohydrates into your diet. Yeah. Lisa, sorry, I know everybody's yelling. Gabriel's telling me, get the microphone. Sorry. Lisa.
Morning meditation and gratitude journal.
Morning meditation and gratitude journal. Does anybody have a journaling practice already that you do? Yeah, I know some of you do. Yeah. Look at LeAnne. LeAnne's like, yes. Who else? Anybody want to share a takeaway? Yolanda?
I'm going to add a healthy snack bag to my car.
Add a healthy snack back
no
to your
dry
car.
foods.
Yes. So you're ready. Yeah, Jenny, what do you got over there?
I'm going to turn my phone off on silent 30 minutes a day.
Yes, Lori. That's a good one. I think a lot of us need to do that. Any other takeaways you guys want to share? All right, so here's what we're going to do now. So we have wrapped up our health segment. So I want to introduce Lisa Rigoni. Lisa is our sponsor for our health segment. Lisa is with the Organizing Mentors. So Lisa's going to take just a couple of minutes and share with you a little bit about her business. If you have not already, we do have a special giveaway. Lisa is local to us in Northern Virginia. So make sure that you drop your business card at lunchtime so that you... Oh, you're fine. It's to be entered to win. So Lisa's going to share a few words with us. We've got some giveaways, and then I have another couple introductions, and then we're going to be breaking for lunch. Okay? Sound good? Lisa.
Hi, everybody. I am Lisa Geraci Rigoni, and I own the Organizing Mentors. I call myself the Chief Declutter Officer. We're professional organizers, but also we are one of the only certified through the National National Association of Senior and Specialty Move Managers. We're the only ones that went through the rigorous, we have to document 40 moves and all the people we've worked with. And I've used some of your names. And I started writing down all the names of the ladies. And there's one gentleman, we haven't worked together yet though, and there was just too many of you. So thank you so much for your support. Vicky and Karen have always been very supportive. I've been able to brainstorm with them and just say, oh, this isn't working. What can I do? Or how can we work better? And just have always supported me and loved me. And I really do love you guys. That's why I wanted to give my all to you guys today also and meet some new people because not all realtors work with all organizers and, you have to find who works with you. But I wrote down some notes because I chose the health sponsorship because my tagline is reclaim your space mentally and physically. Because I have ADD and sometimes, shit's around me and I can't focus, right? And it's a little of both for our moving clients and organizing clients. So when Melinda came up and I wrote some notes, day-to-day stress. So when you go into someone's home, and there's stuff everywhere, and their stress level is high because they're moms, they're busy, they're working, they're seniors. We work a lot with seniors. Then add clutter onto it, forget it. Myself included. I have many friends in here who've been to my house, and they're like, "You're a professional organizer, right?" But life gets in the way. The good thing is, and I left all of you a little magnet about the little system, take it home. The first step is let it go. What are the things in your life? And I forgot who mentioned it. I think maybe it was Allison. Declutter your friends, you guys. Declutter those toxic people. It's not just about stuff. And I'm the first one, and Susie knows this for sure. I'm the first one. If someone's not calling me, it's because of me. Well, no, I think it's the universe just saying, maybe you don't have to reach out to them so much. It's food, right? We were just talking about food. I wrote down, we declutter people's homes and garages and pantries. People get healthier because you move the snacks a little lower on the shelf in the pantry, so it's not right there. There's all these little tactics you can do to get healthy mentally and physically. So clutter strangles our wellness and our health, and it mashes everything in your life. Believe me. I mean, Karen's had a hell of a 2 years, right? If clutter was a part of the option, forget it. And it might have been, but do one thing a day, just like we're saying. What can you do? That's why I created the little system. Those of you who known me for 14 years that I've been in this business, I used to be leave it to Lisa. Now I have 5 team mentors, so it can't just be me anymore. And we're the organizing mentors because we're going to mentor you, just like you guys do with your clients. You have to kind of ease them into what they want, what they don't want. The little system can be used to make any decision in your life. I want a big mansion. I want this, and I want 17 bedrooms. And well, what can you afford? Let's let go of the things you can't. What intentional is the next step? What are the things you truly want? And guess what? The house just appears. It's like you set that intention. It's just about stuff. I think the whole day is kind of about what can you let go of in your life that doesn't matter. It's not bringing you to your future self that we all so cherish and want to be. So it's got to work for you. So yes, we do move. We're move managers. We manage. We help you guys look great. I want to keep making you guys look like rock stars and take all that pressure off of you so you can do your job. You can be the good guys. Sometimes we play the evil sister because you got to get that down. Take your pictures down. I know it's beautiful. It looks great, but take it down. Let the people see what the house is supposed to look like with them in it, right? So that's okay. We can play the bad guys. You guys just keep looking pretty and handsome. So if you have any questions, please reach out to me. I'm always here for you. Give me a business card. Like most of you know, I give a free gift certificate out for you when you're going to a job. And sometimes it gets you the job. It's a $200 bonus that you can pay me if you want. That would be great. But it's a free gift to you to give to your client. Hey, I don't know if you need this, but Lisa's here. Just have her come and give you some pointers. You can hire her, but this is my gift to you. So it looks like you're giving them $200 with me. All right. So, and I have a $500 gift certificate for anybody who's local to work with me. My organizers are fantastic, but, and I want them to work more than me. So I can be doing this and see you guys and all that. So thank you so much for your support and come see me. Thanks.
What areas do you guys serve? So you're obviously Loudon.
Yeah, we're Loudon. We go up to DC. I'm not a big fan of DC. It just depends on the area. It has to have parking. That's our biggest. We're in Manassas. We're in Chantilly. We're out in Round Hill. We do Loudon, Leesburg, McLean. We're all over. Don't tell anybody. We do West Virginia. We're not supposed to do West Virginia yet. Yeah, we do. Yeah, if it's a little over the board. Yeah, because I have everybody all around. And if you know anyone who likes to organize, let me know. I need people up in like Arlington, Alexandria, McLean to hire. Part-time, all good people. Okay.
Thank you. Okay. I don't know what happened. Something I did. So we're going to fix that real quick. While Gabriel is doing his magical things, we have some giveaways. We have a couple giveaways, and then we are going to do a couple more introductions, and then we're going to take our lunch break, okay? So, Jenny, you have given me the magical list, or Stacy, somebody gave me the list. And so Jenny is going to, so our first giveaway, this is the packet. This is the lunchbox that Allison was telling us about. And you actually freeze the whole thing, right, Allison? Like yeah, the whole thing goes in the freezer. And so our winner for that is Laura Schwartz. Laura's over there. Okay, we're doing the two together. Okay, so we have a book that was recommended to us from Melinda called In the Flow. And I think you would recommend this to everybody, I think is what I've heard. And then we also have a water bottle to go, you should probably, yeah, and a water bottle to go along with it. Vanna, thank you, Jenny. Is Aaron Crooks. Aaron, where's Aaron? Awesome. And next up, we have a cookbook or a book called Gentle Nutrition. This was a recommendation from Allison. A water bottle also to go along with that. Winner there is Katie Solomon. Yay! Okay, next we have, this is one of my very favorite tote bags. This is from a company called Noonday Collection. And so what they do is they empower women in other countries to make a living wage. And so these are all handcrafted by artisans. I have 4 of these in my car. These are great. So especially if you live in Loudon and now we have a bag tax, you want to have a bag. And so Jessica Baker, that is for you. Jessica, I think, is back there. And then we have one more health giveaway, and that is one more of the packets. And that is for Sarah Tozer. And Sarah, I know Sarah's hangry because she's having a baby in a month. So she needs those snacks. So we're going to give that to her. We're going to give that to her. All right, awesome. Okay, what do we have here? Okay, next up, I want to do a little introduction and let you guys hear for a minute from Mark Harrington. Mark is with Junk Luggers of Gainesville, and Mark was our VIP dinner sponsor. So he's like the smartest man ever because there were 20 of us lovely ladies in the room last night at the restaurant, and then Mark. So we are very happy to have him here. So Mark, I'm going to give you a couple minutes here. Yes, I said you can have 5 minutes. He's like, I want 5 minutes in 50 seconds or something. So, but you get 5.
I'm going to take 45 minutes if that's okay. Would all please stand up? Just all the men. I would like to thank you for your support. Thank you. Thank you. So I want to tell you a story about Karen and how she broke my heart. I was in this room, I was talking, I do this big thing about, hey, put my number in your phone, and my number's not up there. Put my number in your phone, put my number in your phone. So a couple weeks later, I text Vicky. I said, hey, Vicky, that was great, thanks. And she replied back and said, hey, Mark, that was great, thanks so much. And then I text Karen, and she said, who is this? And ever since then, I'm in her phone. We text and all that good stuff. So what I would like is for everyone right now, take out your phone. I'm serious. That's an attack. Courtney, I got your number already. 703-395-4686. 703-395-4686. Three. So, look, we talked last night about differentiation, right? And I lose track of the numbers. There's 16,000 agents in Northern Virginia. There's 20,000 agents in Northern Virginia. Why are you different? Why are you unique? What makes you special? We chatted a little bit last night. So I came from the IT world, and I told this last night that when Lockheed Martin and SAIC and CACI, these multi-billion-dollar firms are bidding on a multi-billion-dollar contract for the federal government, they sit down in a room, all the smart people, and say, why am I different? Why is Lockheed different than SAIC? They all have the capabilities. They all have smart people. They all have skills. But they say, here's what we do better than all the rest. It's no different than junk. So when I first started, I'm a franchise to my detriment. But when I first started, I Googled junk removal near me. And there was this sea of sameness. Everyone said the same thing. We donate. We work with charities. We remove junk. We're eco-friendly, which is a word I despise because it's so cliche. So I said, I looked at Junk Luggers, and actually the one thing I liked about their franchise at the time, they had a mission called Second Chance. So, and I was scared of this message. I'm not scared of it any longer. They go to a home, they remove junk, they charge you for it, then they go sell it. You think, what in the hell, you're selling my stuff? Yeah, hey, I can either dump it or I can sell it. So just like House of Mercy, Habitat for Humanity, Goodwill, everyone has a mission they serve. All those nonprofits sell this stuff. They get revenue. They support their mission. You know what else they support is their salaries, their rent, their overhead, et cetera. So I really liked that business model. I said, hey, okay, we charge them and then we sell it. That sounds good to me. What I didn't like about the corporate was their warehouse was 10,000 square feet. It was dark. It was dingy. It wasn't cool. So when I put together my place called Remix Market in Warrenton, Virginia, is Dina here? Has anyone been to Remix? Have you been to Remix? I've been to Spitoni. So you've been to Remix? Okay. It's this really cool place. You should go there. In Warrenton, this big red warehouse, 5,000 square feet. And when everyone walks, actually Google my reviews. Don't look at the one asshole that gave me a 2-star. Forget that guy. But look at all the other reviews that say, hey, this place is neat and fun and funky and cool and it's awesome. It's got a great vibe. It's all junk. It's all stuff that we took from homes. That when I didn't have Remix and I tried to go to a traditional donation center and we pull up with a full truck of stuff, they say, I'll take that, and I won't take that, and I won't take that. So you go dump it because you got to be empty. You got to get to your next job. That's what happens. If you go to Fairfax County, there's a line of junk trucks dumping everything because most donation centers won't accept a lot of things. So Remix is a fun, cool place. It's why I'm different. It's why I'm unique. One more small story about Karen. She referred an agent to me, Vicky Christner. She said, can you get there today? And that's why I say, get my phone. She said, can you get there today? I said, sure. Sent 2 trucks from Warrenton to Percival, knocked out a 3-truck job because one of my trucks is twice the size of the other truck. It was a $3,000 tab. I made a mistake. I didn't call Vicky and say, hey, look, before we lift a finger, she was in Florida. Before we lift a finger, here's your price. I didn't do that. And we had discussed some numbers right around $1,500. I emailed her this morning. I said, here's the itemized list. Here's the charges. Here's the recycling charges. Here's everything. And I said, but I made a mistake and I didn't tell you that before we lifted a finger. And I said, she said, how about you work with me? Let's split the difference. You know, instead of 3,000, let's go to 2,275. And I said, you know what, Vicky? We talked about 1,500. That was in your mind. I'm going to send you an invoice for 1,500. Let's call it a day. I'm not about trying to nickel and dime people. So I value the relationship. I value the business. Hope you all took down the number. And that's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Karen. Thank you so much. I love that. Okay, so we have 2 things. Actually, we're going to have, so Katie Solomon, if you'd like to start making your way to the front of the room, my beautiful friend. So I'm going to do one more little announcement. We're going to let Ivan for you, and then he's going to say a minute because Champion Title is our lunch sponsor. And then I have a few lunch reminders for you, and then we are going to have our nice lunch break. I see Terry Williams with My Guys Moving is in the back. So Terry is one of our hospitality sponsors. So thank you very much. And I will also say that we have Steve Rigby is here. He's hiding back in the corner. Steve is the author of the book Smile, which is a great book for realtors. My team has actually done it as we did it as one of our first quarter book clubs like 2 years ago. So Steve is here. So he's always great to chat with. So make sure you check him out too. So Katie, come on up here. Oh, wait. There we go. I'll come back.
I'll be short and sweet because I think everyone in this place is hungry after that.
Because she is short and sweet.
And I am, and I can, and I'm just glad that I can actually reach the microphone in this situation. So I am Katie Solomon. I'm with Champion Title. We have been around for almost 30 years. We work with, I see so many familiar faces, and super excited to see and chat with everybody during lunch and everything. But we have been growing, over the last couple of years. We have offices all over the area. If you have any questions, I'm happy to sit with you. Like I said, I'm going to be super fast because I think Chrissy Cruz will kick my butt because she was reading my recipe book, and I think she's even hungrier. So I'll be quick. But one of the main reasons that I wanted to say we are so happy to be a part of something that Empowering Women does, and with Karen, is because when I first started doing this, almost 6 years ago, I did not come from sales, and I didn't know how to be salesy or any of that good stuff. And how I knew how the real estate world worked, but I didn't know a lot of things that I really wanted to go into this with. And I was trying to introduce myself, as we all do into anything a part of the real estate industry. We're all trying to just get to know anyone and everyone, right? And get all the good little things we want to learn and bring out to the other agents or lenders or whoever we're working with. And I remember I had so many agents, he would, just be like, oh yeah, Katie, sure, I'll meet with you. And then I would never hear from them, or I would, and have the quick little meeting, 30 minutes. And Karen, when I first started, was like, yes, I'll have lunch. And we had a 2-hour lunch. And she told me all the things. And I remember feeling like a little bit overwhelmed to go all of this from not, being in the real estate industry. And then after meeting with Karen, I remember having that feeling of wait a second, I can do this. I can meet with these people. I do kind of know what to look for, because she told me all of the things, all of the things. And she's also one of those people for me that she gives me, I call it a mom eyebrow, when my mom, no, and I don't mean that in a bad way. I don't mean it in a bad way. Ever since I was little, if I ever needed to kind of chill out or something, my mom would give me the eyebrow. Or even now, if I'm overdoing life and overwhelming myself, I get the eyebrow of maybe it's time to chill. I feel like Karen has kind of been one of those people for me as well, of hey, remember that thing, boundaries, we've talked about? So that's one reason why we are so excited to be a part of anything empowering women. And like I said, with Champion Title, I'm happy to sit and chat with anyone. Would love to get your card, have coffee, all of that good stuff, and hope to talk to you soon.
Are enjoying your day. So you have one of these cards. I think they're on the table. They're in your work. Very special offers for you. So if you want to attend the happy hour and you don't have your ticket, you can use this to do that. If you are interested in getting a recording of today's event, you can actually get a complete recording of today's event, which Gabriel will have ready in 2 weeks. Gabriel? Tomorrow. No, 2 weeks. You can get one of those. We also have a special offer for joining the Inner Circle today, and you can get that on there as well. So there you go. All right. Reminders, restroom location, men and women's available. So Zach, Steve, Mark, Terry, you're going to have to go somewhere else. But we have the men's and the women's restrooms are available to us today. We do have our hospitality tables. So just remember those are available all after snacks. Happy hour tickets we talked about. Giveaways, we talked about that. We've got more of those coming up. Don't forget our photography sponsor, Aaliyah Destor with Alamon Studios. She is set up in the bridal suite, which is the gorgeous room. You can get your headshot for $47 today. And I swear you cannot walk away from her studio for less than $1,000. So that is a crazy good price. We have a break scheduled for this afternoon. Okay, any questions? You can see a staff member. So lunch is until 1 o'clock. Lunch is being served in the Jefferson room, which is just out the hallway to the left. It's buffet style, so you have time if you want to take a break. You're welcome to go outside. Is there something else I forgot? I feel like I forgot something else. No, Jenny, am I good? Okay, let's have lunch.
Feel the rhythm, wrap around, take a hold of my heart. What a feeling, here's believing. I can't have it all, now we're dancing all my night. takes hold of my heart. What a feeling is believing. I can't have it all. Now I'm dancing for my life. Take your passion and make it happen. Pictures come alive. You happiness hit her like a train on a track. Coming towards her, stuck still in back. She hid around corners and she hid under bed. She killed it with kisses. From it she fled. Every bubble she sank with a drink and washed it away down the kitchen sink. The dog days are over. The dog days are done. The horse and I'm in, so you better run. Run fast for your mother, run fast for your father. Run for your children, for your sisters and brothers. Leave all your love and your love behind. You can't carry it with you if you want to survive. The dog days are over. The dog days are done. Can you hear the horses? 'Cause you're like anything from you except everything you had and what was left after that. Happiness, I hit her like a bullet in the by someone who should have known better. The dog days are over. The dog days are done. Can you hear the horses? 'Cause here they come. Run fast for your mother, for your father, for your children, for your sisters and brothers. Leave all your love and your longing behind. You can't carry it with you if you want to survive. The dog days are over. The dog. Can you hear the horses? 'Cause we are late First I was afraid, I was petrified. Kept thinking I could never live without you by my side. But then I spent so many nights thinking how you did me wrong. And I grew strong, and I learned how to get along. And so you're back from outer space. I just walked in to find you here with that sad look upon your face. I should have changed that stupid lock. I should have made you leave your key. If I'd have known for just 1 second you'd be back to bother me. Oh, now go, walk out the door. You're not welcome anymore. One who tried to hurt me with goodbye. You think I grumble? You think
Welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back from. Did everybody get to eat? Everybody got something to drink? I hope you're all happy because it's hot in here now. It is so freaking hot in here. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with you? Everybody good? Did you have a good lunch? We all got some vitamin D, like Melinda told us, right? Everybody went outside, did a little bit of that. Yep. Okay. Making your way back. Okay. So I had to get rid of the high heels. So we've moved on to flip-flops for the rest of the day, if that's okay with everybody. The knee said no more to the heels. Here they all come. Okay. Yes. Well, it's Gabriel because he's got it like he's a professional. And so I have to pay attention to what I'm doing here. Okay. It is so hot in this room right now. Hi. Who is hot? No, you guys are comfy over there? You're killing me. I need a little mini fan, Misty. That is exactly what I need because it's so hot. Okay. All right. So I want to say thank you again. And I don't think, again, she's not in the room when I try to say thank you to her. Here she comes down the hallway. Sheila Mackey. Sheila Mackey. Where is she? I thought she snuck in the back door. Where did she go? Is she coming? Yay! So Sheila did all of these beautiful flowers. And so if you reach under your chair, so use your right hand and reach under your chair. And if there's a sticker under your chair, then you get to take the flowers home. Yay. Awesome. All right. Oh, did you get your own flowers? All right. So couple things as we get settled back in for the afternoon. All right, so we have, I've got one more of our premier sponsors to introduce to you. Oh, look, you got, good job, Mary. Mary got the flowers, yes. And we're gonna do that. And then I have an announcement for you. And then we are going to move into our wealth segment, which I am super, super excited about. So Christy Schellenberger of Real Advantage Transaction Management, would you come up and say a few words? Real Advantage is our happy hour sponsor, and I think we do still have tickets. So if you're interested in that, then come on up.
Hi, everybody. I'm Christy Schellenberger. I own Real Advantage Transaction Management, and I'm here today with Sarah Herrera, a wonderful TC on our team. I learned about this community a year ago when I came to this event last year, and it was amazing to look out into the crowd and see a bunch of women who are competitors who were sharing and collaborating, and it was really amazing and made me want to be a part of this community. So we offer contract to close, listing coordination, and marketing services. Happy to chat with anybody about our services and how we can enhance your business and your life. So let us know how we can help. We are sponsoring the happy hour, and we're going to give away a free transaction. So hope to see you there and look forward to meeting more of you today.
And for those of you who are local, her mom is Sue Smith. So is there any question that right? She is the best. Okay, so I have a very special announcement for you, which is in your book. So we wanted to introduce today our very first Empowering Women in Real Estate brand partnership, which is with Evolve Virtual Solutions. So we now have a partnership with an excellent virtual assistant company, and they've been around for about 5 years. I've been working with them for quite a while, and I've had a really amazing experience with them. They do everything from social media to ISA work, cold calling, managing your database, just a whole myriad of things. And it's been really amazing. And through our partnership, you're able to get 20% off any of your services with Evolve Virtual Solutions. So you can read more on the page there in the book. There is a landing page on our website, empoweringwomeninrealestate.com. Click on partnerships. You can learn more about that, and you can also register for more information if you would like to learn more and how to work with them. So there we go. All right, let me see. Oh, see, look, I had a slide even. It's so hot that I can't focus. Okay. So we are going to move on to our wealth segment, which I am so excited about for today. It's probably one of the ones that I've been most excited about, because as real estate investors, this is something that's really important. And so what we've put together for you today is an amazing panel of women who are all in the real estate industry. They're all real estate investors. And what I love about it is they invest in different ways, different parts of real estate. So I thought that they would bring a great perspective to this. So let's welcome them to the stage. We have, first of all, Courtney Brown. And we have Jessy Printz. And we have LeAnne Annies. And we have Cher Castillo. I'm so excited. Okay. What's wrong, Jenny? Is everything okay? What did I do wrong? Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. So we do have a couple of microphones for you ladies to share. So why don't we start with this? Let's start with a little introduction. So we'll kind of go down the line, and you can share a little bit about yourself, a little bit about your business, and a little bit about your experience with investing in real estate. So we'll start with Courtney.
Hello. Okay. Hey, my name's Courtney Brown. I founded the Brown Real Estate team with my husband, Philip. We're kind of like a small, I would say like a SEAL team. We've got Philip and myself. We handle the listings and marketing. And then we have a full-time buyer's agent, Steve. And then we have a full-time director of operations, Rachel. We probably average about 40 million in volume year over year in Northern Virginia, but we actually just expanded to and moved full-time to the Outer Banks, North Carolina. So expanded to a new market. And obviously why I'm here right now, we also really focus on real estate investing. So we've got about 5 units. 4 of those are long-term rentals that we have in Northern Virginia. And then we have a short-term rental that we bought about a year ago now in the Outer Banks, North Carolina, that we rent out on Airbnb. And so that kind of what sparked our move to the Outer Banks.
Awesome.
So yeah,
I told Courtney she's done what a lot of us dream to do. Who wants to move to the beach?
Yeah.
Yeah. And so she just up and did it, which I love. So
it's going good.
Awesome. Jessy?
I'm Jessy Printz. I'm actually a lender, so you're welcome for all the times I brought money to the closing table. Yeah. I don't get to say that like out loud. It's kind of not a good look. So thanks for that little moment. I have been a lender for over 10 years now, and my husband and I have kind of dabbled in some flips, and then we got really intentional about diversifying what we wanted to do in our kind of investment and move to the beach, thought process. So last year was kind of nuts. We bought a property in the Florida Keys. We bought 2 commercial properties, one of which is a 12,000 square foot brick warehouse on the National Historic Register that we are in the process of redeveloping. It came with a grumpy old man in it who took 4 months to get out. That was a good talk. So we, I told Karen, like a humble but diverse portfolio, and I have learned so much, and I've had the pleasure of working with so many investors in what I do. So I've really kind of been able to run the gamut of what works, what doesn't, and how do you evaluate that. And so I think it's actually kind of hysterical that I'm sitting here, because 18 months ago, I'd been like, yeah, right. Like you're going to do that. Cool. So Yeah, thanks for having me.
Jessy is so humble, as you can tell. This building that she bought in Charlestown is it like a whole block, basically?
Yes. So long story short is it is basic. Yes, it's a whole block. So it's 140 feet long. It was the original, essentially Walmart in Charlestown. So everything came right off the train through this building. The history is amazing. We call it the building of 1,000 stories, most of which are yet untold. And we've actually been so intentionally involved with the city that they jumped in on our crazy idea. And I was like, open the door in the top floor of this building where my office is actually going to be now, because my architect said, what's the space that you feel the best in? And I was like, it's that when I opened the door at the top and there was this 3 acres that's been unused. And I looked at my husband, I said, that should be a park. And he looks at me and said, oh shit, we're doing this, aren't we? So yes, there's pigeons and stuff in the building, but yeah, so now this has turned into a project in conjunction with the city. The Depot District, the building is lovingly referred to as the North Mildred Street Depot. The Depot District is now an official line item on the city of Charlestown's budget. And those 3 acres are going to be a park, y'all. So
not
yeah.
only is she doing this like for herself and for her family's wealth building, but look at what you're doing to this entire area, right? Like how you're changing what that entire commercial district is going to be.
I literally just got on my iPad and sketched this out. Like, please do not underestimate yourselves and your ability to have an idea. And because it was crystal clear and I could take it, and I paid a VA $50 to make this into a pretty drawing that I took to the city planner. I had credibility because I had a $50 VA that drew me something that looked better than what was on my iPad. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. LeAnne.
Can I just say I'm the only one that can't touch the ground up here? I'm like, so I'm LeAnne Agnes. I have a small team, LeAnne and Company. There's 4 full-time agents, 2 full-time admin, and 1 part-time admin. We do about 38 million in volume. I just really grew the team this year, so hopefully next year it will be higher volume. But I have 4 short-term rentals in Outer Banks, 1 long-term rental in Atlantic Beach, Florida, and then 1 primary residence here.
Awesome. And last but not least, we have Cher Castillo, Flip Queen DC, as she is known.
Yes. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome.
Cher Castillo. I run a team of 8 at McInerney Associates called Cher Castillo and Company. I have been in business now for 20 years, 15 of those years as a broker owner, and then got a little tired and decided to just be a team lead. In my last 10 years, I've flipped over 55 properties in the DMV. I own 7 rental properties and just purchased an international property in Punta Cana, Dominican Republic. I've done Airbnb, and my newest venture is trying out Peerspace, which I'm doing with my DC property.
Wow. Amazing. So don't you love this? I love the diversity, right, of like the different types of investing. So I think that's really amazing. So I have a couple of questions for each of you, and then but my vision is that we will kind of have just sort of a free-flowing conversation. So if one person kind of gets a question, you want to jump in, and then we are allowing for time for questions from the audience as well. So Courtney, we'll start down here with you. How did you get started in investing? So there was a cute photo, I think, of you and Philip recently that you shared that was like,
I would say like we definitely wanted to diversify our retirement and build wealth long term. So we just started researching that a few years ago. I would say the main thing is to start researching, listen to podcasts, read books, and then little by little we started preparing ourselves. So the first one, actually, we took out a HELOC of our primary residence, and we kind of were just waiting for the opportunity, which when you're focusing on something, it's going to come. So the fact that we were at least having the funds ready to go when we got a call from a seller who wanted to sell but didn't want to do anything to her house, just wanted to give it to us pretty much what she owed, didn't want to put any money into it. And we ended up purchasing that from her, and that kind of like got it going with us, and we got the investing bug, I would say, But I would say to start, you just got to start researching, reading and getting mentorship from others that have done it. And yeah.
What's the biggest challenge that you've had?
So the biggest challenge I would say is on our first one, we did not have our contractor list together. So, and we heard everything, like have your contractors ready to go. So the minute you close, you're not wasting any time, and time is money. So we didn't have them together. So we closed, and it was really hard. We wasted a lot of time trying to get contractors to show up and actually, I mean, we need to do about like 10 to 15K worth of work in there. But yeah, that was one of the biggest challenges, I think.
Okay. And I think right now, especially a lot of us are like, how hard is it to find really good contractors? Yeah. So having that team already together is really pretty critical. So you've had experience with both long term, and then now you've had like one of the place you're living in now, that was a short term rental at one point too, right?
So no, we still have our short term rental. We actually
Okay.
bought another place.
Okay. Look at you
Yeah.
go.
So yeah.
So what do you like better, and why? Since you've experienced both.
So I can't say I like one or the other better. I think it's like whatever phase you're in or what your goals are when you set out to invest. So like long term, I would say is just more hands off and less upfront costs. But in the short term, you potentially can make, like Airbnb, you can make better returns, but there is more time at the beginning. Like you have to furnish it usually. I mean, a lot of times in Outer Banks, at least they come furnished, but a lot of times you want to, Airbnb is all how it looks. You know, I wanted to put my own style and touch onto it to stand out from the other listings to get more money. But it just takes more time up front. So I think it's like wherever you are. I can't say that I like one or the other better. I mean, the benefit to Airbnb for me personally is we can buy properties in places that we want to go. So, and then hopefully I don't keep moving to them, but.
So that's like the last question that I have kind of for you specifically is, you know, I think a lot of us are obsessed with what you've done and just like up and move to the beach. And so, but you still also run your team here. I saw you guys had a listing in Brookside yesterday or something. So tell us about that and what you've learned through that experience.
So I think just it's all systems, and the team, our team's awesome. We're small, but we're organized, and our buyer's agent is amazing. I think that was the number one thing that changed, at least Philip and myself, our view on just our lives is having the help, you know, like it's less money per se, because you have to give a cut away when you hire people, but time is everything. And then when you have the time, you can make more money in other ways that you genuinely love. So transitioning was a little bit difficult, obviously, but I would say that it's been going really well just because of the team that we have here. That way it's freed up time to where we can build something in the Outer Banks as well.
And you did something really brilliant that I think a lot of you, the people here who know you started marketing to agents that you know here about your move there. And so you've been selling, some of your sales there have been as a result of your relationships with the agents here.
Yeah. So I sent out some towels. If anyone wants a towel, let me know. I've got koozies, but so I think that's the main, I was like, I'm always thinking like, how can I build the business? Like what's going to be our referral source there? And since we have such a network already in Northern Virginia, that's the first place I went.
Awesome.
So
I love it.
Thanks to you.
Very good.
Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. All right, Jessy. So, you know, we were having a conversation, Jessy was at the VIP dinner last night about commercial real estate. And I think when a lot of us hear commercial, we think, oh my God, this is so complicated.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
Yes,
And,
I think that. I'm
and so why commercial real estate for you?
It was an accident. But it wasn't though. So what I'll say about that, I mean, it kind of was, but so I'm reading this great book right now. I think it's called the Consistency Principle, something like that. And this guy's name is, last name is Weldon. And this gentleman sat in a jail cell for 7 years, for just petty stuff, but not that petty if it was 7 years, right? So, but he decided, he got out and within 60 months had built his business to being on the Inc. 500 list. And so like this consistency thing and all this other stuff. And he said something so remarkable that I'm like, okay, that kind of makes sense. And Oprah has said it too. So I'm going to shout out to Oprah too. That luck is when preparation meets opportunity. And so that was a lot of what that meant. So we were very clear about kind of the bigger picture why of what we wanted and what we wanted, but we left the how up to however that presented itself. So we knew we wanted some diversity. We wanted some long-term holds. I am personally risk averse. Looking at people's credit reports all day will do that to you. So I knew that we wanted to have a couple of flips. So I did not personally want to take my 6-month cushion and use that as seed money for commercial. So because I just don't know anything about it. So we did a couple of residential flips and that was my seed money. Then it was like, okay, go. But this property, so I made a big move last year, and it happened. I stumbled across this building because I was just looking for a place to kind of put my roots down, grow my own team after being with the other company for 9.5 years. And I showed my husband this building, and you heard the "oh shit, we're doing this" comment, right? But that's real life. August of last year. And we were kind of like, okay, this is what we've been talking about. Some holds, right? Some short term, some long term. So we have in this building, there will be 2 long-term apartments, an Airbnb, my office, which I get to pay myself for. Woo, thank you, Mr. Taxman. A bakery space, and then a tap house, brewery, and a speakeasy in the basement. So we're going to have, 7 tenants in 12,000 square feet. Did I do that math right? I do math for a living. Don't judge me. And even an outdoor space. And like the other thing that we purchased last year was kind of an accident, but I go back to this whole, be really clear about what you want and then be prepared to receive it when it comes to you, which is like not maybe what you expected someone to say about like how to get into commercial real estate. Decide what you want. And if you want to invest, period, like those opportunities are going to present themselves to you in the way that you are prepared. I'm a chronic consumer of content. I am constantly trying to learn from others so I don't have to reinvent the wheel. Kind of don't have time for that. Who doesn't have time to learn how to reinvent the wheel? So this other property actually came to us through a decision we made 7 years ago. We invested in a business and we somehow had the foresight to negotiate lease with the option to buy, first right of refusal on a property that had a retail space, a warehouse, 2 single-family homes. I'm sorry, 2 warehouses. So, what's that? 5 doors, 3 of which are commercial. And we've got all of that. We purchased that last year for less than you can buy a single-family home in Jefferson County. So, and that's, 5 sources of income. So
what I love is that you were clear on what you wanted to do, right? You wanted to invest, you were looking for opportunities. And I like that when the opportunities presented themselves, you didn't overthink them, right? Maybe you did a little bit, but you did it, but you did it anyway, right? You were open to what came to you.
Yes. Get you a Maddie Printz. You need to be married to somebody who's like, and go, hurry, it's time. And I'm like, hold on, analysis paralysis. Give me at least 2 weeks. And he's like, no, it's not how we're going to do this. It's go time. Right? And same thing with the property and the keys. It just kind of like, we had been thinking about it. We had set a budget. We knew what we wanted to be. And then it just like the impossible unicorn shows up when you speak that into fruition. And my assistant Shannon would die laughing at that. But I constantly say it. You have a really clear vision and you are prepared. And, unfortunately, sometimes that means having some cash sitting around or access to cash through a HELOC and being mindful and having a plan. But yes.
So that's really kind of my next question for you is how do you find these opportunities? I mean, I know like Courtney said, and I know I've done and Vicky has done when we've bought properties, a lot of times it's like a seller who's coming to us. And so it's like, oh, hey, how about us? But is that like, how did you find these opportunities?
Right. And that's kind of interesting, right? Because I'm always jealous of you guys. Like, your seller called you. That must be nice, And I'm like, but it's sometimes it's about creativity. Our last flip, my husband's house was derelict on the corner, kind of within eyesight of my house. So it was a super selfish motive. I've got to be honest. And he just walked down there one day and the heir happened to be there. And he was in a cash to close, or we buy houses for cash fast. What other signs say?
Yeah.
Situation. He's like, these guys have 2 more days. I'm not going to extend. I'm not going to do anything. So we got it for like nothing. So you have to be creative and you have to be able to leave no stone unturned. But it was all happenstance. But I really feel like at the risk of sounding like a complete like outer space goonie, like you just have to kind of believe and back that up with
action,
the meat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so with your big project that you're doing right now, right? The depot. Yes. It's going to be 3 years. I've heard you say that. Like this is a long term. This is going to take a while before this is done.
Well, it's taken a while to get here. We closed in December and we just got our construction easement from an adjacent property that we need. So I am, how I said I have an analysis paralysis. I'm also a little psycho. So it's not going to be 3 years. This thing needs to make me money and stop being a really attractive paperweight. And so we're going to try to get the upstairs done by Q2 of next year. And then we'll evolve into those other spaces.
So what have you learned? Because I imagine there's this very steep learning curve with this type of property. What have you learned that surprised you?
Above all else, be resourceful. Do not be afraid to knock on a door. Do not be afraid to ask anybody for help. You are worthy of asking the people that you think don't have time for you. They do have time for you. And in fact, they might be bored sitting in their overpaid positions at their hedge fund, like, kiddie fund, like, oh, let's do fun stuff in the community as a tax write-off. Those entities exist. And I'm working with a great, not to categorize these folks as that way, but I think that's what it is. I'm working with a great organization they've sponsored, or they've given us grants, sponsors, not off base, for all of my soft costs for my architect. I just got a $28,000 bill paid for by this partner community capital group. I could not be more grateful for that, because I need those dollars to go for my down payment on my construction loan. So these resources are out there, and you cannot be afraid to ask. Align with the people who have done it before you, absorb as much information as you can, and knock on all the doors. And I went to the city. Who else benefits? Follow the money. Who else would benefit from me doing this building? Oh, my city would. So I went to the city.
Follow the money. I love that. All right, one more question for you. Anything you would do differently at this point?
I would have given myself a lot more credit a lot earlier on. And everybody in this room, they say if you go to a conference, you could get one nugget, then it's worth your whole day. Please take that. Please take that nugget. Give yourself more credit. I would have done so much differently, so much earlier on. I was kind of pushed out of my comfort zone in the best possible way. In retrospect, I was telling Shannon, my assistant, yesterday, I'm like, man, you know what's great about like the last year and a half? I'm not afraid of anything anymore. You know what I mean? Like, let's do this.
Yes.
So give yourself credit.
Love that. Awesome. Yeah. Awesome. All right, LeAnne. So for those of us who, I think also Vicky and I talk about short-term rentals. It's also fear-inducing, I think, for a lot of us. What is a short-term rental? For those who don't know.
A short-term rental is a property that's rented less than 30 days at a time. Generally for us, we rent between a 4-night minimum to a 7-night minimum.
Okay. And how did you choose to get into short-term rentals?
So the whole thing kind of is all happenstance. It all happened very unexpectedly. My husband is an executive chef, and we've always loved to entertain. So hospitality has always been something that's just been in our hearts, and we always knew we were going to own a bed and breakfast, or we were going to own some motel or something at some point. And so we started flipping. I do a lot of business in Herndon, and we started flipping in our neighborhood. Just like Courtney said, I went on a listing appointment. Seller said, the house was a disaster, and I said, I'll buy it from you for cash, and it just started from there. And we flipped about 5 or 6 houses, and then saw the opportunity in Outer Banks through our broker who owned a property down there, and we just had never really been down there or experienced it. And we went down and started looking literally right after the bridge opened from COVID. Found a property. Go out. Found a property down there and realized basically, if anybody's been to Outer Banks, they're all rental properties. So everybody owns rentals, and they're
Some
usually
people live there.
Some people live there.
I must say, Courtney
live there. Yeah.
Courtney is literally living my dream. Is what I said I wanted to do here. So I am like super jealous and trying to make that path down there. Anyway, we realized how much income could be made if we just bought a home at a decent price, put some renovations and some love into it. And because we love hospitality, we're doing this for people to come and enjoy our homes. And we treat them like they are our homes. And so one house turned into 2, turned into 3, and we bought 3 in 2021. So we now have 4 short-term rentals in Outer Banks.
And I was just going to say that because I feel like I saw you, I saw you buy your first one. And then it was like all of a sudden, like, now she's buying another one, and now she's buying another one. Like, is it like addicting? Is that kind of what happened, or you just got the feel?
It is very addicting. I remember sitting in the driveway with my husband going, wow, we sure do a lot of work for other people.
Yeah.
To enjoy. I mean, we rarely get the time to actually go and enjoy the houses because they stay rented, which is the whole purpose. But it definitely is addicting.
So how do you buy the short-term rental? So like we heard Courtney talk about when she bought one of her properties, she did a HELOC. Are you buying cash for everything, or are there creative loan programs that you've found, or what works for you?
So we actually, we started flipping, and then we took that money and we bought 2 long-term rentals in Reston. And then we bought the first property in Outer Banks as a second home, which is legal, and only put 10% down. And this was before Fannie and Freddie changed all the regulations. So we got 3 of the houses with 10% down. And then the last house we bought, number 4, we had to put 20% down. But our rates are, we bought at the right time and our interest rates are 2.75% on the loans, except for the last one. So I would say, if you can get into one property, whether it's a long-term or short-term, and then we leverage the flip money to buy the rentals and then sold the rentals in order to buy the last 2 properties in Outer Banks. So I feel like that's really the best way to do it.
That's awesome. So one more question for you. Because I think the thing that for me, what I think about with short-term rentals is how hard it must be to constantly be turning them over. Like what managing, what tips do you have for managing? Do you have companies that help you? How do you make that happen?
Can I go back to that other question?
Yes, you can.
So there are all types of loan programs out there. There are DSCR loans. There are 10% vacation. Really great lender. Just ask questions. Just ask questions on what kinds of loan programs are out there and what your situation is. I have a really, really great lender partner, and I literally would call him and say, "Can I afford this?" And he would tell me whether I could buy it and how we could buy it. So definitely make sure you have a really good lender partner, and check out all the programs that are out. There's bank statement loans. I mean, especially in real estate, you can do a bank statement loan. That's based on your how much money's coming in, all the stuff. So check all that out. Tell me your question again.
No, that's great. Thank you. It's about managing. So how do you make that happen? Because it seems to me like that would be a really difficult part of having short-term rentals, especially when you don't live there. How do you make that happen?
So I actually just started a company. So if you know of anybody looking for a manager in Outer Banks, we just started a company. Thank you, Karen. Yes. Called the Salt Coast Host. And so my daughter and my husband will run that in the coming season. But basically, we have someone that is a manager on the ground. Over the last 2 years, we've had somebody on the ground in Outer Banks who is a property manager. She had, I think, 25 or 30 houses that she manages. And then we have a cleaner relationship, and then we have a maintenance relationship, as well as you wouldn't believe it. Somebody clean our hot tub, somebody clean our pool, somebody clean our grill. I mean, there's definitely a lot of expense in it. But if you build really good relationships where you're trying to have an Airbnb, that's the most important thing. So we are taking the cleaner and the maintenance guy and the grill guy and the pool guy with us to our company. And so now we'll be able to provide the same services that this manager that we've had the last 2 years has been able to provide.
That's amazing.
It is a ton of work. And, people say, "Oh, I want to have passive income." There's literally nothing passive about having a short-term rental. I think long-term rentals can be, more passive income because you're not really managing. But with these, if you've been to Outer Banks and you've stayed in Outer Banks, you know the condition of some of these houses. People have bought these homes in 1980 and never done a thing to them, and they serve 20 people every week for 20 weeks. These houses take a beating. And so our goal was to provide a beautiful property for people to stay in that would make top dollar. So that's the goal, is if you just put just like we do in real estate, getting our houses ready, we want these owners of these houses to do the same thing.
That's awesome. Very nice. Okay, Cher. We could talk all day because you have done so many things. So why flips? Because again, I feel like that's one of those things that seems really daunting. Why?
Because I'm really impatient and I want my money right now.
It's the best answer.
I love the entire process of looking for a flip, and really the design portion of it is really fun for me. But I was taught by my ex-husband how to flip. So, we
made something out of that relationship.
We had a baby too. But he always taught me to use other people's money to make money. So I only use hard money, and I only use investors. And my hard money lender partner does what we call the 70% ARV rule, which some of you may be familiar with, but it's where the acquisition is essentially the acquisition and the renovation costs are 70% of the after renovated value.
Okay.
So in addition to carrying costs and all of that, I have my investor partners who become part of the deal. And then I'm not coming out of pocket anything. I'm really just managing the project and putting all the pieces together.
So she just said a lot of words that I think a lot of us didn't. So no, it's amazing. So 70%. So first of all, hard money. Tell us about that.
So hard money is private money, usually from smaller private lenders. My lender that I use is WF Chesley and Crofton. So he has a series of investors that pull together money, and they loan money based on, you presenting a particular property. So I send a property, I send comps over, I send renovation costs over, and essentially they analyze the deal and say, okay, we'll loan you acquisition and renovation costs based on your comps and based on your after renovated value. So I work with him kind of exclusively just because not every hard money lender does the 70% ARV rule. Some of them require you to put 10% down. If your particular deal falls into the 70% ARV rule, you don't have to bring money to the table beyond the points. So with hard money, they do charge a very high interest rate, generally anywhere between 8 and 12%, because it is for a short-term period. And they're really evaluating the property versus evaluating your credit score or what you've done.
Okay. Wow. So how do you find these opportunities? Because I could imagine, I mean, is it kind of the same channels that you've heard other people say? Or, I mean, it sounds like you have to be buying them really, really low in order for them to have that 70% ARV. Is that what you said?
Not necessarily really low. I started on MLS. I was 10 years in the business before I started flipping. So I would just stalk MLS. I would make lowball offers. Some people would laugh at me. Other people would be like, oh, let's talk, let's negotiate. But once you get into the business, then people start coming to look for you. Also, a great way is Meetup. Like, I'm on Meetup all the time. I go to investor meetings and meet other investors. They have deals that they may not want. They're happy to pass it on to you. They may charge you a little fee or something, but the numbers still make sense. So there are a ton of ways just beyond MLS. I think networking with investors is a very key way, though.
Okay. So creativity is I think what I'm hearing. And Jessy
Yes.
mentioned that too. So you've completed over 50 projects. And I've done a few of my own where I had to like design and remodel and the list of decisions that you have to make is like, it's too much. How do you manage making all those decisions, managing contractors? Do you have you must have like a strategy or a system that you follow?
Definitely have developed a system. In the beginning, I had no system and it was a disaster. But over the years, when you're on flip number 3, 4, you're like, okay, I have enough experience now. I need to put systems into place. So, I have an Excel spreadsheet that's my go-to, and I have everything in there from contractors to, room by room, what finishes need to be selected. And, so I copy and paste links from Amazon and different vendors in there and really keep myself organized that way.
Okay.
I also do flip coaching. So I help people flip. So I created these systems so I can pass it on to them so they can use these systems and put them into place. Because if you're not organized, it can be just extremely
It can be a nightmare.
overwhelming. Yeah.
And so the last question for you, and then I want to take questions from the audience, and I'm probably going to ignore Stacy and her 5-minute sign back there because I think we all like this conversation. You mentioned financing. You always use other people's money, which I love that. What are some of the options? So for somebody who maybe doesn't have the connections yet that you have, what suggestions do you have for doing a flip from a financing perspective?
In terms of finding a lender?
Just financing in general. What are the best options?
Well, I mean, like I said, connecting with other investors, going to meetups, going to different activities like that where you're meeting people, because hard money lenders, they go to those types of events because they're looking to find people to lend to. So you are definitely going to meet people. Trying to think of different strategies, but I think really the networking
is the piece.
Is the
Yeah,
key.
that's the piece.
Yeah.
Okay. Wow. That's amazing. So we're going to take some questions. I'm sure we have some questions. Please raise your hand so that, look, Martha with a question. I love it. So that we will come around with some microphones so that we can get those questions. So first question over here, Martha Mason.
So my question's about the renovation. Like, how do you estimate the renovation costs? And how often did you have to get it wrong before you got it right? For you or for any of you really, because I'm sure with the short-term ones, maybe you had to do renovations as well.
Well, with renovations, initially when I first started, it was just having contractors go out there and give me estimates. Now I'm at a point where I can go into a house and I've heard enough estimates and I see enough estimates to say, okay, I know that kitchen's going to cost me about $15,000. But I think it takes time. It takes 5, 10, 15 times of meeting a contractor there and kind of hearing what is the going rate for certain things, and then you just become knowledgeable on that.
Anybody else want to answer that too?
We always just tack on a percentage over because we never hit the budget. So
good to be prepared.
I was going to say definitely add a contingency. Jackie can speak to this. You do renovation probably. Like we require contingency if you're doing a renovation project in lending world. So just do that for yourself. But I'm going to go back to the be creative thing also because Amazon is great. You don't have to get all of your hardware you can get high end looking stuff from Amazon. And then things like my husband got his commercial contractor's license, and that's going to save us about 10 to 20% cost overall.
Wow.
Which is major.
Yeah,
so
that's amazing. Courtney, do you have any? No.
I have another question. Is that okay?
Yes, it's okay, Martha.
Do you all put each of your properties in a separate LLC or any of your properties? Or I guess that's just the short term. You don't need to do that, right? If you just flip.
I do.
You do.
All my acquisitions are in separate
project.
LLCs. Yes.
Okay.
So I currently do not, but I just met with an asset protection attorney because we are getting to higher numbers. And I was advised that every property needs to be in an LLC. Then those properties all need to go into one LLC, and then LLC needs to go into a trust. So that is what I'm working on. That is going to be a very expensive process, but it is what we've been advised.
Yeah. So sorry, I've got all the questions. So. Okay, you did a HELOC to get your first one. Did anyone and you have always primarily worked with hard money? How do you do that with no money? Like do you have to work up to having a hard lender trust you enough to do no of your own money?
Yes, because I was a realtor and had that level of experience, my hard money lender was okay with that. But a lot of times, like when I flip coach, for example, and they don't have experience, they will put me as a 20% interest owner on their LLC. And the hard money lender will allow that because they're partnering with someone who does have experience.
Very interesting.
So we didn't have really any flip experience, and we were sort of by our regular lender, we were referred to a hard money, and we had to put 20% down. But we still and he charged us 10% and 2 points. And plus we had to pay for renovation. So I think you need to have a little, in the beginning, your own, skin in the game in the beginning. But if you run your numbers right, it will be worth it in the end. If you can make sure that your contractor is good enough to get you out in 90 days or less. So.
How do you make sure you make money?
You have a good pro forma.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Any other questions out there? Yes. Jenny's on the run. On the run, Jenny.
I have a couple of questions. I'm like Martha.
Go right ahead, Melissa.
My husband's a contractor, and in 2005, we flipped a property. We worked with a real estate agent. We did a split 50-50. We provided labor, materials, and then she purchased the home and then marketed it when it was done. In the end, it was a lucrative thing, but then the market tanked. And about 3 years ago, my husband was like, hey, I really want to get back into flipping. We should find a realtor that we trust. And I thought I should be that realtor. Fast forward, COVID and material costs, labor costs, even cost of real estate. We were not in a position. Now that I've been in the business a little while and we have some money put away, we're ready to launch into this. So that's why I'm really excited about this. My question is, yes, he might be the chip, but I am not Joanna. Like, I don't have the design part of it. And everyone's like, you can do this. Did you guys hire like interior decorators? Did your contractors provide that service with the design? Because like you're talking about getting hardware from Amazon. My taste might not be what everybody else's taste is.
Great question.
Okay.
What?
Flip to place, but I just think that you have to, I mean, I haven't personally hired a designer to do anything like our Airbnb that we have that I had to pretty much bring in furniture and things like that. You can definitely, I wouldn't always go on your exact taste. I mean, you can look at what is the general public, what is selling, you know, just like in real estate, when you're telling your clients how to stage their homes for sale, it's not necessarily our style maybe, but what is selling, what is going to be bought, what are most people, like what's on Pinterest right now, what are people liking the most on Instagram, what are the styles? So I wouldn't focus too much on what your specific taste is.
Cher, you love design, right? So
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of different for me because I love it. And I feel like I work with a lot of buyers. So I kind of see the trends that are happening. And I'm not necessarily designing for my taste. I'm designing to sell the property. But I do work, sometimes I'm too overwhelmed. So I work with stagers who also provide a service where they will select finishes and paint colors and all of that. And for what it's worth, it's a nominal fee for versus me sitting there and doing it myself and, you know, taking 100 hours, you know, to do one project. They'll do that. They'll charge me anywhere between $5,000 and $10,000 a project. So I would definitely consult with an interior designer or a stager.
So I paid less than that I did the same thing though last year on our last flip. I was like, I'm out of time. I have decision fatigue. I'm done here. And so I called a friend that does staging and I was like, hey, can you give me X, Y, and Z? You know, I like, can you tell me what's selling? Right. Cause I have my own tastes. No one make a comment that knows me. And, but you know, it's like, tell me what's going to sell and I'll pay you the nominal fee, which was in my case, in my market, much less than that. So I'd say lean on your resources that you have.
And then about how long from start to finish does projects generally take? I mean, I know this because my husband's a contractor, but like, I'm just curious, budget wise, how many months of like payments are you planning to make, things like that?
So in my pro forma, I always put anywhere from 6 to 9 months, depending on the project. And that's really for a cosmetic flip versus a full gut, you know, renovation. Full gut renovations right now, I mean, timelines have changed since the pandemic. I'm thinking more like 9 to 12 months, sometimes a little bit more. And if you're doing ground up development, you're really looking at 18 to 24 months.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions? I know we had some up here, right? Yes. Okay. Jenny's on the move up here. Marcy at the front table.
So last night we were talking a little bit about like finding your niche, and I have found that as a listing agent, my niche has kind of started to become like helping people renovate their properties, and I've been doing a lot more of that. And I'm wondering what advice you might have for me on being on the investment side of that rather than just helping people actually renovate their houses to sell.
Have you ever asked somebody about partnering on a deal?
No.
I think you should start there.
What do you think that would look like?
Meaning like you're providing your services for a portion of the deal, even if it's a small portion of the deal.
That's a great idea. So like with the client kind of partnering in that way. And
Right. Like let's say your services are $10,000. So that's your investment into the deal. And they may say, okay, off the profit, you may be making 5 or 10% of the profit margin. I don't know what the numbers are, but you know, in a specific deal, maybe that's how you start out.
Well, what I've been doing is trying to charge more on the commission side for, you know, supporting them through that whole process, which is taking months. So it's, you know, trying to get a little bit more out of the commission side. But I'm just wondering, could it be more beneficial to actually just purchase the property and then do everything I'm doing for myself? I didn't really want to take that risk on, but just after hearing you all talk, I was just wondering if you would want to convince me otherwise.
Yeah, take the risk.
Yeah,
absolutely take the risk. Absolutely.
I love it.
My
Who
husband
else?
will love all of you.
Any other questions? Yes. Grace. Oh, here, Maureen and Grace.
I have a question for each of the ladies, but if it's too much, I can narrow it down. Okay.
Courtney, did you have any fears when you were moving out of state about your business and sustaining that? What did that look
That was probably my number one concern because we have built something great here in Northern Virginia. And so I definitely was thinking, oh my God, are people gonna not want to use us anymore because we're living in the Outer Banks? So to be honest, I knew I was moving until I was there. Like, because I was trying to figure out how do I brand this? One thing I will realize, and it's pretty crazy, is that you care way more than what the people care. Like they do not care. They some people will, but most do not, from what I've seen. I mean, it's been a great experience just to realize like people trust us and they trust our team and they are just more so cheering us on. You know, I just had a client call me yesterday and he was like, oh my gosh, I love that you can help me in Virginia and now you can help me in the Outer Banks. Like they look at it in a positive way. So I didn't always know that. I mean, I definitely had fears, but you know, we just go for it. So yeah, it all worked out.
Thank you. Jessy, how did you get started in commercial real estate? Because that was one of the questions that we had at the dinner last night. As a residential real estate agent, I haven't dabbled into that. And I don't even honestly have a clue. You know, if something comes in as a referral, I immediately look for a commercial real estate agent that has experience. So what did that look like for you?
I kind of wasn't kidding when I said it was an accident because this building became commercial, right? So someone was actually living in the building as his primary residence upstairs and was running his wood shop out of the lower level, which was really, really interesting when you don't have a bathroom upstairs. So there's that. But I think that it's more a matter of, and I hate to sound redundant, but it's a matter of knowing what you want out of any investment and being really clear about, do you have the resources and the capacity to navigate whatever it is that comes across? And if your goal is just about diversifying, then I think even becoming familiar with what that looks like. Podcasts, I mean, there's so much content. Y'all don't hate on TikTok either. I mean, there's plenty of garbage out there, but there's some really great resources and other people. And I'm sure there's going to be folks in this room. I'm sitting amongst some of them who can, definitely give you better advice. But I think for me, I have to be really, really authentic and honest with you that it was just a matter of being prepared and being that chronic consumer of content and being ready to launch and ask for help and ask for the resources and then go get the resource. You have to do the work. Do the thing, have the power. Tom Ferry says it all the time. I think it's an Ogmandino trait quote. Do the thing, have the power. So love it.
Awesome. Thank you. LeAnne, for your short-term rentals, where do you find that your best renters or the ones that have the best return? What, Airbnb, VRBO?
Yeah, honestly, wherever the money's coming from. But so it was an interesting season. So 2021 was what I call a COVID season. We had an incredible year for short-term rentals. 2022 was very different. It was like a 2019. It was like a before COVID, sort of like what our real estate market has done, right? So in 2021, the majority of our business came from Airbnb. In 2022, the majority of my business came from VRBO. So there are some things with Airbnb where they changed their algorithm as far as where if you Google on Google Maps, Outer Banks, the pinpoint comes south of Rodanthe. So if you know anything about Outer Banks, that is way south. None of our houses are even close to that area. So if someone didn't know Outer Banks, they're going to think it's Rodanthe and south, like Rodanthe to Ocracoke, right? And so I think that had a part of it. Was a lot of our visitors were New York, New Jersey. We had Ohio people. So I think Outer Banks is becoming very popular to other people than just Northern Virginia and down like this coast. So.
Awesome. Thank you. Cher, 2 questions for you. Do you have a focus area for your flips? And then also, can you give us information about your flip coaching as well?
Yes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, so I mostly do my flips in DC, Prince George's County, Baltimore, and I've done a few in Charles County, Maryland. Nothing in Virginia so far. And what was the second question?
Flip coaching information.
Flip coaching. Yes. So you can find out more at flipqueendc.com.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Good. So good. We'll take one more here, and then I have a question from our live stream audience. So Chris is asking if, and it is so hot in here. I just said, like, Lord have mercy. What? Oh my God, it is so freaking hot in here. Oh my God. Okay, sorry. All right, Chris. Chris's question was, if listing agents do have properties that are best for investors, flips, income producing property, short-term renters, whatever, what is the best strategies to market these to investors on or off market?
I guess I would say, the question is marketing, where to market the properties, Karen?
Yeah. So like where, if they have a property that's good for an investor, what's the best place for them to market it to find investors?
I would say there's different like wholesale listservs, there are investor listservs, and again, Meetup, like all the different
Networking.
investor groups there, try to be a part of those and go attend those meetings and share those listings with those specific investors because they are actively looking for properties.
And I think probably too, just like you said, it's so much about relationships because once you find that one investor or you start building your portfolio of investors, then you have people to market it to, right? So I think that's a good way.
There's
We had
also Facebook groups.
some Facebook groups as well. Maureen, did you have a question also?
Yeah, I had a question, and then I was also going to make like a comment clarification too. I guess my question was for LeAnne. So LeAnne, you said that you purchased 3 properties in 2021 in the Outer Banks. Okay, obviously that was a very hot year to purchase. Did you find yourself in like, were people overbidding and were you losing contracts and things like that, like it was happening up here?
Yeah, absolutely.
Do you feel like as an investor, like did that make you worry? Because I know a lot of investors aren't as willing to overbid on a property as like a primary residence would.
I think once we figured out how much money we could make, it didn't matter as much, and our interest rate was 2.75.
Right.
And
Yeah.
so if we had to pay 10, 15,000 over to secure the place, I mean, ultimately this is a long play for us, and so it might be short-term rentals, but it's long-term. I mean, I have grown children, and so this is our legacy. This is what we're going to leave behind. This is our retirement. So I think again, you talked about what the goal is and what your future is. I mean, I would say it was a tough year. Yes, we competed, but our first property that we bought in August of 2020, that market was pretty tough too. Like the COVID, during COVID, people were buying still. We bought the property for $575 and it's worth $1 million today.
Whoa.
And it's only 2 years old. So
I know,
2
right?
years that,
Yes,
2 years
applause
that
on
we've
that
had
one,
it.
right?
So I think you just have to, I know.
I
Believe me. But it is my favorite house of all of them. So, and if you're looking to purchase with Courtney and Outer Banks, Corolla and Duck are really where your money is made. We have a property in Corolla, a property in Duck, and 2 in Kill Devil Hills. And the properties in Kill Devil Hills are just smaller properties, and it's becoming very oversaturated with the rental market. A lot of the owners are being bought out and turned into rentals. So Corolla and Duck, which have always been rental that's where your money is to be made.
Did you have a follow-up comment, Maureen? And then
Yeah, I just had a comment too. So LeAnne had actually mentioned the DSCR loan. So for anybody that didn't know exactly what that means, it stands for Debt Coverage Service Relief. And it's actually the most fantastic investment loan that I think you can really get, because basically what the lender does, we don't look at pay stubs. We don't look at bank statements. We literally pull your credit and we get an appraisal on the house. And if the future rental income is $1 more than the mortgage payment, you are approved.
That's amazing.
So, I mean,
Yeah.
that might have made it sound a little bit. You have to, we do have to have a credit score here, people. And this is not a zero money down loan, so you do have to put money down. But what I'm saying is that I know I come across a lot of people that are like, I don't think that I'll qualify for an entire other mortgage payment when I already have 1 or 2 here, and this is just like a really fantastic way. So ask your preferred lenders if they offer it. Most lenders, I would say, do. And if you don't, I do.
Awesome. Lisa, last one. Lisa wants to know what you're making, girls. Let's talk about the money. It's good. Let's just ask that question.
I would just say on average, like short-term and long-term, we like to have 6 to 7% cash on cash. But some are making more than that. I mean, definitely our one in Fredericksburg is making probably close to 10%. Maybe a little more.
So mine is still a paperweight, but based on projections, it's doing a really good job of holding down the grass. But based on projections, we'll actually be a little bit ahead of that because we're getting strategic in our partnership. So I don't know what this is going to look like, but in this tap house situation, I'm going to partner with it because I've got too much invested and this has been way too big of a risk for me to say, okay, I'm your landlord. Like I want in on that. So I think it, again, depends on your creative stretch, but there are minimum thresholds also thanks to your lending institution that will be required as well.
So 2021, like I said, was a much better year than 2022, but we did for our 4 properties in short-term rental gross rents, we did $350,000.
Incredible.
For myself, I'll use my DC property as an example. When I was doing market rate, my mortgage was $2,400 a month. I was bringing in $5,500 a month. When I went to Airbnb, I was pulling in $10,000 net a month, and I'm converting over to PeerSpace, which should bring a little bit more than Airbnb projected, $12,000 to $14,000 a month.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Oh,
PeerSpace.
sure. PeerSpace is really like how do I describe it? It's like the Airbnb, but on an hourly rate. People will come and rent your space for content creation. So social media managers will go into your space to take pictures. Photographers will go into your space. You'll do podcasts from the different spaces. So I didn't design this space. I had an interior designer come in and room by room create very special spaces, and then we'll switch them out quarterly so we have fresh spaces.
Wow.
And as a realtor, I use PeerSpace all the time for like team photo shoots and events and stuff as well. So what you make with Airbnb, let's say I was charging $250 a night on Airbnb, with PeerSpace I'll be charging $250 an hour.
Wow, that's amazing. So, how good was this? Yes? So, before this panel, who owned an investment property? And how many people plan to own one in the next 12 months? Yes. Thank you so much, ladies. That was amazing. Absolutely amazing. Did we turn down the air? Did we turn down the air? Anybody? Did we turn down the air? Please. Okay. We found some keys. Is anybody missing their car keys? Car keys? Car keys? All right, they're going to be up here. All right, so let's do, Stacy says, where are we going to make up that time? And I said, I'm going to have to talk fast. So we're going to do our next exercise, which is our takeaway exercise on this wealth panel that you just heard. It is on page 36 in your workbook. You're going to go through, use your highlighter, circle any of the things that you learned that you went to implement. And then you're going to jot down your top 1 to 3 here in the book. Okay? Ready? We're going to do it in 3 minutes instead of 5. I just saved 2 minutes. Okay. Hey, Jenny. Oh my God. I can feel I just feel the lyric. I have water, thank you. All right, I think we're probably gonna... Okay, are we ready to get back to it? Oh, they're you. Okay. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? I see multiple people fanning themselves. Okay, so let me do this. What am I going to do next? We're going to, oh yes. Okay, so next I'd like to introduce my business partner, Vicky Noufal, because our real estate team, the Platinum Group Real Estate team, we were the sponsors of the wealth segment. So Vicky has a few words to share. Brief words.
So we're constantly fighting about temperature in our office. It goes like this. So everyone, Platinum Group where's Platinum Group? There's lots of Platinum Group today. Everybody? Yeah, awesome. We are very proud to put this event on, and we're proud to sponsor the wealth building part of our conference. Our mission is to help women build bigger, better businesses and thereby increasing their wealth. That's very important to us. And that goes for our real estate team as well as for the Empowering Women in Real Estate community. The Platinum Group Real Estate team is a Northern Virginia residential sales team. We are comprised of 40 women. And as we like to say, one brave man. There's Zach. We also cover DC, Maryland, and West Virginia. The average agent has about 9 years of experience and has about 184% growth in the first 2 years of joining the team. So we're proud of that. Can you hear me okay? Okay, awesome. And then this past year, I don't know if you follow us on social media, we actually surpassed $1 billion in real estate sales volume. Yeah. And we really do that through our belief system of building business by referral. So it's all very organic, and that's using our client care programs and our systems and marketing, which we are very passionate about. We feel like it's honestly the best way to work. So if you're interested in learning more about the Platinum Group Real Estate team, talk to Karen or hi. You know, I don't like these. I hate these. But also, you know, another way to get to know the real estate team is really by talking to our the agents on our team. I think they speak for us in terms of how it really is to be on the team. And we hope that you've enjoyed the wealth building part of our conference and that it's enriched your life. Do you like that?
Yes. Yes.
I should have written jingles for a living. And thank you. Thank you for being here. It's been great.
So you see, this is why we're good partners, because I am very comfortable with this. Vicky is not, but last night at the VIP dinner, I am not comfortable with that, and Vicky is. So Vicky did most of the talking, so it worked really well. Okay, so we have a couple of giveaways, and then we are going to launch right into our next fabulous speaker and our business section. So Jenny, what do we have here? So wealth. Oh, this is my favorite. So this is my favorite to use. This is the Emily Lay, the Simplified Planner. This is the weekly edition, which is the one that I use. We decided to get the academic year planner, which started in August, so you can use it immediately. So we're very excited. So Judy McHenry, you are the winner of the planner. And then we also have the Simplified Planner comes in a daily edition, which is also fantastic. And Lynn Shagru, you are the winner of that planner. Oh, she already has that, so I don't know if she would want that. But wait, let's do a swapsy, and then we'll. Okay. So we have one of my favorite books. This is Growing Boldly by Emily Lay and Diana, member of our inner circle, who came from Miami, Florida. We have one for you. And then next up, we have a 6-month membership in the Inner Circle, which is a $594 value. And that belongs to Debbie Kerr. Debbie came from Fredericksburg. And then we have 2 of my favorite books. These are by Laura Casey. One is called Cultivate. The other one is called Make It Happen, which is the book I've read more than any other. And these are for Julie Bowman. All right, so we're going to move into business, and I am very excited to introduce our next speaker in the business segment, which is my friend, Christy Grossman, who is fresh off, was it a month in Paris? 5 weeks in Paris. Aren't we sad for her? We are so sad for Christy. And so she is the CEO of Ops Boss Coaching, which we have used. Our team has used for our operational support team members. And she has some fabulous philosophies about why we need what we need to hire in our business, how we can hire, how we can train, how we can retain. And I am very excited to introduce Christy Grossman.
I'll go up here. I like to be able to see all you guys in the back. I want to thank Karen, by the way, because she's thanking everyone else. Hasn't today been awesome? I'm super honored to be here. I've looked up to Karen and to Vicky and to everything that you built for a long time. So Karen reached out to me. I did just fly back home from Paris a week ago from 5 weeks of being there. And I know you guys all want to go to the Outer Banks now, but how many people would love to go to Paris for 5 weeks? So I'm going to tell you how I did it because you can do it too. And today is empowering women, and I want to empower you to create the dream life that you want to have. So we're going to talk about how I did that, hopefully. There we go. This one, right? Yep. There we go. Okay, so owner of Ops Boss Coaching. My background was 23 years running operations for a real estate team, and now I have a team of 14 around the country, and we coach and teach operations people. And so, as all good admin would do, when Karen gave me the assignment of mastering the juggle, thank you, Vicky, for that topic, I went to Google and said, what do you do to be really good at juggling, right? So what do we do to be really good at juggling? Well, it matters what you're juggling, and what you're juggling has to match, right? So I was going to learn how to juggle, but I never got around to that. But I want you to picture that I'm juggling, right? So I'm juggling the balls. Now, the balls don't all have to look alike. They can be pink and plaid and striped and purple and whatever. But if they're all the same size and they match, it's a lot easier to juggle, right? So I started thinking about real estate and what do we do to master the juggle? Why do we need to do this by ourselves, right? Most of us here are women. For some reason, we think we have to do it all. We don't have to do it all. We have to figure out who do we need to juggle with. So I'm going to give you some ideas for that. So one of the things I started thinking about were who are the famous teams and partners, right? And that can look really different, right? So the ones that came to mind, I'm into music. My husband plays the drums. I thought of U2, Rolling Stones, Beatles, Batman and Robin, Kendall and Kylie. And they're all really different of how they show up as teams and partners. So for example, we've got U2 here, right? Who is the name that comes to mind when I say U2? Bono, right? Now, do you know Adam Clayton? Do you know The Edge? Do you know the fourth guy? I can never remember his name, right? But they all have a role on the team, right? Now we look at Kendall and Kylie. That's kind of like Karen and Vicky, right? You know both of them, right? Whoops, we're going backwards. There we go. Okay, so today I'm going to talk really fast because we're behind. Is that okay? All right. So I'm going to give you 3 steps to success for finding your ops boss. And I'm also going to give you a little insight into the difference between an average assistant and an ops boss. You can take some of these ideas and apply them outside of your business, right? But for today, since we're in the business section, I'm going to be talking about adding that to your business. So I'm going to give you the ABCs of what you should do before you hire. I'm going to give you 2 things people miss in the hiring process and 2 things you should do after you hire that will change everything and make all the difference. Okay, So ABCs, and I'm going to give you a little bit. You guys have all the slides in here. So we're going to assess your needs. I'm going to tell you how to do that. I'm going to talk about behavioral profile and cultural profile. All right. Assess your needs. What happens when we know, how many of you guys are struggling? You're juggling all the balls. You're like, I've got buyers, I've got sellers, my phone's ringing off the hook. I never have time to answer my texts. My kid is calling, they're sick at school, and I got to take the dog to the vet. Anybody relate to that, right? Like, that's real life. So I want you, and what happens is we go out and go, I need to hire somebody, I need help, and we go out and hire somebody, but we don't assess our needs. So I want you for 2 weeks to just keep a list of all the things that you're doing, and especially on that list goes things I don't like to do and things I'm not good at. And then the third thing is things that someone else could do. And this is everything. It can be personal, it can be business, whatever it is. You're going to come up with a really long list after 2 weeks. Now, before you go out and hire, I don't want you to go out and hire yet. I want you to look at that list and figure out what are the 2 most important things on that list. What are the 2 things that are going to give me my time back? Or what is the 2 things that is going to impact my business and help me grow my business, because I can be doing other things. And I want those 2 items. So you've got here all these things. We've got the website, media, we've got our database and our client events and showing property and delivering brochures and putting up block boxes, all the things. Circle the 2 impactful things. I'll get this right by the end. All right. Those are the 2 things that I want you to look to hire. And you're thinking about, what skills do I need? What experience do I need? Only those 2 things, not all the things on your list. Because you may have 25 things on the list, and they're going to require all different types of people potentially, right? So the person who's super introverted like me, right? Really detail oriented, kind of probably, well, Christy, you're not an introvert, but Christy and Sarah love being behind their computer and taking care of your transactions. They're getting everything done, wizard behind the screen. That's not going to be the same person that's really awesome with your customer service and is great at social media and creativity, right? So figure out the 2 things that are most important, and that is where you're going to focus on making your hire. So I wrote down here the Nadia Comaneci question. Who remembers Nadia Comaneci? I don't know if any of you guys are old enough. What is she famous for? Gymnastics. Perfect score. She's the first person in the Olympics to get a 10 out of 10 in score in gymnastics. So when you're hiring, those 2 areas that you made the circles of, that's where you want to get someone who's a 10 out of 10. So for example, if I had shoulder surgery a few years ago. When I was interviewing surgeons, I wanted someone who was a 10 out of 10 at the actual surgery. Now, I would like him to be a 10 out of 10 with his bedside manner, but maybe I would be okay with a 7 or 8 with bedside manner, as long as he was a 10. So same thing when you're hiring an assistant for your real estate business, where do you need them to be a 10? Okay, you guys can look at this later, but I want you, before you hire, as part of assessing your needs, to figure out, what do you need? Do you need an admin, an average assistant, or do you need what I call an ops boss? Ops boss, by the way, is a trademark term. I'm very proud of that. Just like realtor with the little R behind it. So do you need someone who's just going to follow a list and complete tasks, and you're just going to give them a bunch of things to do on a daily basis? Or do you need somebody who's actually going to help you build your business? Do you need someone who is an expense and they're just going to save you time? Or do you need someone who is an investment and what they're doing is actually going to add to your business? They're a multiplier. There's no right or wrong. There's just, what do you need? So that's A. You've now assessed your needs. And now we're going to go into behavioral profile. How many of you are familiar with DISC? Okay, awesome. So if you're not, I just gave you a quick little recap here, right? You can probably tell I'm high D, Vicky's high D. Are you an ID? You're DI. DC. Oh, see, that's why we click. You're one of my unicorns. I love it. Okay, so driver moves fast, gets shiz done. They're going to make things happen. There's probably a ton of I's in this room. I are the influencer, people. They love parties. They love days like today to socialize. S is your steady, stable, consistent person. C is compliant and detail-oriented. So I want you to think about, what do you need as part of your business, so that when you're interviewing, you can be looking for these things. Now, what I see people do is make the mistake of the great interview. They go in. How many of you guys think you're a D here? Not too many. How many I? People. Great. Love people. Okay. So this is especially for you who are I's. You go in, you interview somebody, you walk out and you're like, oh my God, we had so much fun. That was awesome. We had the best interview. We just totally clicked and we had a great conversation and time flew by. This is going to be like, she's going to be a rock star assistant. And then you make that hire. And then the reality is they're not a rock star assistant. You just clicked because you're both high I's and you just were socializing and had a great time. So I want you to hire people you like, because you're going to spend a lot of time with them, but not necessarily people like you. You just made that whole long list of 20 items that you don't like or you're not good at. So whoever you're hiring is probably going to be different than you, because they're going to like those items and be good at those items. So hire people that aren't like you. Woo. All right, C, cultural profile. I gave you an example here of the mission, vision, values of our company at Ops Boss Coaching. We're very mission oriented. You may not have a mission, vision, and values, and that's fine. I would encourage you to build one. If you don't, just think about, what are your core values, just as a person or as a team. If you're a real estate team, what are your core values? So for example, it may be work hard, play hard. Like, I'm going to work really hard and then we're going to party all weekend and we like to do it as a team. Or it may be work ethic. Maybe you grew up and you were raised by your grandma, and your grandma, kind of came through the Depression, and you have grit, right? So figure out what those things are for you and look for those when you're hiring. Ask questions and look for examples of those around that. And then, what are your non-negotiables? Is there anything that's a deal breaker for you? So for example, integrity for me is really black and white. It's kind of like being pregnant. You are or you're not, right? You have integrity or you're not. What are your deal breakers? So these are all the things you're going to figure out before you hire. And then lastly, the question that I get all the time is, people say, well, pay my assistant. How much should I pay my director of operations? The answer is not what Karen says. The answer is not what this team is doing or what somebody in my Facebook group said. The answer is, do a salary survey in your geographic area. So have you ever picked up a glass of what you thought was unsweetened iced tea, and you chug it and you're like, oh God, that was Coke and it's really sweet. It's not what you thought it was. That's what happens when you do that and you ask other people what you should pay. So what you should do is just do a salary survey. The next slide, I gave you all the questions to ask. All you do is you call the top teams in your area, in your geographic area. Unless you're hiring virtually, then you can call anywhere. And ask these questions. Tell them you'll share the information back with them with no names on it, and then they're likely to give you the information. Then I want you to pay at or above whatever that salary range is, because that will allow you to retain talent. Hopefully you're hiring talent. Okay, 2 things people miss in the hiring process. So now we planned it all out. We're doing the interviewing. We do all this interviews. And do you have an elevator script? So how many of you guys have an elevator script for real estate? I bet you think you don't, and I bet you do. When you go to a party or you're at the baseball field and somebody says, what do? Don't you pretty much say the same thing all the time, right? Oh, I sell houses, or I own a real estate team. I help people make their dreams come true. Whatever it is, that's your elevator script. So what is your elevator script when you're hiring somebody? What I don't want you to say is what most people say. Most people say, I'm looking to hire an assistant. Do you know anybody looking for a job? Right? That's what we all say. You've now shot both your feet. You went pow pow on this foot because you just said, I'm looking for an assistant. And now you're relying on whoever you're talking to know what a real estate assistant does. And no two real estate assistants do the same thing. So how are they going to know what kind of person you're looking for? You now just shot your other foot because you said, do you know anybody looking for a job? And the reality is most people are not out looking for jobs right now. So if you're looking to hire somebody, you're probably looking for someone who's already working and is good at their job. And maybe they're unhappy, but they're not really actually out looking. Or maybe they're a stay-at-home mom who's coming back into the workforce or something like that. So what should you say? Here's what I want you to say. I want you to describe the person and then ask the person if a name comes to mind, would they connect you? So you're going to say something like this. Oh, Karen, we have a salaried position on our team, a new opportunity, and I'm going to describe what I'm looking for, and maybe a name will come to mind, and actually they're probably already going to be working. Would that be okay? Of course, Karen says yes. So what I'm looking for, pretend we're hiring a transaction coordinator. I'm actually looking for somebody who's not the PTA president type, but they're probably on all the committees. They volunteer for everything, and they're the go-to person that everybody knows will take care of all the details. Now, immediately, Karen's mind starts working, and she's going to give you some names so that now you can connect to that person. So there's your elevator script. Second thing people miss in the hiring process is a road test. How many of you guys have kids who have gotten their driver's license? Anybody? Okay, handful of you. Yeah, right? So when you go to the DMV, they take a test, and then they get in the car with the instructor, and the instructor lets them drive around to see if they can actually really drive. Well, they can't really drive, but if they can drive enough to get their license. But how many times do we hire somebody, but we have no idea if they can do the job? We just know what they told us in the interview and what maybe their references told us. So I want you to give them some kind of road test. So for example, maybe you're hiring somebody who's going to handle your listings, right? So what I used to do is say, awesome. I would love it if you would pretend like you're selling your best friend's house and send me a one-page flyer of how you would market your best friend's house. Now, when I'm hiring, I like to hire people that don't need a lot of direction because I'm a high D and I move really fast and it's hard to slow down. Anybody relate to that? So I don't give a lot of instruction in the interview process on the road test. I just give them a really vague thing. I ask them when they can get it back to me, and then I let them know you can ask me questions right now, or you can schedule a 15-minute call with me so I can answer your questions. And usually they'll say, oh, I can get it to you in a week or whatever. It depends on whether they're already employed. So give them a road test so you can actually see what they're doing. Okay, 2 steps people skip after they're hired. So you did all that work. You assessed your needs. You know your behavioral profile. You know your cultural profile. You did a road test. You found this person. And now what I see across the industry is people disappear, right? So I'm going to ask you guys to do 2 things. One is what I call do the 2, and the second one is a user manual. All right. If I ask you, how do you spell love, and I ask your kids, what would they say? Okay, but let's put it in 4 letters. M-O-M-M-Y. They want time. Love, T-I-M-E, right? So when you make that operations hire, are you spending time with them, right? I want you to do the 2. Do the 2 means investing 90 minutes a week in 2 meetings that belong to them. These are not meetings that are for you to swoop in and drop all your things and swoop out. First meeting is a goal-setting meeting to go over personal and business goals and priorities for the week, for the month, for the year, right? One of the most important things you can do as a leader in your business is to clarify priorities, right? You're casting the vision, and now if you help your new hire clarify priorities, you're going to get results faster because when you're new, everything feels equal. So first one is a goal meeting. Second one is a business meeting, 1 hour a week, their meeting their agenda, they lead the meeting, and it could be they need approval from you for decision making, they need input, they need, I don't understand this, can you help, train me in a certain area, but this is their agenda, and that will change everything. How many of you guys have assistants already? Awesome. And how many are thinking about maybe I could hire somebody because I could have more time and more money, right? Okay. So I want you guys to raise your hand, all of you with assistants and hiring assistants, and repeat after me. I promise to do the 2. That's it. That was easy. Okay. In my line of work in operations, you hear everybody saying, you need to have an operations manual, right? These guys are nodding. You need to have an operations manual. Well, do you have a user manual for your people? Before you build an operations manual for your business, do you have a user manual for your people? So I just implemented this last year, and I can tell you it has accelerated the pace of our results massively. It took me about 2 weeks to build my user manual. I built my user manual, and then I sent it out to my family, my best friends, and everyone on my team, and I asked for input. Because I'm not the easiest person to work with. I move really fast, and I'm also a little quirky, as you can probably tell by the way I'm dressed. And I wanted the new person to know what it was really like to work with me. And I want to know what it's like to work with the people on my team. How do they receive information? How do they give information? And I wanted to make sure we were having important conversations, because it's about relationship, just like in real estate, right? The better the relationship with your people, the better the output of the company. The better the relationship of the people, the better everybody's lives are. So this was a way for us to do that. And I won't go over these, but I just gave you here. These are all the headings that are in my user manual. It's about 40 pages. One of the things that was important to me, for example, is preferred method of communication. We ask our buyers and sellers that. Do we talk to our teammates about that, right? So for example, me, I hate talking on the phone. Do not call me. You want to text me, Facebook message me, Slack me, all of that is good, but don't call me. Now you may be like, I'm on the road all the time. I can't be looking at email. Don't email me about stuff. Pick up the phone and call me, right? So those are just simple things. Response time. When do you expect people to get back to you? There's no right or wrong with any of these, but they're just, right? Some people are immediate. Some people, my systems boss, who runs all of our systems at OpsBoss, she only checks her email 4 times a day. She will immediately respond during those times, but she time blocks. But we need to know that, because my expectation for response is very fast because I move fast, right? And then I gave you some examples of, here are some of her, what's in one of my employees' user guide. Here's a couple examples, right? Section. I'm a high D, which means you may feel I am brutally direct. If I'm providing feedback, it's not emotionally charged. It just means I have information to share and us be our best. I will also use emojis to show I heart you, because I actually really do. I have a big heart. So it's nice to just say those things and be clear. So now that you've hired your ops boss, what are you doing? I want you guys to write that down. What could you do if you make whatever hire you need to make that you're not doing now? Is it spending time with family? Is it going to Paris for 5 weeks? Going to the Outer Banks? Is it buying an investment property and doing the research you don't have time to do? What are you doing? Write it down. I want you to write it down. So how am I doing on time? I'm good. Awesome. See, I told you I'd talk really fast. If you want to go to our website, you guys can take the leader quiz. What I find in real estate is people fail to make the transition from I'm assuming that if you're here, you're a top superstar producer. Most people are, or you will be, right? That's why you're here. But you have to make that transition from top sales to business owner to leader. So this is just a little quiz that you can take to see how you're doing on leadership. And then when Karen gave me the topic, when I wrote the material, I ended up with material enough for a 4-hour class. So if you guys want to just email to our email if you're interested, all of this rest of the material will come back. 5 signs your admin is thinking of leaving. Those of you who already have assistants, we've seen the great resignation, right? I also gave you 10 tips for retention to go along with that. Along with, I gave you my whole entire hiring process that I go through when I hire. So that is it. We have time for questions, and I'm happy to take them on any topic admin related. I just wanted to give you one thing real quick. Let me get to the end of it here. A couple people were asking me at lunch, like, what is it that you guys do? So let me just say that, if that's okay, really quick. Yeah. We don't actually train admin, but we educate. We have classes that are meant for the agent and the ops person to take together, as well as some classes for the operations people to take on their own. And then we do group coaching, which is what Karen had her team enrolled in. What we find is people who are new in the admin world need other people doing what they do. Just like you guys are all here today, masterminding with other agents, they need other operations people to do it. And then we do one-on-one coaching. I wasn't in the room when you introduced Christy. I don't know if you know this. So Chrissy's one of my coaching clients. I've been Chrissy's coach for 4 years. And so we do one-on-one coaching. And I can tell you, by the way, I don't know that you know this, Chrissy's one of the top transaction company owners in the entire country. So if you haven't met her, make sure you meet her. Okay, questions?
So I have 2 quick questions. One is, if I'm not good at hiring, are there resources out there to help me hire?
Yep. I would recommend Soprani Consulting. It's the top operations and real estate recruiting company in the United States, and I've used them personally twice. Soprani Consulting, Lindsay, Linzee, Soprani, Ciprani, Soprani Consulting.
And my second question is virtual versus in office. Your thoughts on that?
It depends on what your needs are. And if you want them to be in office, you have now taken your pool of people and eliminated it down about 90%. So I can tell you my entire team is around the country. We're virtual. We coach many large teams with virtual DOOs. And that said, there's sometimes you just need to be in person. So it really just depends on, I would go down that list when you're making your hire of 20 things and you circle the top 2. Do those top 2 require someone to be here? You know, so if it's your first assistant and they're going to be putting up lock boxes and doing all that stuff, they need to be here.
Just wanted your thoughts on how do you know how much time you need from an assistant? Like whether you're looking for part-time or full-time. I'm in that transition right now trying to figure out what I really need and would love some advice on how to figure that out.
I think when you do that, when you do your log of all the things, log the time with it, then you'll know how much time this person would be taking off your plate. And then I would say the second thing is, somebody talked about it earlier. What's your vision? Where are you going? Right? I think people find once they get going with an assistant that they end up using more and more and more time because you start thinking of more things that you can take off your plate. And where are you going? What are you building? Are you building a business of, 40 units a year or 400 units a year or 4,000 units a year? It just depends. So I would say hire to where you're going to. Put the money aside and then hire to where you're going to, because you'll hire a different type of person when you're clear on where you're going. Cool. Anybody else? Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. Who wants to go hire somebody now, right? Was that so good? Okay, clicker. Click, 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 click. All right, so I hear the air is on. That's what they're telling me. And I hope that that's going to be true here in a second. So next we're going to finish up the business segment with an exclusive interview of me and Vicky by Jackie with Atlantic Coast Mortgage, who Jackie has been we were talking at the VIP dinner last night, and we said, Jackie has known us the longest, so Jackie knows all the dirt. So if there is anything that needs to come out, Jackie would know it. Jackie is also our overall event sponsor. So what I'll do is I'll let Jackie do her kind of just like we've done with everybody else, do her kind of introduction there. And cards. So Jenny and Sheila, Matt, Jackie, they're passing out some Q&A cards because we are going to have time for Q&A during this session. So if you have questions, jot them down so that we can get them. Are you okay clicking ahead, or just here? Let's just click. And then here, we'll just leave it there. Is that good? Okay.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. And now that I have the mic, take a minute and just stand up and stretch. I don't know about you guys, but it's been a long day and it's been a great day. But move around a little bit because this is going to be exciting. I don't want you to miss anything at all.
Head roll.
At least she's wearing appropriate. We cannot.
And Karen, the air's back on, so. Okay. Let's get started. Everybody have a seat, please. So as Karen said, I'm Jackie Fields. I'm with Atlantic Coast Mortgage, and we are proud to be here as the overall event sponsor. A lot of you already know Atlantic Coast Mortgage here in the room, but we are strategically up and down the Atlantic coast. We are spreading out to more and more states every single day. We have a very large presence in the real estate community, for which we are extremely grateful for. We've had the opportunity, or have the opportunity, to partner with many of you in this room, so thank you very much for that. One of the things I love about our company is we have such a wide menu of product, right? So we really have solutions for just about every single borrower out there. Also, we're vast in our technology that we offer. We really set the bar high and exceeding, and elevating the client experience. So with that, I have a couple of my colleagues here. They're all the way in the back of the room. So Ashley Smith, Christy Hardy, Leslie Gaudiosi are here from ACM too. So thank you all for coming as well. And then I know there are a few other lenders here in the room. So if you're a lender, please stand up for a second because we want to applaud you as well. In this market, it's a little different right now, right? We've transitioned from where we were 6 months ago. And I think our jobs are a little harder, I guess I would say, and that we have to be really strategic in what we're doing. And so I thank every lender partner that's here, because we all know what it means to have your trust as a real estate agent when you refer people to us. But for us too, it's all about making sure that we present to your clients in the very best way. And I know that's one of the things at our company that, we look at, not just, hey, I need a pre-approval letter, or what's your interest rate. For me, it's more important about what are you trying to achieve goals. We help with wealth planning. We help with debt restructuring. So many times when people come to us, we're looking at lots of different avenues for them. And so much of the time, the client doesn't even know what their options are. They come to us thinking they want one thing, when in fact, they didn't know, they really didn't want that. They wanted something else. So we appreciate it. We're happy to partner with you at any time. And it's good to be here. One of the things I wanted to say about our sponsorship is that from day one, I've had the opportunity to be part of empowering women. And Karen's vision was clear at the beginning, and she told us what her vision was. And the idea that she would come and put together this group of women, and now men, so that she could show up and be present every day to inspire, equip, lead, mentor, I think means the world. And so as her, we believe in this community. You all are very much a part of our world all the time. And each of us come. There's lender representation, there's transaction, there's many different avenues in this real estate community. And we all need each other. One hand feeds the other, and we all support each other. So Karen, thank you. So now we're going to segue into our, I will in just a minute, but I wanted to say a couple more things. So many years ago, about 20 years ago for Karen and 17 years ago, I think, for Vicky. Both of them came independently and joined a real estate team in Loudoun County. I happened to be the preferred lender at that time, so I got to spend a lot of time with them and kind of help them. And so we immediately connected, and we became very strong business partners. We developed a friendship that has continued over the years. I pinch myself because I've been able to kind of walk along with them on this journey that they've been on. I'm amazed at where they've come. Had no doubt you would get here. But what I like about them and what I see in them constantly is their determination to always look for the new and the better, and how do we grow and how do we improve. And they're always inviting all of us to go along that journey with them. They give, they share, they pour out all the time. And so with that, welcome Karen Cooper and Vicky Noufal. So you all are going to have time to ask questions too, and I'll watch for my time. But I wanted to kind of start out, Karen and Vicky, and Vicky, I'm going to start with you. I know how you all talk about it's so important to understand your why. So why real estate, Vicky? What is your why today? Today.
Today. So having a clear why is obviously a big driver in moving forward. My why, has I guess really changed since I started, right? I think I came in wanting to, master this work and have financial independence. That's really important. I know that the wealth building, but now as my role has changed more from sales to leadership, mentoring, and helping other agents grow, definitely my why has changed because I feel like I've benefited so much over the years from other mentors and people who've helped me grow and get stronger. And now it's so rewarding to sit and do that for someone else because it's really like life-changing. You're making a difference for them.
Yep.
And their confidence and who they are, and also for their families. So that's very powerful. And I guess that really becomes our legacy, or I hope that it will become our legacy.
And Karen, I'm going to ask you the same question, but I'd like to know more about what happened, when you transitioned over to also adding coaching.
I don't know. I'm very loud. Oh, there it is. So my why in the beginning was to pay my bills because I was getting laid off, and so I needed a job. So I needed to pay my bills. But that changed over time, and which is where Empowering Women started to come in because I like just exactly what Vicky said. We both had so many mentors, Jackie being one of them, people who took the time to teach us, agents that took the time to teach us, people in our office. And so because it meant so much that those people took the time to teach us that then in time when not that we've got it all figured out by any means, but that when we started to figure out some things, like we wanted to share those things too, because why, somebody said earlier, like why recreate the wheel, right? So that's kind of where that came from, I guess.
And so I know with the two of you, because we spend lots of time together, right? We talk about things and different ideas. Tell me how you complement each other, because I know, well, I'm going to let you say it, because I know Vicky likes to change things up a little bit all the time, and you're sometimes like, well,
and I'm rigid and stubborn.
Yes.
That's what she was going to say. How do we complement each other? We are similar where it counts, but we are different probably in most ways. Which I think is what helps. So, and there was something that we read one time about, if you have two people that are doing the exact same thing, one of them is not necessary. And so the two of us together is able to do so much more than what we would be individually. So, like, what do you do?
What do I do?
Yeah, Vicky, what do you do?
Yeah. So, I feel like there was a plan. There was a plan for us to come together because we're really it was very unlikely that was going to ever happen. But for whatever reason, God put us together and it works. What do? I think I'm the driver. I love to think big things and figure out, can we get there? I'm very growth oriented and I like masterminding. I love strategy. I'm like literally we spend hours talking about business. It's fun for us. And anyone that calls and wants to talk about their business, it's fun because it's just, I think you have to obviously be able to see the big picture. In fact, when we first thought about maybe becoming partners, I don't know if we've ever shared this, but I created a file in our computer, and it was called Playing a Bigger Game. And playing a bigger game, anytime we would see something that was gonna like maybe be in our future, we would put it into that file. And Karen, she's amazing. She's a phenomenal leader, manager. She can see the path. Like it's a crazy, not a crazy relationship, but like sometimes we're talking about an idea or a thought, and I honestly think she's one of the few people that can understand maybe what I'm trying to relay. And then she'll be like quiet, and then she'll say like, I see it, I got it. And I'm so thankful because I'm like, you do?
Tell me what it is.
What is it? She goes, I got it. Like she has so many gifts. Just the way she talks to people inspires, teaches. But she has the ability to bundle things, package things, make things more simple and more clear because our business is complicated. It's difficult. So together, I'm very attracted to like, what's happening next? How can we innovate? How can we be better? How can we be better for our team? How can we help them? How can we support them? And so I do see the value of repetition and consistencies, like now in my language. But I also feel that you can't get stale. You have to always be progressing. And so that constant conversation, I think, has really brought us to where we are today.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah?
Yeah, for sure. There was another point, but I forgot what it was. I think you said it. There's a book. What is that book?
Rocket
Fuel that
Yeah.
people have told us over and over again that we've
Yeah.
both not read.
Yeah. Not read.
But there's two things. We've heard enough about it to know there's two things that it talks about. What are the things? Courtney probably knows. What is
So
it?
there's
You know?
there's the visionary, and then there's the
integrator. So and we both have a little of each.
yes.
But she's more the visionary,
Mhm.
and I'm more of the integrator, and so that's what works.
And
'Cause
honestly,
you can have all the best ideas, but if you don't actually do
it, yeah. And we both take action. We both do things, but it like she's detail oriented. She like I failed my disc C. I did not pass anything for cautionary, like 0. But I think that we need each other because I think end up having hopefully a better team and better service to everyone. Yeah.
That's how it goes when we're talking a lot too, back and forth. But and anyways, for the newer or independent agent, because not everyone's on a team, what types of advice would you give right now in terms of how to grow their business through lead generation, through client care? Can you share a little bit about what your thoughts are on that?
I mean, I think most clearly is don't allow yourself to become isolated. You don't have to be on a team to have a tribe of people around you that you trust and that you can communicate with. And I think, like you heard Cher talking about it earlier, in which like the importance of relationships and networking, and it's everywhere and everything that we do. So even if you're not going to be a part of a team, you need those people that you can learn from, and just constantly. I'm probably not answering your question at all, but constantly learning. And I think that that's something that we, obviously you're all here today, and some of you were at, Janet's saying that we were at just on Tuesday. So like, spending that time learning is really, really crucial. And it doesn't mean, Christy said it multiple times, like there's no right or wrong, right? Learning and making it what works for you is really the beautiful thing about our business, to be able to do that.
I agree. Find strong mentors. That's really key, whether they're local or, online. And then follow your heart, like follow what feels right. If there's a certain way there's many ways to be successful. So if, for example, something like, let's just say door knocking is not comfortable for you, don't do it, right? Like do what you gravitate towards. So if you like doing business by referral, like for us, I think, like for me, coffees and lunches and conversations. And I think that's how you build trust and how you earn business. And so that's what I've done. And I gravitate towards people who believe in that same way. And then the other key thing is you can spend all this time getting ready to be ready, but you have to like learn as much as you can, and then you got to take action. Right? A lot of people don't take action, or they think they are, but you got to get your hands dirty. You've got to, it's okay to like fall down and not get the appointment and not win the deal, or because that's where you learn from, right?
You're not going to ever be fully prepared for anything. And you can research yourself to death, and you can, prepare to be prepared. But at some point you actually have to do it. And the thing is, you won't actually learn what you need until you actually are in the middle of doing it. We are not perfect at any of the things that we do, but we just constantly seek to improve. And it's only through doing it that we figure out how to improve.
And all of it's been done before, like the road to success, the map to getting to where you want to get is already laid out. So just, being in rooms like this, attending, for me, it was always books, now podcasts. I like, what do you do on your off time is really key, because like I believe you have to have a passion to be good at something, right? Like I genuinely love real estate and love selling real estate. So like even in my off time, and I love business, so in my off time when I'm not working, I listen who are doing it because it's actually interesting to me. And then what you are interested in, you will naturally rise and succeed.
Talk to me about client nurturing. I know you both are really big on hospitality. And what do you think kind of sets you apart a little bit, or how do we all try to set ourselves apart, right? Just so that we have better relationship with our clients.
It's kind of like what Mark was talking about this morning, like what is your unique value proposition? And we are big believers in client care and nurturing. I mean, we have an entire client care program. We have, because people need to remember you, and they need to remember you not because you're Jody, their friend, or you're Lisa, their neighbor. They need to remember you because you're those things, but you're also a realtor. And so the only way that that's going to happen is if you tell them, and if you tell them over and over and over and over again. And so having a system, a process to do that, everything that we do, I don't think we consider ourselves salesy. It's all leading from a place of generosity. I could send 45 postcards that say I'm number one and I'm the very best one, but that's not going to make anybody want to contact me. What's going to make them want to contact me is me giving value, right? There's a book that I've half read from Gary Vee, and it's jab, jab, right hook. And it's all about like give, and then you ask, right? And so I think that's just sort of our general philosophy.
And giving is easier than asking for me, right? Like I'm Lebanese. I grew up in a culture where it was always, food in your, they call me a food pusher, but like, honestly, it feels more comfortable. So for me, like, I never come empty handed. I always have a pie in my hand. I'm listening to a lot of what they're talking about. And then just how you make people feel sometimes, like, is everything, right? the book Smile, right? It's all about how you make people feel, and the idea that, when you walk into a room, you should see that, like, a sign on their bodies that says, make me feel important, right? And that's really how you start to earn respect and trust and build upon. And then before you know it, business will flow your way because people know when you're being yourself. So, and I think a lot of us in the beginning, we're scared. We don't want to mess up. We don't want to sound stupid. But if you just, learn as much as you can on the technical side and then practice this idea of, building relationships, really nurturing relationships, soon the business will come and then you'll have more than you can handle.
Thank you. Let's talk about teams a little bit. I know that there are teams already in the room. There are probably some of you that are thinking about maybe you want to start a team. And so you describe Platinum Group as a hybrid team. Tell us what a hybrid team means.
So we both started on the traditional Rainmaker team where the business was all done in our team leader's name. And, the splits were very small, but there's a reason because, a lot of things were provided and done for us and paid for us. But what we saw on that model of team is that people are constantly coming and going. So they would come in and they would learn. And then once they kind of got their feet under them, then they would leave because why would they stay and make, like I was making 19%. Why would they stay for 19% if they were proven that they could do it on their own? And we didn't want that. We wanted to build something but there were so many aspects of team building that we loved, but not that. So we wanted to build something where people could come, they could do business in their own name, they could learn, but there was place to grow. There was room to grow so that they could make it more of a long-term experience, which is honestly better, I think, for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it really helps, I think, to our culture because we get to know each other. We're friends. We trust each other. Our conversations, because people tend to stay a long time, our conversations are amazing. Like you have open, honest conversations. Here's my challenges. Here's what I'm doing to have success. And then everybody's learning from it. And I feel like this is a better way to work. Like we want to come into a work environment where we're happy. It's our work. It's our work family. And it just helps with retention. And the truth is, real estate is sales, right? And so I think one of the things about the hybrid team is that people are able to maintain their initiative, right? You want people to be hungry and driven and having ideas and be able to execute, not having to, so ask permission. We hated that.
Yeah, no, don't like that.
So we thought, what if we could create something different? And what if we could do something like this where maybe which is what we have is as a team with like a centralized marketing support. We do a lot of things to try to encourage people to stay engaged with their business, stay disciplined. Discipline's difficult for all of us of what we do. And then everybody benefits from the community and the collaboration and the masterminding. And I think it's rewarding. Yeah. Yes. I see it. Yes.
Yes, we're lucky that we have a lot of Platinum Group team members here today too. So tell me, or us rather, what do you think it takes? What are the attributes that someone should think about in terms of, being a team leader? What do you think a team expects from their leader?
Well, I mean, I think the first thing that a lot of people don't take into account when you're building a team is it's not just I'm going to add some people because I want to make money from them, or it's not just I want to build a team so that somebody can take the stuff I don't want to work. When you're building a team, it is literally a second full-time job, and I suppose you could approach it in a way where that's not your mindset. But I think that if that is your mindset, you're not going to go very far. And so for us, again, I'm not answering your question. I feel like I've gone off track.
Well, you have to be. What the question is, what is it?
Yeah, the question is, what kind of attributes? What do you think it takes to be a team leader? What do you think the team is looking for from you?
Well, certainly I would say the basics, right? The reason people join teams is because they want organization, they want structure. If you say, I'm going to offer you this, this, and this, you have to follow through and do it, right? Because that's where trust, again, is earned. And then from there, I think that, people have to feel that their vision aligns with your vision, like how you want to do business is really how they want. Is this someone that I, maybe would want to be like one day or grow my business to be that way? Like you have to believe in who they are. And I think a lot of what we do is a lot of mentoring, training, coaching, building people up, and that includes mindset and confidence. So somebody that, you know, hopefully inspires you to grow, right? Yeah.
So that kind of leads me to tell us a little bit too of what kind of planning does it take? What kinds of steps do you all take to put together the platform for Platinum Group?
This is my department. This is my department.
I'm not allowed to touch the calendar.
She's literally not allowed to touch the calendar because she deletes meetings for everyone. It does take some planning. I mean, in the beginning, we weren't as good with the planning, right? Because it was all sort of new. But over time, what we learned is it's actually easier and better for us to invest the time up front, plan what it is that we're going to do, the marketing for our team, our meetings, our whatever. We don't plan it down to like the narrowest detail, but we have a general, this is what we're going to do. And we do that a year in advance. And it's actually very freeing to do that because we're typically doing that this time of year. So it kind of coincides with like our team retreat, and then we do a marketing debut. So then in the beginning of the year where everybody is focused on sales and everybody is, typically generally our busiest time is first 2 quarters, we're not worried about, well, what am I going to do next? Because we've already figured that out. So
I don't know about you, but for me, for many years, I was a solo agent, and that was always in the back of my head. I worried that I hadn't done the marketing plan. I don't have I definitely didn't have a plan in advance for a year. I just think that what it does is it gives you stability, right? Because we work, if you think about it, the emotions we go through, it's a lot of guilt. Like, oh, I should have done this. So I didn't do this. I didn't call that one. So like having a structure, like you literally, the plan is made and we're flexible. Like we're always we try to listen to feedback. What's working? What's not working? We're always checking in to see, is this even valuable for you? If it's not, we abandon. But I think that having a plan in advance, knowing these are the team meetings, these are the training sessions, these are the quarterly check-ins, this is our mid-year, this is it's
you know what to expect.
You know what to expect. And it's what does it do for you?
Well, I think anytime you know what to expect, it gives you that stability. Right? Because so much of our businesses, there is no stability. And so it's really nice to have at least something that you know what's happening and you know what to plan for and you know what to expect.
Yeah.
Because the rest is so volatile.
And we've done that also. So we have a client care program about basically how to stay in touch with our clients. And we basically, when we first started, I feel like we've evolved. When we first started, we would have this plan, but then we realized people get busy, and with all good intentions, spring market comes and you're like, I didn't call so-and-so, I didn't order the Popeye, I didn't send out the note. So as I think in the last year or two, we introduced what we call
more services. So marketing concierge, because we try to look at what were the pain points. So the pain points where we have this great program, we know the program works, but sometimes team members were too busy to actually implement the program because they actually had business. So we implemented kind of another layer that took, again, a little bit more of the guesswork out of it. And it's a win-win. So whenever we try to add services or add things to our team, we try to look for something that's a win-win. So in this case, it's an additional staff member who is meeting with our team members once a quarter to find out, okay, what parts of the program do you want to implement? Do you want us to mail it for you? Do you want us to deliver it for you? Like going through all of that. So there is an expense on our part, but the win is the marketing actually happens, which is then a benefit for our team member. And then because the marketing actually happens, and that generally represents an increase in business, which is then a win-win for everybody.
So then we have, less roller coastering going around, and people are knowing in advance, oh, I already planned my marketing for the next quarter. Now I can go focus on what I do best, which is sell, negotiate, engage.
So communication, right? We all know how important that is. You all have a very large team of highly talented agents, top producers in their own right, who are really running their own business within the team, right? So everybody has different needs, wants, and I know it's hard sometimes, but I guess every now and then, and I don't really hear it, but I guess every now and then, like with all of us, there can be moments of conflict. How do you handle conflict within the team if something comes up? What do you advise people to do?
Yeah, that's a really tough one. And we have, this year has, with in all honesty, been more conflict than we've ever had. And so there's a couple of different things. I think one is we try to separate fact from fiction. And sometimes, it's very easy. What is the saying? All it takes is one bad apple to spoil the whole bunch, right? If you've ever had, you have the fruit bowl and all of a sudden you realize everything's soft. And it's because in the bottom, there's something that's already rotten. And so, sometimes you have to understand really, okay, is this happening? Are these comments that I'm hearing, is this really because this is a problem for these people? Or is it because this is a problem here that has now spread around? And then also, we have to try, just like we do with our clients, taking the emotion out of it. This one said this one said that. Well, but I can't go on who said. Let us get in the middle and really understand what the problem
It's
is.
listening to both sides. And then, again, I think as a leader, you have to have the courage to have a conversation, hard conversations. We do that with our clients, right? How many times things don't go well with contracts and you're feeling all like that pit in your stomach as you're about to call and it's not going to be a comfortable call. But the truth is, there's always progress with conversation. Right? Things are either, why are you guys smiling? It's true, right? Nobody wants to make those calls, but I find that conflict doesn't have to mean like necessarily a fight. It's really more of, and I think we have learned to get better with this in time, right? Because what's easy to do is avoid it, but the problem doesn't get better when you avoid it. And just like any relationship, I think that it gets better when you take the time to say, hey, look, this is what we're hearing. This is what's happening. What do you think? Tell us your side. And then typically it's either different points of views or a misunderstanding or something like that, and we can work through it. So.
And a lot of times, a lot of that can be solved on the front end just through being clear, because we both hate confrontation with a passion. And so we prefer to be as crystal clear as possible. Here's what you can expect. Here's what you're going to get. Here's what this is. Here's what that is. Because the more clear you can be, then that takes away a lot of that conflict generally down the road.
So for those thinking about starting a team, we're going to take some questions from the audience in a minute. But for those that are even thinking about starting a team, what would be your words of advice?
So the first thing is you need to understand what the value is and why you want a team in the first place. So if you want a team because you're looking to build residual income and there's a thought that you might be able to do that by having people work for you, that's okay. But then you need to understand what are you bringing value-wise to those folks so that it's worthy of them sharing some of their commission with you. And you need to understand what the value is that you're going to offer. What is your structure going to look like? And you're not going to get it right on the front end. You might have to make some changes, but those are things you have to get clear on. If you're not clear on that and you're just going to start adding people, or anybody with a pulse, then that's going to be a problem for everyone. So you have to be
well. We've learned a lot in our journey. I mean, I think the first summer together, we spent it really like at my home, either in the basement or on the porch, just writing out what's our philosophies, what do we want to try to achieve, what. The problem was when you're starting a team, you have to decide what type of team do you want. You don't really have any history. You don't really have any experience. So you have to start and you have to understand that there's going to be mistakes and you'll learn to adjust with time. And then from there, it's, don't you think we've learned through experience?
Well,
really?
We learned through experience. And some things have changed and shifted over time, but others have stayed, kind of consistently the same. And so really, it's just, people were talking about vision and those other things. It's no different when you have a team. Why do you want to do this? Why are you willing to give yourself a second full-time job? You need to get really clear on that before you start bringing other people into it.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of ladies sitting out here and one man. What do you love about Platinum Group? What does this team mean to you?
Well, they're our family, I mean, it's funny. Somebody was texting on the chat line, somebody said, does Karen Cooper actually talk to you? We are legitimately a family. And so, these are like some of our closest, friend relationships that we have. And it's a beautiful thing to be able to work with your friends and your family. And so that's really nice. And some have been with us less time, and we haven't, known as long as others. Jody and Jenny fight over who's the OG, like who's been there the longest. Jody says it's her, and we're gonna go with that. But because I don't think Jenny's here anymore. But
Never conflict.
No, never conflict. But yeah, I mean, it's everything.
We're so proud of the Platinum Group. I mean, it is, it's our, I just feel so good about it. It's been such a blessing. It's being able to create a community where I feel like as I'm listening to more of our team members talk, it's like the culture is good. And that's hard to achieve. Those are the things, there's certain things you can read in books and learn how to do, but there's certain things that are the intangibles. And I'm proud of the Platinum intangibles, which is care and ethics and love and being able to, share freely, give and take. Like there's a lot of contribution. Members jump in. I mean, somebody needs something, somebody's hurt, somebody's this, everybody, like there's people jump in.
Today's event is a perfect example. As Jenny and Maddie were figuring out what we needed, so we put out the message to the team, like, okay, who, and like, it was like gangbusters coming to like, they're here. Martha was here at like 7:30. Where is everybody? And, so like making sure that we have what we need. And that's kind of the philosophy on the team too. This one needs help. Martha needed help covering a settlement on Friday. And, LeAnne just went to Ninja. And so she came back and like did a training and shared everything that she learned. And, that's just very much.
And much of what we do on Platinum, it's really the same feeling that you have with what you've created with Empowering Women in Real Estate. It's community, because it's what we do is hard. It's tough. It's hard on our emotions. It's not clear. And so having like a home base to come back to where you can rejoice in it and feel like, it solves that isolation. And you even though you may have hard days, you've got someone to talk about it. And that to me is everything.
All right. Questions for Karen and Vicky?
Sheila.
Pass. No.
All right. You're okay. Yeah. Betty has pre-screened the question.
Testing.
Yes.
Other than the obvious podcast of Karen's podcast.
Yes.
That's an obvious. What are can you each give us two of your favorite podcasts?
Yeah. I really love the Ed Milet show. It's just kind of a general business entrepreneurial type show.
Wait, can you say that again?
Yeah, the Ed Milet show.
MYLETT.
It's an awesome podcast. It's one of my favorites that I listen to probably most frequently. Another favorite is Jenna Kutcher. I just finished her book recently, but she has a great podcast called Goal Getter. And that is another one of my favorites.
Okay. Obviously Empowering Women in Real Estate is my favorite podcast. Okay. But I listen to all kinds of podcasts. I like to learn about business, investing, leadership. So I kind of move around. I don't try to stick, like Ninja Selling is excellent. For investments, it's Bigger Pockets. You guys follow Bigger Pockets. That's a big one because, as you heard today with our, awesome panel, there's many different ways to invest in real estate. So you get to learn about different ones and then decide if that works.
Sometimes she'll say to me, oh, you know what? This would make a great podcast topic.
Yeah.
And I'll say, obviously you did not listen to last week's
No, she'll
episode.
say like episode 59. I'm like, okay, all right.
Text her a link. Listen.
Yes.
Any other questions? Okay.
That's a great question. Where do you find talent and how do you screen them? So I can honestly say that in our 7 years of having a team, we have said no more often than we had said yes. And a lot of our best communication, connections have come from referrals, right, from within our own team. Our broker has referred agents to us in the past. We have, over time, of course, I like to have a system. So we've had a system for recruiting. And although we never, it feels weird to call it recruiting. It's not something, really, it's only been maybe the last 4 years we ever actually made it a thing. And so we would do what we call a lunch and learn And we would invite people just to come to a presentation and learn what we were sharing. So we, usually would average about 30 or so come. Usually about half would apply, and we would say yes to about a third. And that's kind of our math. How do we know? For us, it's not always the person who's the highest producer. It is who is most like us, who has vision, who has drive, who is a good collaborator. Not everybody is a good teammate. And we have seen that before, and we have made that mistake before. And, if you find yourself cringing at things that people say about other people, then that is usually your sign that they're not for you.
So I do think that you attract your tribe. Yeah, something like that.
Your vibe attracts your tribe. There we go.
Your vibe attracts your tribe. So I do like what we talk about, what Karen especially talks about with Empowering Women in Real Estate and the podcast. It really kind of does attract a lot of agents to us that kind of believe in that and feel comfortable with it, and they can align with it. So that's been a big part of our recruiting, I guess. And then in terms of hiring, it does feel weird because, I always hear you should look for happy, humble, and hungry, right? But also, I think, you feel a little biased sometimes, but like personality matters. Your energy, your smile, your confidence, the way you're able to engage in a conversation.
Think about what Christy said. Christy said, you're going to have to work with this person. So you have to genuinely like them. So, that.
And
that
even more so, they have to work with people. So if, and the thing is, sometimes you don't know from I remember when I first started, as you can saw earlier, I get nervous really quickly. So if I barely kept the job, honestly, but the truth is nervousness wasn't because I didn't care or I wasn't passionate about it. It's because maybe I cared too much and I just felt insecure and I felt uncomfortable. I'm not as comfortable talking in big rooms. I'm very comfortable talking one-on-one with people, or in a smaller group. That's much more because I feel like it's not fake or it's authentic, and that feels good. So I think that we want to find people that are like-minded, that will click with the team, like culture, again, our brand and people, because at the retreat, we sit in
sharing a house
and PJs, and you have to be able to have coffee with them the next morning, and you're like, so it's gotta be okay.
Yeah. I think Michelle D, did you have your hand up? Who knows what she's gonna say? Any other questions? Oh, I knew you did. Yes. Oh. Uh-huh. Your vibe attracts your tribe, which is exactly what we just said. Yeah.
I have one
Any
other
other questions?
question.
Yes, Misty. Yes. In terms of distance or in terms of, yes. So part of that for us, so the question was, how do we kind of grow our culture, especially as our team has become a little bit more spread apart? So part of that is we introduced Carol Allen as our local leader in Prince William County earlier this year, because what we were finding was, as we were having a large, not a conglomeration, but a larger group of team members in a certain area, you need that person to kind of bring things around and bring it together. Mm-hmm. And so honestly, that was really part of that for us.
And then we do a lot of we have once a month in-person meeting and once a month in-person training. And then other times there might be clinics, or, LeAnne just did a debrief for the team about something, a ninja conference. So and sometimes it's not the whole team, but it's different parts. And so people get very comfortable with each other. And then we have, accountability groups. We have a lot of small group work.
A variety of things over the years. I mean, there was a period of time, especially I think right after COVID, when everybody had been at home for so long, we reintroduced our we called it PG buddies, and everybody got an assignment every month of like, this is your, this is your buddy, or these are your two buddies. And like, your job is to have lunch with or coffee with your buddy during the month. And so because what happens is normally when you have a group of people, think about what you did when you came in here today. If you didn't have a reserved assignment already, then you probably went to people that you knew, right? And so the same thing happens in a team. So what you have to do then is you have to intentionally force nicely people to get to know each other. And so, we've done those things in the past.
And then our job, our responsibility is to look for that. Like, what's happening now with the team? Like, what can we do to help? Like, if we feel like I know one thing for us, when we have the retreat at the end of, which is coming up in November, we always walk out so excited because we've had like 3 days of being together and everybody's, excited and energized and pumped. And then, spring market, everybody's busy. So you start to lose it. Connection is lost pretty easily. So we have like a chat line for our team. Oh, what's the number one? I'm out. Oh, 1 minute.
You're
so
good.
Wait, Tracy Cable has a question. Tracy Cable. Oh, the team retreat. They love the team retreat. So we, I don't know. Yeah, I don't even know how many years ago this has been that we started. So it's evolved. Now we do 3 nights away, 2 full days of content. So we started out, and 1 whole day is all about reviewing your previous year. So I prepare a workbook and whatever in advance, and then everybody, does their homework, and then they come to the retreat, and then we would go and we would take turns talking about, okay, this was my year, this was my struggle, this was my whatever. And of course, the beautiful thing is when somebody, when Robin is crying and saying, this was my year, which was years ago, not this year, not even like the last 3, like, 5 years ago, but whatever. Then, Carol or Michelle is there saying, yes, but you're so amazing. And here's why, blah, blah, blah. And then the second day would be all about goal setting. So again, we would do the same thing, sharing your goals, kind of going around the room. We've shifted it a little bit now that there's so many of us. It would take hours for everybody to go through. So we're doing a much shorter review this year. This year we're using the Power Sheets, which is my very favorite goal planner of all time. We're going to work together as a group to use our Power Sheets to set our goals for the year, business and personal, right? Because we're whole people. And then on the second day, there's an exercise we did last year that everybody loved where everyone shares one goal that they have. And then they kind of get their time in the spotlight and we all take turns brainstorming how can this person achieve that goal.
And on many subjects, sometimes it's mental health, sometimes it's geofarming, sometimes it's, and then if we get into too many conversations about something, we'll put it in a parking lot. We put it on a piece of paper and we can go over that stuff throughout the course of the year. But we also, in addition to our work,
at the dance party where I broke my knee last year, that was, yes, we always do that.
Jackie, she brings a chef, so it's like, we make sure that everyone has a wonderful time. And, a couple times we've jumped in the ocean. I like stuff like that.
Vicky's polar plunge.
Yeah, polar plunge. But I mean, the thing is this, like, you should come back and feel excited and energized because honestly, by the time you get to November, you're so done. And we want people to feel refreshed and ready to go and thinking about next year and just time spent together is, what did she say? Time is priceless. Yeah.
If you have other questions, write them on the cards and just give them to one of the staff because Karen and Vicky are going to answer those questions and she's going to send it out when she sends out the recording
Homework. Thank
of
you,
the
Jackie.
event. So,
yes.
Any other questions? But thank you both very much.
Yeah. All right, so we have we're going to do a takeaway exercise again, really quickly now so here's what we're going to do. We're going to do takeaway exercise for our business segment. We are going to introduce our business sponsor. We have a bunch of giveaways and then we're going to take a break. And actually we're pretty on time. So we'll take about a 20 minute break before we begin our last session for today. So takeaway exercise. This is on page 53 in your workbook. So same thing as what you've done for the last 2. Go back through your last 2 sessions. So I know you heard a lot of nuggets from Christy Grossman, things that you just heard here, and then go through, circle them, highlight them, and then I want you to put your top 1 to 3 that you want to implement on page 53 of your workbook. 2 minutes.
Who's been working so damn hard? You got that head on overload. Got yourself this flawless body aching out from head to toe. Ain't nothing on my left of the world. Ain't nothing. Girl, just gotta get paid. You've been down before. You've been hurt before. You got hurt before. You'll be good to go. Good to go. Destiny said you gotta get up and get mad independent and don't you ever forget. Got some dirt on your shoulder that made me brush it off for ya. If you feeling me, put your five high. That's my what you waiting for? That's my girl. That's my girl. That's my girl. If you've been played by every boo, just trying to show you off. Thought he was the best you ever had until he cut you off. Ain't nothing that you know you're worth. Ain't nothing.
Yeah. Okay, everybody ready? Ready? Okay, so next we're gonna I want to introduce our business segment sponsor, and then we have a bunch of good giveaways for you. So we are very grateful to McInerney and Associates, who were the sponsor of our business segment, and we have Dennis here, who's going to say a few words.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. I know some of you, but not everyone. McInerney Associates, we are a female-owned boutique brokerage. We have about 400 agents. We're in the DC, Maryland, Northern Virginia area. We actually just opened an office in Front Royal as well, but we're in Leesburg, right there in the middle of town. But I actually want to talk for a second about Karen and Vicky and the authenticity that they bring to real estate. And, you know, in real estate, it's all about the brokerage, where you do business and all of that. But what I love most about what the two of you do and what Empowering Women in Real Estate does is bring people together, no matter where they're affiliated. And I think that's very important. I'm in a season of my life where I'm all about my tribe. And so the fact that you all have done this in this industry that I've been a part of for 24 years, I actually was following Empowering Women in Real Estate before I knew it was you. Yeah. I mean, seriously. But their team, the Platinum Group, and everything they do is absolutely all about the culture that they're creating. And for my role at McInerney is actually business development. So I work with the agents on their branding, their what they want to do and how they want to do their business. I also do it with the company. But something happened today that I have to mention that really pushed down that point of you guys are what you say you are, and your team is actually who you say you are in terms of being caring, in terms of having each other's back. So I walked in this morning and I was feeling real good, real confident. I walked in, there was the Empowering Women's, step and repeat, get my things, and I'm walking in, and all of a sudden a woman says, "Uh-oh." And she said, "Your dress, it's tucked into your, I said, "What?" They said, "Yeah, everybody saw you walking in." But you know what? They came up to me and they pulled it down and they said, "You know what? We've got your back." And I really appreciated that. And that's what you guys do. So anyway, that's all I have to say. But
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I'm sorry that happened, Dennis. Okay, so let's do a couple giveaways and then we're gonna do a break. Okay. So we have a giveaway here for the first person who purchased a ticket for today's event back, I think in July when we started this. And that's Jeannie Brown. Is Jeannie here? Jeannie Brown? You were the first one? Here. We have a $50 gift card for you. The ticket way back when. So, well, we appreciate it. We also want to, we have a $50 gift card to Ford's Fish Shack for the last person to purchase the ticket, and that was Tony McMullen. Yeah. Okay, and then we have our business segment giveaways. So what do we have here, Jenny? Yes, let's do that. So Steve Rigby, the author of Smile, this is a great book that we did with our team. He has generously brought us some books. Are they signed? I think they might be signed even by the author. So we're going to give away a couple of these. So we have one for Gabriela Cruz. Is she here? Yep, I see her back there. We have one for Keisha Washington. And we have one for Chrissy Cruz. Okay, and then we have just a couple more for our business segment. Oh, awesome. So we have, again, my favorite weekly planner, the Simplified Planner from Emily Lay, and this is for Janet Brink. Janet, she was just there. And then we have Rocket Fuel. This is the book that Vicki and I were just talking about. This was a suggestion from Christy Grossman, and this one is for Rachel Chang. Back in the back. Oh, and then we have an iPad. We have an iPad. This is an iPad, right? So we have an iPad for Melody Visser. Okay. And are these the last two? What's the other one? Okay. And so next we have a beautiful, I have this bag. We have a beautiful handbag from Stella and Dot. And this is for Jody Arndt. Jody here. And then we have a free 12-month Inner Circle membership that is a value of $1,188. And that is for Susie Joran. Okay, and we have one more. We have The Simplified Life. This is a book by Emily Lay. This is another one that I love. And this is for Misty Weaver. Okay, so we're going to take a break. Come back at 4 o'clock. And remember, we have men's and women's restroom are both available to us. Okay, oops. All right.
You've been down before, you've been hurt before, you got up before, you'll be good to go, good to go. Destiny said it, you gotta get up and get it, get mad independent, and don't you ever forget it. Got some good on your shoulder, let me brush it up for you. If you feel me, put your vibe high. If you want to take it, I should have said. Try to hide it, fake it. I can't pretend anymore. I only wanna die alive, never by the hands of a broken heart. I don't wanna hear you lie tonight, now that I've become who I really am. This is the part when I say I don't want it. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. This is the part when I say I don't want it. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. You were better, deeper. I was in there stallion, like a deadly fever, yeah, babe, on the highway to hell, yeah. I only wanna die alive, never by the hands of a broken heart. I don't wanna hear you lie tonight, now that I've become who I really am. This is the part when I say I don't want it. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it. This is the part when I say I don't want it. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it. Oh, my baby. Start on your body, I came alive. It was lethal, it was fatal. In my dreams, it felt so right, but I woke up every time. Oh, baby. This is the part when I say I don't want it. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. This is the part when I say I don't want it. I'm stronger than I've been before. This is the part when I break free, 'cause I can't resist it no more. Tumble out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try to come to life. Jump in the shower and the blood starts pumping. Out on the streets, the traffic starts jumping with folks like me on the job from 9 to 5. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by. It's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and they never give you credit. It's enough to drive you crazy if you let it. 9 to 5 for service and devotion. You would think that I would deserve a bad promotion. Want to move ahead, but the boss won't seem to let me. I swear sometimes that man is out to get me. Hey, just to watch him shatter, you're just a step on the boss man's ladder, but you got dreams he'll never take away. In the same boat with all of your friends, waiting for the day your ship will come in and the tide's gonna turn and it's all gonna roll your way. Working 9 to 5, what a way to make a living. Barely getting by, it's all taking and no giving. They just use your mind and you never World's a turning, hang on, facing our fear and standing out there alone. I yearn, yeah, and it's real to me. There must be someone who things look so bad everywhere in this whole world. What is fair? We walk the line and try to see falling behind and what could be. Oh, bring me a higher love. I'm all a higher love. Oh, oh, bring me a higher love. My, it's that higher love. I keep thinking bring me higher love. Bring the beat in. Honey, honey, I can see the stars all the way from here. Can't you see the glow on the window pane? I can feel the sun whenever you're here. Every time you touch me, I just melt away. Everybody asks me why I'm smiling out from ear to ear. But I know nothing's perfect, but it's worth it after fighting through my tears. And finally you put me first. Baby, it's you. You're the one I love. You're the one I need. You're the only one I see. Come on, baby, it's you. You're the one that gives me all. You're the one I can always call when I need to make everything stop. Finally, you put my love on top. Oh, come on, baby. You put my love on top, 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 top. You put my love on top. Oh, come on, baby. You put my love on top, 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 top. Love on top. Love is baby. I can hear the wind whipping past my face as we dance the night away. And boy, your lips taste like the night of champagne as I kiss you again and again and again and again. Now everybody asks me why I'm smiling out from ear to ear, but I know nothing's perfect, but it's worth it after fighting through my tears. And finally you put me first. Baby, it's you. You're the one I love. You're the one I need. See, come on, baby, it's you. You put my love on top. Come on, baby. You put my love on top. Top, 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 top. My love on top. Baby, it's you. What I love. You're what I need. Only thing I need. Come on, baby, it's you. You're the one that gives your all. You're the one that always calls. Everything stops. Finally, you put my love on top. Baby, you're the one that I love. Baby, you're all I need. You're the only one I see. Come on, baby, it's you. You're the one I always call. When you need you, everything stops. Finally, you put my love on top. Baby, 'cause you're the one that I love. Baby, you're the one that I need. You're the only one I see. Baby, baby, it's you. You're the one that gives me all. You're the one that always calls. When you need you, everything stops. Finally, you put my love on top. Baby, 'cause you're the one that I love. Baby, you're the one that I need. You're the only one I see. Baby, baby, it's you. You're the one that gives me all. You're the one that always calls. Days like this, I want to drive away. Pack my bags and watch your shadow fade. You chewed me up and spit me out like I was poison in your mouth. You took my life, you drained me out, but that was then and this is now. Now look at me. This is the part of me that you never away from me. No, this is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me. No, throw your sticks and your stones, through your bombs and your blooms. My soul, this is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me. No, I just wanna throw my phone away. Find out who is really there for me. You ripped me off, your love was cheap, was always dead at the seams. I fell deep, you let me down, that was bad, and this is now. Now look at me. This is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me. No, this is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me. No, throw your sticks and your stones, throw your bombs and your blooms, you're not gonna break my soul. This is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me. No, now look at me, I'm sparkling, a firework, a dancing flame. You won't ever put me out again. I'm glowing, oh, so you can keep the diamond ring. And don't in any way. In fact, you can keep everything. Yeah, yeah, except for me. This me that you never gonna ever take away from me. No, this is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me. No, throw your sticks and your stones, throw your bombs and your blooms, you're not gonna break my soul. This is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me. This is the part of me that never away from me. This is the part of me. Throw your sticks and your stones, throw your bombs and your blooms, you're not gonna break my soul. This is the part of me that you never gonna ever take away from me.
Let's go, girls.
some noise, really raise my voice. Yeah, I wanna scream and shout. No inhibitions, make no conditions, get a little out of line. I ain't gonna act politically correct, I only wanna have a good time. The best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun. Yeah. Oh, they're totally crazy, looking at my lady, men shirt, short skirts. Oh, really go wild, yeah, doing that in style. Oh, get in the action, feel the attraction, cover my head, do what I dare. I wanna be free, yeah, feel the way I feel. Man, I feel like a woman. The girls need a break tonight. We're gonna take a chance to get out on the town. We don't need romance, we only wanna dance. We're gonna let our hang down. The best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun. Oh, they're totally crazy, looking at my lady, men shirt, short skirts. Oh, really go wild, yeah, doing that in style. Oh, get in the action, feel the attraction, cover my head, do what I dare. I wanna be free, yeah, feel the way I feel. Man, I feel like a woman. Oh yeah, the best thing about being a woman is the prerogative to have a little fun, fun. Oh, they're totally crazy, looking at my lady, men shirt, short skirts. Oh, really go wild, yeah, doing that in style. Oh, get in the action, feel the attraction, cover my head, do what I dare.
Okay, everybody. It's 4 o'clock. Are we ready? Are we ready? It's 4 o'clock. So I think what we're going to do to get us welcomed back is we've got 2 local drawings that we can do. So if you are local to the DMV, have you this card in the bowl? You're going to want to, because not only do we have, I think it's $500 from Lisa Bergoni, but we also have an amazing gift here from Terry Williams with My Guy in there, I think somebody said. So Maddie's going to come around with the bowl, drop your business card if you have not already. Drop your business cards. Huh? I know. It's yeah. They all coordinated. And we didn't even try. Okay, last call. Business cards in bowl. Business cards in bowl. Let me see what we have. So we have 2 prizes, 2 local prizes. We have a 3-hour organizing with Lisa, which is a $500 value. And then I think Terry, is this from you? Yes. Terry Williams with My Guys. And in here we have a book and that. All right, so we good there? So what we'll do here, so let me, so my friends, Gabriel and Alex Davila, Dexios Design, they've been doing all of this for us today. They've been making the live stream amazing. We're going to have a great replay that will be available to you, which is all there. So we're going to let Alex draw. Alex is going to draw our winners here. So Alex, dig in. This is going to be for 3 hours organizing with Lisa. Vanessa Miles, MBH Settlement Group. Vanessa, you must be present to win. Is Vanessa here? Vanessa, last call. Okay. Let's do another one. No peeking. Katie Jordan, Sampson Properties. Yes. Okay, and then we have our gift here from my guys, Terry. Julie Bowman. Hey. All right, so we are fired up and ready for our final segment today. Yeah? Okay. Final segment today is me. That's not me. Okay. All right, so I'm going to talk about my favorite thing. My favorite thing is how to be a master of your time. Because you know that I am all about efficiency and I am all about how can we save time. So that's what we're going to talk about. And the super ironic thing about this is I didn't have time to practice my own presentation. So 2 weeks ago, I recorded myself doing it kind of like a podcast. And I was like, okay, this way I can listen, right? I can listen to it as I'm going. So I have 20 minutes on the clock and it took me 54 minutes. So I can't talk that long. So Jackie, but it's not going to be 54 minutes. I don't want anybody to panic. It's going to be 20. Stacy's going to keep me on track. Okay. Nope, wrong way. There we go. Okay. We're going to learn how to become a master of our time. I love this quote from Henry Ford. It's been my observation that most people get ahead during the time that others waste. How many of us waste time every day? Yes. What is our favorite way to waste time? Netflix, social media, scrolling Facebook, looking on Instagram. Now, this is not to say that we need to fill every single moment of our day to be productive. That's not the case at all. But, you know, we all have the same amount of time, right? Beyonce has the same number of hours in her day that we have, but she's getting a whole lot more done than any of the rest of us do. And I'm sure it's one, because she has help. But number two, it's because she knows how to use her time wisely. So that's what we're going to do. Why learn to master your time? This is why. These are my people. This is my husband. And these are my kids. And I learned to master my time because I want to be available for them. I want to have as much time as possible. And if I can manage my time well, then I can not only have a great business, but I can also be present for the people that I love. Okay, so how do I become a master of my time? These are the 4 things that we're going to hit on today, hopefully in 20 minutes. The first one is focus. You need to know what is most important. And the big hint here is that it cannot be everything, right? You need systems and routines. Those are going to help you to save time, especially with the small stuff. When I first met or learned of Christy Grossman, is because Christy has a class called Systems Are Sexy. And when I learned about that, I was like, oh my God, she's my person, right? So systems and routines, we're going to talk about that. Number 3 is get help. No one can do it all alone. None of us can talk about that. And then boundaries. I think that boundaries are meant to keep people out. And this is kind of a loosely held quote from Jenna Kutcher's book, How Are You Really? Which is that boundaries don't keep things away. They don't take things away. They keep you in your life. You to be most present for what's most important for you. Let's start with focus. If everything is important, nothing is important. And it is totally okay for your focus to change from season to season. You know, the things that are happening in my life right now and the things that are important. So, you know, that's going to change a little bit. It's okay for your focus. Your focus is what helps you to make the decision what's going to be a yes for you and what's going to be a no. And a no right now does not mean it's a no forever. You've heard me say this 1,000 times that I hate happy hours. Now, we have a happy hour today, and I'm going to be there, and I'm going to have fun with all of you. But I don't usually love happy hours, and there's a couple of reasons. And one of the reasons is because happy hours typically are taking place when my people are getting home at my house. And if you have teenagers, you know that there comes a point where they only are willing to talk to you terms, and you don't know when that's going to be. And so my 16-year-old, by then I've usually brought his brother home. So I'm at my desk and he comes and he sits in the chair in my office. Sometimes he talks. Sometimes I say, how was your day? He's like, okay. And sometimes I actually get, and I don't want to miss those, right? 2 years from now, when he's gone to college, I might want to live it up at the happy hours. But right now, that's not what's right for me. When you are crystal clear on what is most important, so much easier. This is my focus. My family is number 1. My team is number 2. Empowering women in real estate is number 3. This is what I have time for right now in this season of my life. That means I'm not doing a lot of socially things. I'm not doing a lot of girls' nights. I don't think I've ever done a girls' night because those are not my focus right now. In time, those will be. This is not meant to tell you what you should or shouldn't do, but the idea is when you're clear on your focus, it's really easy to me. When I get an invitation for something, when I get asked to participate in something, if it does not support one of these 3 things, then it's almost always going to be a no. Figure out what are your top priorities. I've shared what mine are. So what are your top priorities? Again, they can't be everything. So ideally, it's probably more than one thing, right? It's going to be a couple today, not what's going to be important to you next year or most important to you. And again, it's okay if that focus is from time. And there is no right or wrong. You know, my focus is my focus. That doesn't mean that it's yours. So you figure out what makes the most sense for you. And, you know, this is your life. This is the only one that we get. And time is our most precious commodity. I can make more money. I can make more money anytime I want. I can go to more happy hours anytime I want. But I can't always have those moments with my kid sitting on the chair in my office when he gets home from school and he wants to talk to me. So the more clear you are on what your focus is and what your priorities are, then that's going to make it a whole lot easier for you to make the decisions on what you need to be doing and when. So once you've identified your focus, then you're going to want to apply these concepts. So kind of 2 sort of primary things that I tend to think about all the time. One of them is yes equals no. And I think we forget this. I think that we have a tendency to just think that, you know, time is unlimited and we can say yes to everything. But the reality is when you're saying yes to something, you are saying no by default to something else. So when I say yes to that happy hour, and this is a really bad example because we are having a happy hour and it's going to be a lot of fun today. And I hope that you'll join me. And we have really amazing giveaways during today's happy hour. But, you know, when easy for me because I know that if I am saying yes to the happy hour, then I'm saying no to that time when Ryan is sitting in the chair wanting to talk to me, right? So yes equals no. The more you can understand this, the better it's going to be for you to be able to manage your time. The next one is do, delegate, or delete. So this one is also a strategy that I use when I want to get my inbox cleared out, right? Those email inboxes that drive us insane. Do, delegate, or delete is the best thing either for applying concepts for how to manage your time, but also your email inbox. You're going to do your highest value or your highest priority activities. And sometimes your highest value activities are the ones not. being home at my desk from school, that's a high value activity to me, but it doesn't make me money, but it's more important to me right now. So you want to do the things that are highest value and highest priority to you. You want to delegate the things that are not most important or dollar productive. And we'll talk about that a little bit more in a minute. I have a bunch of tactical tips for you. And then you want to delete. You want to delete the things that you are doing out of obligation, that you are doing because you think you're supposed to, or that you're doing because you have always done them if they are no longer serving you. A couple weeks ago, a friend came to me, and it's been crazy town, right? Like, we've been trying to get ready for this. We have a lot of things going on. And so a friend came to me, and he's like, I want to introduce you to this person who is like the CEO of like a high level organization in the area, because he's like, you know what, I know that you can help him because you have a lot of contacts that this person needs, and blah blah blah, and they're going through a hard time, and on and on and on. And I wanted to say no, right? So here's an example of where I'm not following my own advice, but I think we all do this. So I said yes. Had to be right now. It was the worst 45 minutes I've ever spent in my life with this person. And so it reminded me, this person was negative. This person, like, it was 45 minutes about what's wrong. How can we try to make it right? Which, drives me crazy. So we have to delete. I did that kind of out of obligation because I thought somebody else wanted me to, and I wanted to be helpful, but it really wasn't what was going to serve me right now better. And I probably wouldn't have been so bitter about it if I had said, yep, you know what, I would love to meet with, but you're going to have to wait 3 months because I need to get through this. And then we got to get through the retreat. And then we're going to have the other thing. And then I can meet with you in January. I probably wouldn't have been so mad if I had met with him in January instead of 2 weeks ago. So you have to delete. How many of you are doing things because somebody else expects you to do them, but they don't necessarily, but they don't necessarily resonate with you? I think we all do. So the more you can delete those, the better. All right, establishing systems and routines. This drives Vicky crazy because I love systems and routines, and Vicky does not love systems and routines. And I think that, this is actually, so my first point here is actually something I heard Christy say once, I think on a podcast or something, which is if you're going to do something more than once or twice, you need to have a system for it. Like, think about how many times there's things that we do in our real estate business that are repetitive. You have the buyer or the seller that's going to closing in 2 weeks. And so you're going to send them an email. And that email is kind of roughly similar, right? Don't forget to transfer the utilities. You got to bring your cashier's check. If it's a buyer, you need to bring your driver's license, right? So we have these things. I'll meet you there. Here's the address. But how many of us actually have a system around it? Instead, I know Marcia does. But instead, we go from memory, right? And we go to write that email every single time. Do it once. Have it in a notes. I use the notes app in my phone for I call them scripts. I have a ton of them in my phone. You can have a doc on your computer that you use, and then you just copy it, and then you edit it the way you need. But now you've just saved yourself time. And more than saving yourself time, you have saved yourself thinking power. Because I think we heard that a lot today. I think Melinda talked about that a little bit, about how we all only have so much like decision-making power available to us at any given time. And if we are letting it go, if we are using it up on really non-essential things, then that's really hurting us. The thing about systems and routines is that they actually give you freedom. And I think that there is, especially if you are a little free-spirited, perhaps, I don't know, then there can be this feeling that systems and routines are rigid and that they keep you like in a box. But to me, systems and routines actually give me a ton of freedom because I have a lot of systems and routines around the things that are essential I need to do, right? There's a lot of things in our lives that we need to do. We need to get gas on a regular basis, right, Vicky? Yes. Every time I get in her car, she has no gas. We need to get gas on a regular basis, right? We got to go to the grocery store. Or we need to order. Like, there's things that have to happen for our lives to function. And, by having systems around those things that are maybe not important, not fun, but have to happen, it actually gives me a ton of freedom because I know that they get done. And then that gives me free time to use the way that I want it. First one is transaction management. You could hire an ops boss, like Christy was talking about earlier. You could hire a transaction coordinator. We work with Real Advantage for some of the transactions that we do with our team. But at a very minimum, you have got to have your own high quality transaction checklist. I remember this moment probably 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago. And I woke up, my business was booming and I was all by myself. And I maybe had like an assistant for like 4 hours a week. And I woke up in the middle of the night who's done this? I woke up in the middle of the night in a panic because I had forgotten something with a transaction, right? Needed to have a pest inspection for settlement the next day. I'd forgotten. Nobody had asked me about it. And so scramble, right, to get it done. From that experience, that I took some time and made myself some high quality transaction checklists. So I took the time to write down every single step. In an ideal world, what do I know what Lindsay wants to happen or somebody else wants to happen? What do I want to happen? What is my gold standard for how I want my clients to be treated every step of the way through the transaction? And I wrote all of them down. And so then from then on, I knew those things. I've been in business for years. I'd sold hundreds of homes, but when you're busy, you forget. So once I had those things in place, it made my life so much easier and I didn't forget those little things. The other thing that it does for you is when you are ready to hire that ops boss or a VP coordinator to help you, now you can say, this is how I want things to be done. This is my gold standard. This is what I would like to do. And it's going to make everybody's life. You're going to need that with your transaction management. Next is technology time savers. I've taught Vicky how to use the alarms on her phone. I use timers and alarms, recurring alarms. The poor people, my very first day, I am the most hated patient at the physical therapy office because I go late and then I tell them I have to leave early. And the very first day I went, my purse is over in like the little locker. And I'm not thinking about it, but I had 2 recurring alarms that went off to remind me about my meeting with Maddie and then to remind me about my meeting with Vicky and Stacy. And I'm oblivious. I'm, doing my knee things. And my phone is going off constantly. And they're going, whose is this? Who's this? This is me. But having those recurring alarms, because then I don't have to think. When you sit down at your desk, when is your next appointment? Go ahead and put that time you need to leave in your phone, because then you don't have to be constantly stopping and starting. What time is it? What time is it? When do I need to leave again? I need to leave at this time. Set it in your phone. Let your phone tell you when you need to stop. And that's going to save you a ton of time. I also love keyboard shortcuts. I've talked about those a ton. You can do that in your phone. I have keyboard shortcuts for my address. I have keyboard shortcuts to directions to my office. I have keyboard shortcuts for vacation out of office. They're super easy, and these little technology things will save you a ton of time. Prep packages in advance. You want to always have on hand buyer and seller packages at any given time. So I would have 5 to 10 at my office, 5 to 10 at my home. I would sometimes even have some in my car. It takes just a few minutes longer to make 5 of them than it does to make 1 of them. So use a little extra time, make a bunch, and then you're ready to go. And then when you have that last minute appointment or you're rushing, all you have to do is grab your packet. You put 1 or 2 more things in it that you need for your client, and then you're ready for your appointment. So it's going to save you time. And then also planning your marketing, your client care, your social media. We've talked about that already today. I think Jackie was asking us some questions about that. Don't leave what drives your business to chance. And that's typically what a lot of us do. We get so busy working with our clients, working in our business, that we're not working on our business and doing the things that actually gets us that business in the very first place. So planning ahead, I tend to plan out my social media. Some of my content is planned monthly. We plan our farming postcards quarterly so we can make sure that they match with the market. And then yearly, we plan out the rest of our things. So we spend some time up front and then it's done. And then you don't have to think about it. You don't have to constantly be trying to figure out, what do I need to do next? What do I need to do next? Especially when you're busy. And if this is not something that you can do yourself, if this is not your gift, if you don't have somebody who can do it for you, there's a ton of services available for you, like our Inner Circle, by the way, where we actually provide all of that to you. So if that's something you're interested in, you want to look into that. And then I use a monthly view calendar a lot. I have it hanging on the wall in my office. And so that way I can see very visually what I have coming up, and that's super helpful. All right, let's talk about some tactical systems and routines at home. So meal planning, actually a couple of our giveaways are some of the things that I like live by and rely on constantly. So, we all got to eat, right? You heard Allison talked about that earlier today. And when we don't plan, what is it? You plan to fail. If you don't have a plan, you plan to fail. There you go. Yeah. So, if you don't have a plan, then you're going to get home from your rested and you've been beat up by clients all day. And then, maybe you got to run out for one more appointment or you call and all of a sudden it's 5 o'clock and your people want to eat and you need to eat, but you don't have anything in the house or you don't have a plan. So just plan your meals. It's not that hard. We do a couple of different things. We do theme days a lot at our house. Friday is always pizza stuff in advance. And we use the little planning pads. I've trained my husband actually to do it. And right now he does this. So he plans the meals, he plans the grocery list, and he does the shopping. Now he does not do it in the way that I would like it to be done. And after me trying to correct him multiple times, he said, "Do you want me to do this or not?" And I was like, yes, I do want you to do this. So, and then having some backup meals on hand, that's super important too. Getting dressed and laundry, that is a big one. Ruthlessly cleaning out your closet. I do this all the time. Lisa talked earlier today about the clutter, right? And the clutter, it causes decision fatigue. You've got all this stuff in your closet, and whether you are thinking about it consciously or not, you're going, I don't really like that. That has a stain. That has a button. I can't wear that. That doesn't really fit right now. I'm not super comfortable in this. And so you're like burning up all of your good brain power just trying to figure out what to wear. So do that little ruthless declutter. Make sure that what's in your closet is just the things that you love, just the things that fit right now. You can worry about later. And that's going to save you a ton of time. That's actually served me a ton of time. I'm still not on time to things, but it does save me a lot of time in the morning. And then doing a small load of laundry every day. We have a lot you got the towels, you got the sheets, you got the whatever in the house. And I come down in the morning, one load goes away, but at least it's clean. So we can do that. And then teach your kids how to do laundry. Some of us were talking about that. Teresa Darnell and us, we were talking about that at lunch. My kids learned how to do laundry in middle school, thanks to like home ec. They don't call it that here anymore, but something similar. And they learned how to do laundry, and it has game changer. I don't do their laundry. I don't touch their. There's so much stuff packed weeks, and they sometimes look a little wrinkled and disheveled, but that's on them. I have time to do their stuff. And because she said to me, so your kid, when he comes home from college, does he bring his laundry? I'm like, no, he does not bring his laundry. He knows how to do his own. So teach your kids. Personal appointments and task management. So one of my favorite, I hate to talk to people on the phone. Christy talked about the introverts. We hate the phone. I hate the phone. I hate calling. You call to make an appointment, and then what happens? You're in there like little tree of press 1 for this and press 2 for this. And then you have to be on hold, and then you have to go through the whole thing. Well, when do you want to come in? Well, I don't know when I can come in. And so it's the whole thing. So when I am leaving an appointment, I schedule my next appointment. Even if that next appointment is a year out, I go ahead and schedule that appointment, and then it's done. I also try to combine appointments whenever possible. I started going to the same hair salon and nail place because they're literally next door to each other. So I went last week, I get my hair cut, I walk next door, I get my pedicure, I walk next door, I pick up dinner. Right. So these are time savers. Anytime you can combine things. I used to always take my kids to appointments together, which was absolute torture to take 3 boys to the dentist at the same time. But it was over once instead of 3 different times. I got to pick up from school and do the early dismissal. And then we got to get to the thing. So, and then having a task management system. I've given out several of my favorite planners. Have a system for writing down your tasks, knowing what you need to do, keeping you on track. It out of your brain and get it into something that works. When it comes to home supplies, shopping, decluttering, I like to use automated refills. So you can use Amazon for stuff like that. I don't want to have to, we all need paper towels and toilet paper, but I don't want to have to think about it. And those are things that when you run out of them, you tend to need like right now, right? And I live a good 10 to 15 minutes to the closest store that's I've talked before about stamps. You can order stamps. I never go to the post office. Just order them on USPS.com. Let them come to you. Only shop at stores that do like and free returns because it is so much easier and it saves me time. I don't have time to go somewhere and shop. Send it to me. Let me see if I like it, and then I'll send it back. And that's my favorite thing to do. And then having a plan or a place to donate to, Mark was talking earlier today with junk loggers about some of the things that they do, whether it's a service that you use that comes and gets it from you. It's a place that you can go to where you can drop it off, have a plan, and get that stuff out regular. All right. It's okay that you need help because we all do. So what you need to do is you have to learn to ask for what you need. And I am a work in progress in this. And I think probably a lot. Who knows how to ask for what they need? Are you good at asking for what you need? Yeah. So a lot of us are not so great at this. Here's the thing that I have learned about asking for what you need. It is when you ask for what you need that you often feel the most judgment from others. And you have to remember that these are not the people that pay your bills. So if you need someone to come in and do your laundry, that's okay. If you need someone to come in and decorate your house, that's okay. I had an experience last year when I was learning to ask for what I need, right? And so I posted local, this is what I needed because I am a D. I was very specific. I don't have time to talk to 15 people about what I want. So I'm going to say in my post, this is these want. This is what I'm looking for, right? Let's save time. If you don't do it, then you won't contact me. And I got a little judgment in the comments from people that I knew, right? Oh, you don't do that? You don't have time for that? These people don't pay your bills. And so I would rather some of the things that I don't love or that I don't enjoy so that the time I have, I can focus on spending with the people that are most important to me and making more money because that's what makes me happy. And then as much as possible, hire out for anything that you don't love. We have a pretty high hourly rate, right? Think about what it is. It's probably, I don't know, who's got a phone? Maddie. So take $100,000. And then divide that by 40. 48. So let's it is at least $50 an hour. It is probably a whole lot more than that. I'm guessing that a lot of the things that you're doing that you don't enjoy, that are taking your time away from actually building your business and prospecting and the things that you need to do are things that you can hire out for less than $50 an hour. So the more of that you can do, the more it's going to allow you to do the things that actually make sense for you and that actually make you money. Now, if you love going to the grocery store and that's like your happy place, then please do that. But if you don't, then you can hire somebody to do it. And then be creative. Think outside the box. We heard that a lot on the wealth panel today. They were talking about creativity. Be creative about what it is that you need, where you need help. Is it somebody to come in and somebody to do gift shopping for you? Is it somebody who can help you to do laundry? Is it somebody to help you to do errands? That's one of my favorite things. Hire a runner. You can use it at home and at work. Shannon is one of our team members who works as a runner for our team. And from time to time, I'll hire her at home too, because I'm, behind on, I need prescriptions and I need this and I need that. And so she'll run out and do those things. And so it's well worth the time and effort to have somebody take care of those things for you. Okay, set boundaries. I think this is our last point on this. So you need to be the boss of your schedule because you are a professional. So you need to act like it. And one of the, I think, things that we run into, and actually we heard, I think it was last night that we heard a couple of people say this. Natasha, I think you said it, that there's a fear that if I don't run out and meet the person right now, that they're going to find somebody else. And what we all need to remember is that our value is not in our availability. Our value is not in being who can be the first person who can open the door. We bring so much more to the table. So does that mean that occasionally you might lose out on a client who's probably going to be very difficult to begin with if they are going to demand that you drop everything and meet them right that second? Maybe, but they're probably not the best person for you to work with anyway. So you need to remember that. Vicky and I share an office, and so I'm often tapping her chair because when you get that appointment, you're really excited. Somebody calls and they want you to list their house or they want you to show them a home, and you are so stinking excited that all you want to do is make that appointment and get off the phone as fast as possible before they change their mind, right? And so then you like to meet. Well, when would you like to meet? Now, number one, you have guaranteed that they're going to pick the one time that's in your schedule that you're not available, right? They're going to pick that time. And then the second thing is you have now taught them. You have taught them that you have nothing else going on. You have no other business. You have nothing else in your life. You are available to them for whatever they need. So instead of when you simply say, I am so excited. I'm available to meet you today at 2:00 or tomorrow at 10 a.m. Which works better for you? Or whatever that is. Of the time, 95% of the time, they're going to pick. So, and if they don't, then you give them 2 more options, but you never just say, when would you like to meet? And remember that everything is an appointment. Who are we laughing with yesterday? Or maybe it was last night saying, everything is an appointment. I mean, you don't need to give them your life story, right? When the client says, meet tonight, Mark, he left today to go to his kid's baseball game, which is great. And of course, we fully support that. It's an appointment, right? You don't need to say to your client, well, I'm sorry, I can't do it tonight because I'd really like to go to my daughter's volleyball game. And so maybe could we do it tomorrow instead? Instead, you say, you know what? Unfortunately, I have an appointment tonight, but can we do it tomorrow morning? They don't need to know the ins and outs. Everything is an appointment. Those appointments, that volleyball game, that baseball game, they are just that, the appointment to get your hair cut or to get your nails done or whatever it is that's going to fill your cup. Those are just as important as everything else. And then having an end time for your day. This was the one. Okay, maybe there was more than one, but this was like my one lesson when I was a managing broker that I learned, that I took away from that experience, which is having an end time for your day. Because our days don't have stop and start times. And so there's a tendency to say, well, you know what? I don't really feel like, I know I need to get this market analysis done for this client, but I don't really feel like doing it right now. So I'm going to go scroll Facebook, or, maybe I'm just going to go get a cup of coffee, or I'm going to go do this. And then the next thing you know, it's dinner time. Well, okay, you know what? I'll do it after dinner. Well, and then it's something else. And then the next thing you know, it's 11 o'clock at night. You haven't done what you were supposed to do. And now you're having to scramble to get that done. So have an end time for your day. We know the reality of our business, and that is it doesn't necessarily end at a specific time. But can you set an end time for your proactive work? 5:00 today. Now, yes, I may be on the phone later negotiating a contract, and I may have to respond to something that needs a client who needs help, but I'm going to get all my proactive work done. Having that end time, it's amazing how productive you'll be, how much less time you'll waste because you're focused on meeting that time. And then you want to abide by those boundaries that you set into place. I have found that most, if not all of the pain points around boundaries in our business exist because we allow them to. What you allow is what will continue. If you allow the client to call you at 11 o'clock every night and you answer the phone at 11 o'clock every night, you've taught them that 11 o'clock at night is a great time for them to call you, and they're going to continue to do it. The clearer you are with your boundaries and setting expectations, the easier it is to master the use of your time. It would happen a lot, and I would just use a very simple little, kind of script, whether by phone or by text. A client would call me, 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and I would either text back or, respond back and say, you know what, I'm settling my family in for the evening. Is it okay if I give you a call first thing in the morning? And I can't think of one single example where someone said, no, this is so urgent. I have to get your answer right now. I need to talk to you right now. In fact, usually it's, yes, absolutely. I understand. Let's talk first thing in the morning. But when you don't do that, and of course, now when I've done that, they never call me again late at night, right? Unless it is an emergency. But when you don't do that, then that's when they continue to have that bad behavior. And it really does take discipline to uphold those boundaries you set in place. You're on vacation, you have a plan, right? You've got somebody who's covering for you, and you get a text message from your client. And instead of, passing it off and reaching out to the person who's covering for you and say, hey, can you follow up with so-and-so? We have that. Well, let me just respond back. It's just a quick question. It's a quick question. Let me just answer this really quickly. Well, that quick question is going to turn into another one. And then the next day, because they knew that you responded yesterday and they have another quick question, it goes on and on and on. You need to uphold boundaries you put in place. Okay, and then we're going to kind of round this out by mastering your time, by mastering your energy. And so one of the very best ways to be efficient with your time is to spend some time taking care of you. Melinda talked about that a lot this morning. When you are depleted and worn down, absolutely everything is harder. It is so much harder. You have to take a little bit of time each day to do something just for you. She talked about that this morning. whether it's a short walk, doing some journaling, whatever it is, having something that you do just for you. Having a strong morning routine, or maybe it's an evening routine if that's kind of more your thing, something that's going to help to kind of fill your cup and help to replenish you to do all of the things that you need to do. And then you heard Vicky and I talk about this a little bit on when Jackie was interviewing us, but intentionally and consistently pouring good things into yourself over and over again. Positive message. You've heard lots of recommendations with books and podcasts, having a tribe of people to support you and to cheer for you. That's going to help to keep your energy up so that you can do what you need to do. And then we just end it with it's progress, not perfection. Mastering anything in your life takes time. When you learned how to be a real estate agent and you wrote that first contract or you got that first listing, you didn't know everything the first time, but each time you got better and you learned more. And it's the same thing with anything else that you try to do in your life. Be curious, try new things. It goes back to the creativity that we heard a lot today. Figuring out what works for you, then tweak it again and again. We change things up constantly. You find a little something that works and then you do it until it doesn't work anymore. And then you tweak it and you move on. And the more that you understand yourself and the season of life that you're in and your business, then the easier it's going to be for you to master your time. So connect with me. I'm on Instagram. I hope you tag me from some things today because I haven't been able to take a lot of pictures. And of course, if you're not, I think everybody here is already in our Empowering Women in Real Estate group on Facebook. So I hope that you will join us there. So that's how to master your time. Yeah. All right. So we ran over just a hair. So we're going to take like a minute to do our takeaway exercise. Okay. So this is going to be on page 63 in your workbook. So I want you to go back through what we just talked about how to be a master of your time. I want you to highlight, circle, what are the top 1 to 3 takeaways, and then jot them down on this page because in about 10 minutes, we're going to do kind of our final exercise to sort of wrap all of this up. Okay. Exercise where we're going to look through all the things that we've talked about today. And you're going to take those 4 worksheets and you're going to combine it all into one. And we're going to have Carrie Fincham is going to say hello because she is our sponsor for the family segment. And then we have some more great giveaways. And then we're going to have happy hour. Just my favorite. Okay. So who has heard me talk about my joy list? Does anybody know about my joy list? So I got this idea from Sue Smith. She did a 60 by 60 list. And then my friend Dee Simmons, she did a 40 by 40 list. And so I got this idea to do this for myself, to do 50 things before my 50th birthday, which will be next year. And the idea is, how much time do we spend doing things that we actually enjoy? There's so many things that we love, that we would like to try, or you hear somebody do something or say something and think, gosh, one day I'll do that. One day I'll try that. That would be fun. Maybe I'll do that next time or next year. And we put it off and we don't know when next time or next year is actually going to be or if it's going to come around. So I put together this joy list and I want you to do it today too. And so we're going to do this a little interactively kind of over like the next 5 to 7-ish minutes. And so on page 64 of your workbook is all about the joy list exercise. And so the whole idea is to put you back into your life, because so much of what you do is for other people. It's for your clients, it's for your family, it's for your friends, but it's maybe not necessarily for you. And the whole idea is that this list is just for you. It doesn't matter what your neighbor likes, what Donna likes, what Misty likes, is what you like. And so that's what you want to put on your list. So on page 65, you can see a sample of my list. I don't want you to copy my list. Of course, you can take inspiration from my list if you'd like, but the whole idea is you're going to make your own list. So we have a worksheet for you. It's on page 66. So we have a spot here for 10 things. So you decide, when are you going to complete these by? Is it by the end of this year? Is it by the middle of next year? Is it by whatever? You decide what that's going to be. And then we are going to come up with some things on your joy list. So a couple of examples for mine. Like I really wanted to grow pumpkins because, I love fall and I love Halloween. So growing pumpkins was on my joy list. Totally silly, not necessarily something that I need, but something that was totally fun and just for me. My friends took me to high tea for my birthday, something that I've always wanted to do that I thought would be really fun, but of course I never prioritized doing it. And I did that just because it was fun. So what are some things like that you guys can put on your joy list? You guys are helping me to check off number 19 today on my joy list, which was to host our largest event ever. So thank you so much for that. So let's hear from you. What is something that you want to put on your joy list? What is something fun just for you that somebody else might be a little inspired by? Misty? Yes. Amazing. So she traveled alone to a place that she had never been and where she did not know anyone. Would somebody else like to do that too? That sounds pretty awesome. What else? What is something that you would enjoy? Sheila, you have a joy list. What's something on your list? Individual time with each kid. Awesome. Awesome. I love that. Who else? Who has an idea? Yes, Marcia. Excellent. You're going to put that on your list. I love that. Who else has an idea? Something on your list that that you'd like to share? Yes. She wants another puppy. Sharon wants another puppy, and so that means Michelle has to get one too. So Michelle, put that on your list. Oh, perfect. That's a perfect combo. Who else? Anybody have anything they want to share? Yes. Dance lessons, Lynn. I love that. What kind of dance lessons? Just something. Okay. That's totally fun. I love that. Who else? Anybody else want to share something on your list? Jackie Fields. Oh, Jackie Dean. Jackie Dean, what are you writing down there? She wants to go to Italy. I love that. Lots of travel. So you guys get the hint here, right, on what to do. And so if you haven't filled out your list, I hope that you will continue and that maybe you'll even post about it. I've done that for a lot of accountability, and I've had a ton of people who have asked me about it. And the fun thing that you'll find when you share your list is that people will reach out to you and say, I can help you with this, or can I help you with that? And so that is a whole nother layer of fun that happens with your joy list. So I would like to introduce Carrie Fincham with Fairway Independent Mortgage, who is the sponsor of our family segment. So Carrie's tagline is "My Little Lender," which I love so much, which is so perfect. So Carrie is going to come and say a word or two, and then we're going to do our final implementation exercise, do some giveaways, and then we're done. Thank you, Carrie.
Can you see me? That's the first question. So I wanted to sponsor this. So my tagline is "My Little Lender" because everyone needs a little lender in their pocket. But that really goes back to what this was about today, right? Is relationships. Relationships matter with everything that you do in your business. Karen, you've had a great relationship with Jackie for years and years and years. And think how much you've learned people to learn together.
Great with each other too. So I love that. All right. So we're going to do one final implementation exercise. So what you're going to do is you're going to turn 28. And so this you're going to bring together exercises that we've done. So you're going to go back and look at what you wrote down. What were your top takeaways, things you wanted to implement from health? That was on page 24. From wealth, that was on page 36. From business, page 53. And family was page 63. And so you're going to narrow that list down to the top 1, 2, or 3 things that you're actually going to do when you leave here today. It's okay if it's one thing, but what 1 to 3 things that you're going to do when you leave here today. Mm. Yeah. Yep. Yep, Christy. Yeah. Yep. That's awesome. That's great. Yeah, that came from Christy today. Anybody else with a takeaway? They want to share something they're going to planning to implement that you want to share? Yes, Jessy. Yes, you are. Yes. I think who else wants to sleep more? Yeah, lots of hands. All right. So hopefully you've got your 1 to 3 things there on your list. And hopefully you'll maybe circle the one that you're going to focus on first. I want you to focus on one thing, get that one thing done. Maybe you'll let me know, message me when you do it, and then you can move on to the next one. Okay. So we're going to do some giveaways, and then we're going to wrap it up. Yes? All right. Jenny, what do we got? Oh, these are my favorite. So these are the, when I was talking about with the meal planning, so this is your what to eat pads. And there's also a meal plan or a grocery list. And this is for Jen Moss. Is Jen still here? No, she left. Oh, sorry. Well, then this is for Chloe Powell. You can tell her that you got her present. Okay, and then we have Less Becomes More, another awesome book that I absolutely love. And this is also written by Emily Lay, who is the founder of the Simplified Planner. And this one is for Mary Palma. Mary Palma. Oh, it's When Less Becomes More. And another bundle of books here. Again, two of my favorites, Cultivate by Laura Casey, Make It Happen. And this is for Amanda Calhoun. Is Amanda here? Yay! Okay, and now we have a garden journal. Many of you have gardening on your list of things that you might want to do as part of your joy list. And this is for Carrie Fincham. And now we have a simplified planner. This is the monthly edition. This is great for tracking your social media or doing any other kind of planning that you want to do. Also comes along with an Amazon gift card. And this is for Charlene Bays. And I think we have, what about that planner? Or did we get that one? Oh, okay. And then we have one more weekly planner, and this is for Laura Audi. Oh, perfect. Okay, so closing the last couple, and we have an amazing echo over there we're going to be doing at happy hour. So, yeah, was that a good day? That was a long day. Yeah. So thank you for hanging in with me. I hope that this was really impactful for you today and that you've done the work with the exercises to help you to really implement what you've learned today, because it doesn't matter if you spent all day today and you got inspired and you got revved up and you got to, but if you go home and you don't do anything, then it maybe wasn't a great use of your time. So I want you to do that. So I am really grateful for your time today. I am really, really grateful for our sponsors today. So we have, of course, our overall event sponsor, Jackie Fields, our health segment sponsor, Lisa Rigoni with the Organizing Mentors, our wealth segment, Platinum Group Real Estate, our business segment was McInerney Associates, our family segment, Carrie Fincham with Fairway Independent Mortgage. Champion Title was our lunch sponsor today. Happy hour, getting ready to happen, is Real Advantage Transaction Management. Our VIP dinner was Junk Luggers of Gainesville. You guys went to town on the snacks back there. Like, I went by during the break and there's like hardly a thing left. So thank you to our hospitality sponsors today, which was Universal Title, the Leo Anzialaga Group at Draper & Kramer Mortgage, My Guys Moving, Ace Handyman Services, and then of course, our giveaway sponsors. We've had some really awesome giveaways. And so thank you to Mike Malott with Checkmark Home Inspection Services. He was here for a little bit. Susan Bixby with Clothing Thoughts, 123 Junk, our stage sponsor, Diane Buckley, who did an amazing job this together. And of course, for the last many months and making this happen. So thank you to you. So there we go. I'm sorry. We can do a group photo and then, oh, that was my closing remarks. Look, I had a pretty slide for that. And then we're going to happy hour. Yeah? Okay. How do you want to do that, Gabriel? Okay, just stand up.
Everybody stares as she goes by, 'cause they can see the flame that's in her eyes. Watch her as she's lighting up the night. Nobody knows that she's a lonely girl, and it's a lonely world. But she gon' let it burn, baby, burn, baby. This girl is on fire. This girl a girl, but she's on fire. You won't find him drinking on the table, rolling dice or staying out till 3. You won't ever find him being unfaithful. You will find him, you'll find him next to me. You won't find him trying to chase the devil. Money, fame, for power, out of greed. You won't ever find him where the rest go. You will find him, you'll find him next to me. Next to me. Ooh. Next to me. Ooh. Next to me. Ooh. You'll find him next to me. When the money's spent and all my friends have vanished, and I can't seem to find no help or love for free, I know there's no need for me to panic, 'cause I'll find him next to me. When the skies are gray and all the doors are closing, and the rising pressure makes it hard to breathe, but all I need is a hand to stop the tears from falling. I will find him, I'll find him next to me. Next to me.